Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4FS. 135 The Suppressed Original Power. Ignore her. Bai Ye really wanted to ignore her. However, it is no longer possible. The two people who have experienced life and death together have completely connected their minds. This is a feeling that has gone beyond friendship. But, Bai Ye did not immediately respond to Kushina's words. He thought of Uchiha, the girl who always foolishly waited for him. These two women are good women. It was really hard for him to choose. After the experiment, many of Orochimaru's instruments were damaged by the power of the blood primitive. Under his stalking and begging, Bai Ye reluctantly agreed to give him a new set, and continue to support his research. A part of the origin of blood is sealed, so its body will definitely be severely damaged. Orochimaru said, in the next period of time, he can breathe a sigh of relief. But Bai Ye said that the matter is not over yet. The currently known people chosen by the origin of blood include Raikage and Uchiha Madara. These two people represent the will and wisdom of the totem. With the two of them, the totem can continue to grow and obtain information from the outside world. The strangest thing about the 990, and the thing that disturbs me the most, is how tolerant it is of me. Bai Ye said, his eyes lowered a lot. It had many opportunities to kill me, and it never did. I thought at first, it was afraid of me. Thinking about it now, I'm afraid it has other plans for me. Strictly speaking, Bai Ye is not from this world. His body is probably fundamentally different from other people's bodies. Of course, he won't tell Orochimaru these things. Orochimaru could only vaguely feel that Bai Ye was different from others. If I have to say, what is the difference? Probably, it's the spirit. The land of water, Kurigakure. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing, suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the position of the heart, a big hole appeared inexplicably. It's not fatal, but it hurts. What's going on? Madara frowned, perceiving carefully. However, it is impossible to perceive the consciousness of that power. In just a moment, he felt that the demon totem was attacked by the strongest attack ever. Who on earth can still shoot cab at it and severely damage it? The country of thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage, who was soaked in the pool of blood, had his entire head cut off. Although this is also not fatal. But, it hurts. Blood surged, slowly repairing his body. Raikage gasped for breath. It's unbelievable. Just now, he heard the salty sound of the totem. The totem is under attack. He always thought that the master of this powerful force was invincible. However, he didn't realize it until this moment. Totems are not invulnerable. Someone has seized its lifeline and started to attack it. It was at the moment when the seal was successful. In the entire ninja world, people controlled by the demon totem all regained their self-awareness at the same moment. They stood there blankly, completely unaware of what had happened. But, the memory of the controlled period seems to be getting more and more blurred. What have we been doing lately? I remember, it was like drinking a bar. Then why are you here, locked up? I'm also puzzled. Country of soup, pool of blood. At this moment, the real body of the demon totem is already full of cracks. In a tug of war with Bai Ye and Kushina's power, it lost. Bai Ye's chakra is too huge, and that woman is an existence with a strong will that makes him feel scared. Bai Ye, Uzumaki Kushina. You too, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. It had to urgently take back part of the scattered power to repair Yushin. As for the part of the power that is sealed, we can only make plans in the future. Konoha Village, Hospital. Okay, Hong, what is it? I'm not mine. Kushina was lying on the hospital bed with gauze wrapped around her head. Sister Kushina, are you really alright? Uchiha looked at her worriedly and stroked her head. Does it still hurt? Kushina smiled, still grinning. It doesn't hurt anymore. In fact, she accidentally bumped it while walking at night, and it has nothing to do with the experiment. If it weren't for Bai Ye being here, she wouldn't want to live in this gloomy place. She was the one who took care of Shihahong before. Now, Uchiha is taking care of her. This little girl still loves to cry like before. Just at this time, the door of the ward rang. Tsunade walked in with a bag of fruit. Kushina, are you okay? It's all right, thank you Tsunade-sama. If you're fine, you should hurry up and practice. Yes, master. When Uchiha heard Kushina call Tsunade, master, she was stunned. Could it be that, Master Tsunade, have you accepted Sister Kushina as a student yet? Tsunade nodded. In fact, she didn't want to accept apprentices. If it weren't for Bai Ye's request, she would not be willing to agree. However, after getting along seriously for a period of time, she found that Kushina is a very good medical ninja seedling. Tsunade likes such a hard-working child more and more. Then, Master Tsunade, can you also accept me? Uchiha asked. She also wants to learn medical ninjutsu and do something for Bai Ye. Not waiting for Tsunade to answer, Bai Ye's voice was heard. No, Hong, study your illusion well. Startled by his sudden arrival, Tsunade rolled his eyes. I said, you little devil, can you enter the door in the way of a normal person? Bai Ye smiled lightly. Don't care. Tomorrow is the inheritance ceremony of the 4th Hokage, are you going to see it? Tsunade asked. Both Kushina and Uchiha nodded. Bai Ye said, I may be very busy tomorrow, so I probably won't go. Tsunade looked at him strangely. The power of the origin of blood has been temporarily suppressed, what are you still busy with? Kushina also echoed. Mr. Bai Ye, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity and take a good rest? Bai Ye shook his head. He can feel it. The current calm is just the calm before the storm. The power lost by the origin of blood is only a small part compared to all the power it has. I'm afraid it will make a comeback soon. Before that, there are many things he has to do. In a few days, it is time for the next system lottery draw. At the same time, it is also the time for the third transformation of the killing sword. He needs to be well prepared. You guys talk first, I'm done. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ye disappeared in place 136 blood curse seal. Ding, reminder, the current remaining number of instant kills in the lottery draw, 1 inch. The sound of the system wakes Bai Ye up. It's finally here. He tossed the coin into the air. I closed my eyes and prayed silently. I hope I can give a good thing. The mind moved slightly, and the turntable turned rapidly. Finally, the pointer slowly stopped. Bai Ye took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He glanced at the light curtain. Where the pointer stopped was a blood-red droplet. This is. Bai Ye took it out. However, it disappeared as soon as it left the light curtain. Here, Bai Ye felt even more confused. What's the situation? Could it be that the prize flew away? I suddenly felt a little nervous. He searched around, even turning over the tables and benches. Nothing. Just when he was about to question the system, he found a clue. In the palm of his right hand, there was a mark in the shape of a blood drop. It's still glowing red. It seems that there are some monsters. At this time, the sound of the system finally rang. Ding! Congratulations on winning the blood curse seal. Immediately afterwards, related introductions also popped up. Blood curse seal. A spell with a binding effect, set by contact. The person who was set will be bound by you. Note: injecting chakra into the curse seal, touching the set person, can cover other binding effects, including but not limited to the binding effect of the origin of blood. The number of blood curse seals that can be planted is related to the current chakra amount of the host. The current number of blood curse seals that can be planted is 100 people. The number limit can be broken by accumulating chakra. Seeing these introductions, Bai Ye was stunned. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of excitement. This is a spell. In the original book, it is obvious to all how powerful Orochimaru's spell is. Now, although the power of the origin of blood has been temporarily suppressed, it still exists. No one knows when it will make a comeback. With this blood curse seal, it can completely cut off the original control over civilians. This is much more convenient than the suppression effect of the killing sword. Bai Ye is not worried about the quantity limit. With the cloak of natural affinity, he can continuously condense the magic chakra. In this way, the quantity limit will soon be broken. In this case, I must race against time to plant a curse mark on those people. Bai Ye couldn't wait to find someone to try his hand at. He moved his mind at will, and went directly to Konoha's underground cage. Mr. Bai Ye, you are here. This place has become Orochimaru's petri dish. The research on the origin of blood is still going on. At this time, Bai Ye had to sigh, prying away Kakuzu's money box in advance. It really came in handy. Kakuzu's sacrifice was not in vain. Invisibly became a hero to save the ninja world. Take me to see those who were once controlled. Bai Ye walked to the depths of the cage. Mr. Bai Ye, those people have regained their self-awareness. The power in them is gradually dissipating. That's what Orochimaru said, and he still guided Bai Ye towards the cage. Even if it's me, I can no longer capture that kind of aura from them. Bai Ye shook his head. A sigh. Orochimaru, your conclusions are too one-sided. The origin of blood obviously already possesses extraordinary wisdom, and it cannot be ruled out that it is using fraud to deceive us. Orochimaru's technology is still not as good as his killer sword. The moment the sword entered the cage, it was humming. This shows that here, there is still the power of the origin of blood. Bai Ye followed the instructions of Jian Yi and walked towards one of the cages. In the cage, squatting a little boy dressed in rags. Bai Ye waved to him. He just looked up at Bai Ye, but didn't get up. Bai Ye met his eyes. At this time, he noticed that one of the child's eyes was black, and the other was blood-like red. This child has a strong and original aura. Seeing that Bai Ye cared so much about the child, Orochimaru explained. This child can't speak, and he has never gone mad and hurt anyone. The only reason to keep him here. That blood-red eye. Bai Ye lowered his gaze. Blood-red eyes. Obviously, this is the mark chosen by the origin of blood. As for why, after being selected, he didn't go crazy or lose his will, this is a big problem. Zero looking for flowers. Open the cell door. Into the cage. The evil aura of the origin of blood became even stronger. Bai Ye had to hold down the blade of the sword to make it stop humming. The little boy noticed that Bai Ye was approaching him, so he couldn't help but backed away to the corner. But, the cage is such a big place, no matter how he retreats, where can he retreat? Bai Ye quickly grabbed his collar and lifted him up from the ground. This action can be described as very rude. Very well, it's you. System, prepare to plant a curse seal. After he communicated with the system, Bai Ye saw several obvious red spots on the little boy's body. 0. One is between the eyebrows, one is at the heart, and the other is on the opponent's left shoulder. The place where the red dot is the brightest is obviously the opponent's heart. These 3 places are the places where you can plant the curse mark. The brighter the red dot, the better the effect of inoculation with the seal, right? Thinking this way, Bai Ye decided to give it a try. He condensed chakra into the blood curse seal in his palm. Then, Press it on the child's heart. In just an instant, Bai Ye felt a strong repulsive force. HMPH, want to resist me? If he has a fever or behaves abnormally, come and notify me immediately. Take good care of this child. Mr. Bai Ye, you can always bring me surprises. Soon, he fell to the ground and passed out. The child screamed heart-piercingly. What kind of strange technology is this? At this time, he has not yet developed the power of the curse seal. Bai Ye didn't want to explain too much to him either. Bai Ye was determined not to let go, and the assistant rubbed the curse mark on it. He began to look for the next candidate who could plant the curse of blood. The skin that was rubbed with the curse of blood quickly turned blue-black, forming traces like burning flames. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. With that said, Bai Ye walked towards the door. Orochimaru studied the imprint on the child with interest. That is the resistance of the demon totem. The eyes looking at Bai Ye also became more worshipful. Therefore, he expressed his curiosity about the technique used by Bai Ye. 137 Please Bai Ye-jun to practice with me. Quickly, Bai Ye found the second and third candidates in the cage. These people have been under control for quite a long time. Even now that the power of the origin of blood is very weak, they still have that evil aura left on them. Lord Bai Ye, don't kill me. One of them has already recognized Bai Ye. Bai Ye took a closer look, and this person seemed to be one of the two people he caught at the barbecue shop. Master Bai Ye, I have fully recovered, please don't kill me. He begged bitterly. Bai Ye sneered, I want to kill you early, and wait until now. This kid is the civilian who was first affected by the origin of blood. Bai Ye's heart moved freely, and he saw the red dot on his body again. This time, is it between the eyebrows? He slapped it casually, hitting the opponent's eyebrow. Stamp the curse of blood, 957, behind the opponent's eyebrows. The opponent foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground in an instant. It's not that the person is dead, it's just that it's very painful. For this alone, the blood curse seal is similar to the curse seal developed by Orochimaru in the original book, and it has side effects to some extent. But, it's good to be able to survive, what more do you want to be painless? Orochimaru was responsible for following behind to pick up people, and move these corpse-like living people back into the cage. No way, the ninjas who guarded the cage had been almost killed by Bai Ye. Now, a lot of things have to be done by hand. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye experimented with more than 10 people. When he was about to walk out of the cage below, the little boy who had been inoculated with the curse of blood had already woken up. From his mouth, a bloody spider spit out. Seeing the spider escape into the ground, he was so frightened that he cried out loudly. Although he can't speak yet, he is obviously more energetic and more aura than before. This child has completely escaped the control of the origin of blood. After probing with the killing sword, Bai Ye came to such a conclusion. He breathed a sigh of relief. As for whether it will be controlled in the future, it's hard to say. Bai Ye didn't dare to slack off for a moment. Let Orochimaru observe for a while longer. Bai Ye left the cage and returned to the wooden house. It is rare to have time to rest recently, and of course he also wants to relax himself. Yuhihong is cleaning the room. Bai Ye noticed that she had changed into a new dress. How is it, Mr. Bai Ye? Noticing Bai Ye's gaze, she turned around and showed Bai Ye her new clothes. Bai Ye nodded. The little girl is getting more and more beautiful. My woman, she looks good in anything she wears. Hate it. Yuhihong blushed. Obviously the two of them have been together for a long time, but she still always blush when facing him. Have you completed today's study task? Bai Ye asked casually. Yuhihong nodded. I have learned several new techniques recently, and I want to show Mr. Bai Ye a look. Okay, just right, I also want to see if you have been lazy recently. People won't be lazy, really. Then, I'm going to try you. While speaking, Bai Ye had already brought her to the outskirts of Konoha village in an instant. If you say practice, you have to practice. Shihahong glanced at her dirty apron, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm a little rude, I don't care about that. Bai Ye touched her head. On the contrary, this kind of her is more like a virtuous wife. How could he despise her? Hong, next, attack me with all your might, don't be soft-handed. He seldom had time to seriously accompany this little girl. Now, occasionally idle, he wanted to spend more time with her. The best companion among ninjas is of course ninjutsu practice. A smart girl like Shiraihong can certainly feel Bai Ye's care and consideration for her, as well as this pure heart. She gave him a gentle hug. Then, please ask Mr. Bai Ye to practice with me. Jingle, kunai struck in the air, staggered, and fell into the water. Watch out, I'm coming. In Yuhihong's hand, there were 3 more kunai. With a soft shout, she jumped up high, raised her hand, and attacked Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't avoid it, but just hollowed out his body. Kunai penetrated his body, stabbing into the stump behind him. Very good. Compared with last time, the accuracy is much higher. Bai Ye praised unabashedly. All 3 kunai hit his heart accurately. 0. Children at her age don't have the blood succession boundaries like Sharingan, and there are very few who can do this. It's not over yet. The sand gathered on the ground, and soon, it turned into a huge lotus flower. The lotus slowly merges. Bai Ye only felt that the line of sight began to twist. Petals made of sand. Very good way to attack. He commented. The flowers quickly enveloped him completely. The strong squeezing force made Bai Ye feel a bit overwhelmed. This level of illusion is more than enough to deal with an ordinary Jonin. Boom. There was a soft sound. The lotus burst. Bai Ye didn't use Kamui this time, but received Kureni's blow hard. After this blow, half of his body began to bleed. The fine iron sand drilled into his body, causing fine wounds. Under the healing effect of the killing sword, this small injury recovered in an instant. Bai Ye sighed. With the aesthetic feeling, the accuracy is also there, but the strength is still a little bit worse. Hong, you are really getting stronger and stronger, I am very pleased. Yuhi Hong was already out of breath. With just one blow, she has drained chakra. She sat on the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Don't come, I admit defeat. Even if Mr. Bai Ye stood up and let her hit him, she couldn't really hurt him. The strength gap between the two is too great. But, thinking that this is the man she likes, she feels very proud again. 2.6. Such a powerful person became her boyfriend. She has to practice harder to be worthy of him. Fourth Hokage has already taken office, and he seems very busy recently. Bai Ye said casually, Fourth generation Sama is an excellent Hokage-sama. Yuhi Hong thought of what Fourth Hokage had done for the villagers, and couldn't help admiring him. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be treating him. Mr. Bai Ye, Shirai Hong immediately turned angry. You say that, I will be angry. Bai Ye touched her head. Of course he knew that he was the only one in this little girl's heart. Yuhi Hong leaned into his arms and lay down for a while. Looking up at the sky, the cold wind blows. The troubles in my heart seem to have disappeared. 138 How to repay me. The next thing to do is to transform the killing sword. The desire for the enchanting effect of natural teeth made Bai Ye quickly start the third transformation. The avatar of Katsuyu Immortal was put into the furnace by him. As the fire gradually becomes brighter, Bai Ye clenched his fists. This time, we must succeed. The two items approached and merged like light clusters. There was only a ding sound from the system. The renovation is complete. Watching the murderous sword slowly descending, looking at its shape that has not changed much, Bai Ye's breathing became heavy. Could it be that the enchantment still failed? Just at this time, he heard the sound of the system. A new enchantment effect has been obtained. Please check it in the description of the stove coupon in Linus Blacksmith's shop. According to the prompt, Bai Ye saw the related new attributes. Obtain enchantment effect. Natural teeth. This sword is called the Sword of the Underworld. Together with the path of this world and the next world, if it is activated with true compassion, then one swing of the sword can save hundreds of lives. 20. Note. Natural teeth can give a second life to the corpse, but each life can only be revived once with natural teeth. Bai Ye immediately let go of this hanging heart. That's it. The second transformation was successful. This luck is not too bad. When you get this sword, the distracting thoughts in Bai Ye's heart will settle down. It seems that even the mind has been purified by the natural teeth. By the way, Kazukage Garura's body is still kept in Konoha's basement. Bai Ye immediately remembered this matter. Take her to try the knife. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Namikaze Minato, who just took over the post of Hokage, is a little dizzy with work. There are many backlogs of documents that need to be read one by one. Not only that, but also busy managing security issues in Konoha Village. Just at this time, Bai Ye pushed open the door of the office and walked in. Minato, long time no see. Bai Ye's voice made Minato raise his head quickly. Ah, it's Master Bai Ye. He suddenly became excited again. He still looks like the sophomore boy. Seeing the idol, he immediately closed the folder in his hand. Come on, let's eat ramen together. Let's wait for the ramen thing. Bai Ye said, I came to you, the most important thing is to ask you for a favor. It was convenient to speak to someone as warm-hearted as Namikaze Minato. After learning about Bai Ye's intentions, Minato immediately nodded in agreement. Master Garura's body is stored in Konoha Hospital, and it should be well preserved. After all, it was entrusted by Chiyo-sama of San Shinobi. Right now, there are not many people who know about Feng Ying's murder. She hopes that we will keep quiet so as not to cause panic. Bai Ye understood as soon as he heard this. Chiyo might want to use that technique to revive Karura. Well, people in this world are just like that, obsessed with bringing the dead back to life. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the original book, there are quite a lot of ways to revive people. For example, Nagato's Rinne Tensai technique, and Chiyo's Kisei Tensai technique. If the conditions were relaxed a bit, even the impure world reincarnation could be counted, but the resurrection was not so thorough. Using Flying Thunder God, the two went directly to Konoha Hospital. In this chilly morgue, Bai Ye once again saw the dead Garuluo. The preservation is not bad, but it is obviously not as fresh as before. This, of course, Master Yu Yi. How long has she been dead? Probably, it's been more than a month. Hearing the word, fresh, Namikaze Minato felt a little sick. But, in front of the respected Lord Bai Ye, he still has to maintain his image and not be too rude. Bai Ye didn't respond. He is used to seeing blood and corpses, and has developed a strong resistance to these things. He slowly drew his sword. The whole body of the sword is emerald green and gleaming. The sword, just as if it was alive, was shaking regularly. Just at this time, Bai Ye stabbed it into Garura's heart. The green light suddenly illuminated the whole room. Jaluluo's skin, which had obviously begun to rot, began to peel off at a speed visible to the naked eye. New skin is growing rapidly. This is... Namikaze Minato was taken aback. Bai Ye signaled him to be quiet with his eyes. He quickly covered his mouth, not daring to say a word. Rotten flesh falls and new flesh grows. Including the already shriveled cheeks, they also began to rebound slowly and even became rosy. 10 minutes later, the green light dissipated. Garura slowly opened his eyes. Namikaze Minato's eyes were already full of fear. He stumbled backwards. Master Bai Ye, what is this? He couldn't believe his eyes. It's just the resurrection of the dead, what's the big deal? Bai Ye's tone was very flat. The more bland the tone, the more jealous Namikaze Minato felt. Doesn't this mean that for Master Bai Ye, this is just an easy task? Bai Ye helped Ja Luluo to sit up. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. Her eyes gradually brightened. Lord Bai Ye. Moreover, Bai Ye was also recognized. Bai Ye nodded. Is there something wrong with your body? I'm just a little tired, as if I've slept for a long time. You did sleep for a long time. 400. Sorry, Lord Bai Ye, for causing you trouble. Garura lowered his head and spoke weakly. Hey, don't thank me, and don't apologize. Bai Ye waved his hand. Master Bai Ye, do you have any orders? Ja Ruo looked at him suspiciously. For a moment, a strange thought even occurred to her. If Bai Ye asks her to make a promise with her body, will she agree or not? Forget it, promise it. Such a handsome and strong man. Think here. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Yes, is it money for you? Garuro froze for a moment. To save your life, if I don't ask you to do something, it's not good, I'm afraid you will feel bad. Really, that would be wonderful. In his tone, he took it for granted. After a while, my mind turned around. This woman is quite conscious and saved him a lot of trouble. A blush came to her face. You won't suffer if you agree. What else can you want if you don't want money? Bai Ye gestured with his fingers. Bai Ye nodded in relief. Well, just give me this number. Yes, otherwise how do you want to repay me? Master Bai Ye, if you need anything, Garura can promise anything. Bai Ye nodded. 139. This relationship is unusual. If it's money, then I will go back and make preparations as soon as possible. Garura was a little disappointed. However, it feels a bit natural. How could such an excellent man like Lord Bai Ye easily ask a woman to give him a physical promise? By the way, Master Bai Ye, can you tell me about Sunagaku's current situation? Garura's heart gradually calmed down. She got up, got out of bed, and walked around the room, getting used to the body again. Is Chiyo-sama alright? Will the pool of blood still appear? Also, if possible, I would like to return to Sunagaku as soon as possible. Can you get someone from Sunagaku to pick me up? As Kazekage, she still cares about her village very much. But, these things don't matter to Bai Ye. Not to mention Sunagaku, even Konoha village, if it is destroyed, he will not have any special thoughts. So, he didn't have the patience to add Ruo Luo's inquiry, to explain. These things, you'd better communicate with Minato. Leaving this sentence behind, he carried his sword and went out. Namikaze Minato scratched his head. Lord Bai Ye can do as he pleases, he has learned it a long time ago. But, what an idol. Really handsome. Ahaha. Hello, I'm Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage of Konoha village. When he said this, Garura was stunned. The yellow-haired boy kept silent, and she thought it was an ordinary ninja accompanying him. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Hokage-sama from Konoha village. Hello, Lord Hokage. Since you're here, let's stop by and see how Kushina is doing. Bai Ye came to Kushina's ward with a heartbeat. But, when I came, I found out that the bed was empty. Only Shizune was here, packing up the modest salutes for her. Where did she go, Kushina? Ah, Master Bai Ye. Shizune quickly put down the things in his hands and saluted Bai Ye. Sister Kushina has been discharged from the hospital, and she is learning medical ninjutsu with Master Tsunade. By the way, she also said that if you want to find her, you can go to this address. Bai Ye took a thin piece of paper from Shizune's hand. There is an address written on it. Okay, I know it. Bai Ye turned to leave. Shizune held his beating heart and called out to him. Lord Bai Ye, Bai Ye turned around and looked at this shy little girl. What's wrong? Shizune talked for a long time, but still didn't express his heart. Just at this time, One-Yuan, holding the settlement receipt, entered the ward. The two looked at each other. Shizune was even more speechless. Everyone is a competitor. One-Yuan narrowed her eyes and stared at her for a long time. As a girl, she could see through Shizune's mind at a glance. Shizune sighed. Master Bai Ye, have a good journey. Okay, thank you. Bai Ye disappeared in place. One-Yuan walked up to Shizune and poked her blushing cheek intentionally. Shizune, you just wanted Bai Ye, right? How can I? Obviously there is. HMPH. Well, Lin, don't say any more. Shizune was overwhelmed with nervousness. Both girls have a great affection for Bai Ye. However, they all know very well that not everyone can walk into Bai Ye's heart. Therefore, the two of them have made an agreement that neither of them can confess to Bai Ye in advance. Unless, Bai Ye made his own choice. Is everything packed? Okay, it's time to go back. One-Yuan took the burden from Shizune and left the hospital with her. Konoha village, outskirts. Tsunade leaned against the big tree, looking at Kushina who was practicing medical ninjutsu not far away. Under Kushina's hand was a dying fish. It's already failed 4 times. What the hell are you thinking? Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore. She walked over to Kushina. Concentrate, Concentrate. Put all your spirit here. Kushina wiped the sweat from his brow. For some reason, she felt that her chakra was difficult to condense. It seems that some kind of force is preventing her from condensing chakra. Master Tsunade, I will continue to work hard, please give me some more time. Seeing her trying so hard, Tsunade sighed. Her eyes fell on Kushina's belly. Perhaps, the real reason why Kushina couldn't progress was the thing that was sealed in her stomach. She sighed, patted Kushina on the shoulder. Okay, let's stop here today. The master and apprentice were about to leave. Bai Ye suddenly appeared. Tsunade, Kushina, how are you practicing? Tsunade shrugged. Just as you see it. Bai Ye sighed helplessly when he saw the dead fish by the river. Is it really the right choice for Kushina to learn from Tsunade? So many days have passed, it seems that there is no progress. Kushina bowed her head in shame. Sorry, Mr. Bai Ye, I may be too stupid and always miss the point. Quote. Bai Ye touched her head. Seeing her sweating profusely, you can tell that she is not lazy. Perhaps it is because the power of the source of blood is sealed in the body, which makes it impossible to practice chakra normally and smoothly. Think here. His heart softened again. It's okay. Even if you can't learn it, you can learn something else. No, I can definitely learn it, even if it's for Mr. Bai Ye, I will work hard. Kushina said seriously. Seeing the interaction between the two of them, Tsunade frowned. This relationship is unusual, is there something wrong? Treated by Bai Ye, the three of them walked towards the barbecue shop together. After going far away, Kushina suddenly remembered that he had left something behind. My clothes are still there, I'll go get them back. While Kushina went back to get the clothes, hello Qian Wang. Tsunade poked Bai Ye's shoulder and asked in a low voice. Hey, kid, what's your relationship with her now? Bai Ye shouted. Does he still not understand what Tsunade is thinking? Old woman, do you care? Could it be because of jealousy? Bai Ye said deliberately. How about I touch your head too? Being teased so bluntly, Tsunade was so angry that he wanted to punch him. Bai Ye stopped her fist and forced her to withdraw it angrily. Smelly brat, I just want to remind you not to hurt a girl's heart. Tsunade was ashamed and angry. The tone of speech is very unnatural. You don't have to worry about that. This is about me and Kushina, it has nothing to do with you. Bai Ye's expression was flat and rainy. Although there was some strange feeling in his heart, he didn't take it seriously. In his view, this is at most just a relationship between close friends. Nothing to fuss about. Point 140 Stop kneeling, everyone. The country of the wind. Sunagaker. The news of Darula's resurrection spread here very quickly. Chio, who heard the news, was stunned. She can't believe it. Really, is this news absolutely true? She confirmed the news to the messenger over and over again. After getting an affirmative reply from the other party, she was already in tears. Bai Ye did it, right. Only Bai Ye of Konoha can bring the dead back to life. From this moment on, her admiration for Bai Ye has grown to a higher level. Immediately afterwards, she made an important decision. Let Bai Ye save Sunagaker no matter what the cost. The country of thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Bai Ye actually lifted the control on some civilians. How on earth is this done? Facing the information sent back, Raikage felt very panicked. He realized that Bai Ye has become stronger again. When the power of the origin of blood was suppressed to the extreme, such news came back, he was simply desperate. Could it be that I chose the wrong path? Actually, Bai Ye is the strongest. He began to question the origin of blood, this seemingly invincible power. Is it true invincibility? 613. If so, why are you repeatedly frustrated with Bai Ye? What are you thinking? Behind him, Madara's voice suddenly came. Uchiha Madara, standing in the pool of blood, was in a strange state. Uchiha Madara. Raikage stood up and took a few steps back. Bai Ye is a troublesome opponent, and so is Madara. I asked you to stare at Bai Ye, why are you still sitting here with the expression of seeing a ghost? Raikage's eyes darkened. I'm watching him. However, there is very bad news from Konoha. Immediately afterwards, Raikage told Madara about Bai Ye's release from the control of the origin of blood. Madara's expression also changed. He pondered for a moment. If that's the case, it's a really bad plan. Continue to investigate. I want to know how he did it. Uchiha Madara waved. The blood in the blood pool surged up. A young man whose whole body was covered in blood was sent out. Raikage looked at the boy a little strangely. Who is this? The peach field will not be cut again. Madara snorted coldly. He was ambitious, hungry for power, and willing to follow me. So, I took him in. Raikage was silent for a moment. He didn't know what Madara wanted him to do with such a child in his hands. Send him to Konoha village. Madara wakes up Zabujan and throws it in front of Raikage. There is no smell of blood on his body. As long as he behaves a little pitifully, the current 4th Hokage will definitely take him in. At that time, we can see more through the eyes of the 4th generation. The land of water, Kurigakure, 3rd Mizukage, has been imprisoned in this dark chamber for a long time. As Mizukage, he is a failure. However, it is also helpless. Uchiha Madara took over the place and exercised control over all the ninjas. People walking around, all lifeless. They are just walking dead, not complete people. The dirty rainwater is always full of the smell of blood. When will the rainy season end? He thought so, and closed his eyes again. He has no answer. Perhaps, only when the source of blood completely disappears from this ninja world, all nightmares will really end. The country of fire. Konoha village. Hey boy, are you okay? Namikaze Minato picked up such a masked boy on the street. The masked boy barely opened his eyes. Seeing Namikaze Minato, he was about to say something. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw a face that nearly knocked him out of his wits. Bai Ye. Oh, you know me. Bai Ye looked at him with a smile. Zabu-zan shook his head, then nodded again. Calf, in this ninja world, who doesn't know you? Ah, that would be such an honor. Bai Ye made a sudden move and shot at his heart. Immediately, a strange pain hit. No more beheading, the whole person fell to the ground. He covered his heart, panting with difficulty. It was as if something highly poisonous had penetrated into his heart. The pain is unbearable. For a moment, Zabu-zan could only roll his eyes and stare at Bai Ye resentfully. What kind of devil is this? Come up and give him a hand. I know you too. Don't kill me if you jump to the ground, kid. Bai Ye clapped his hands. Another quota of blood curse seal was spent. It really hurts a bit. Use less and less. I'm sorry, the limelight has been tight recently. Everyone who comes to my Konoha has to accept my investigation and control. Under Bai Ye's order, Zabujan was quickly sent to the cage under Konoha to receive Orochimaru's caring care. Namikaze Minato was a little puzzled by what he was doing. Even, feel a little cruel. However, considering the current chaotic situation, he also acquiesced to Bai Ye's behavior. Be careful, there is always nothing wrong. Master Bai Ye, the ninja school has just resumed classes, do you want to go and have a look? That's unnecessary, I want to go somewhere else. Then, I will arrange someone to escort you. No need. Bai Ye refused to follow Namikaze Minato. Was about to leave. Sudden, I saw many people coming from the entrance of the village. Headed by Chiyo and Tsuchikage, high-level officials from various countries bowed respectfully and said hello to him. Guys, do you miss me that much? It's pretty neat to come here. All the people I know are here. When Bai Ye saw these people, he knew that there must be troublesome things for him to do. As expected, Chiyo knelt down directly to him. Your Excellency Bai Ye, please help our village and save our villagers. The other high-ranking officials also knelt down one after another. What he said was similar to Chiyo. Please help us. Master Bai Ye, you are here. I saw so many people kneeling at the entrance of the village. Namikaze Minato was so surprised that he couldn't even close his mouth. What is happening? Bai Ye turned his face to the side and gave him a faint look. Fourth generation, what's going on? Ahaha. That, Lord Bai Ye, actually, I don't know very well. Minato thought, he didn't do anything. It was nothing more than telling Sunagaku to come over and take Karura back. Why even the people from Toin and Cloud Shinobi are here? In this situation, if Bai Ye turned around and left, letting them kneel down, that would be too heartless. The most important thing is that the reward Karura promised him has not been paid yet. If he leaves, who can ask for money? After thinking about it, he still helped Chiyo up. Minato smoothed things over. Everyone, whoever comes as a guest, let's go to Hokage's office. 141 If it's not relative, why not talk about money? Hokage office. Many people stood outside the door. As the party who took the initiative to visit, Tsuchikage, Chiyo and others have lowered their attitudes. As for Kazekage Garura, she sat upright like a primary school student, not daring to say a word. Okay, now, you can say your demands. Bai Ye looked at them with a smile. This look is a bit like looking at a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He was unwilling to agree to these people before, and he didn't even bother to discuss it because he didn't have enough cards. It's different now, he could indeed do something. Only, he never wanted to be a pure messiah. If these people can give enough rewards to make him feel excited, then he will be interested in doing this. Ja Luluo knew Bai Ye's temperament. Chiyo and Tsuchikage, and even 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, also knew a little about him. Those who don't understand him the least are those high-level officials from big countries who still have unrealistic fantasies. Master Bai Ye, as the savior of the entire ninja world, don't you want to do something for this ninja world? Now the power of the origin of blood is raging, whether it is a ninja or a civilian, it is involved. Everyone has worked too hard, please save them. Master Bai Ye, please. Bai Ye waved his hand, signaling them to shut up. Okay, I have heard the appeal. Well, what will you give me in return? Chiyo and Tsuchikage frowned upon hearing the reward. Ja Luluo sighed softly, not daring to say much, but secretly glanced at Bai Ye. Now that the war is raging, it is very difficult to survive. Where is there any extra money to pay Bai Ye? Since you all look like you have no money, then let's not talk about it. Bai Ye stood up. Minato, you figure it out, I'll go first. Seeing him leaving, Tsuchikage stopped him immediately. He knew that this would be the last chance Bai Ye gave them. If they can't come up with the exact reward, it will be very difficult to ask to see Bai Ye in the future. As for the reward, on behalf of Iwagakure, I can discuss it with you. I heard Onoki say that. Chiyo clenched the corner of her clothes tightly, and stood up to express her understanding. Sunagaku can also discuss with you. In Kurigakure of the Land of Water, there is no leader, and the high-level executives look at each other, showing a very distressed expression. A middle-aged man wearing a white cloth towel stood up and discussed with Bai Ye in a very humble tone. This, Lord Bai Ye, you know the situation of our country. Now that Mizukage-sama is dead or alive, we really can't pay much. However, we can work hard to save money, and even agree on arrears. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. At present, the country of water is the poorest among these big countries. After all, with their own Mizukage mysteriously missing, who can they rely on? Faced with these people's entreaties, Day and Night had no intention of letting them rely on them. Everyone is not relatives, so what are you talking about if you don't talk about money? Excuse me, I just want cash. And, I save people, and I charge by the head. Everyone, ask for this number. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers. Seeing the numbers Bai Ye gestured, everyone gasped. This is simply the mouth of a lion. Namikaze Minato was a little embarrassed. He is a man with a hero complex. With his personality, he likes to do things that save people for nothing. But, in front of Bai Ye, he dare not overstep. He could only tentatively hint to Bai Ye not to squeeze too hard. Master Bai Ye, in fact, we, Konoha, are not very poor now. Bai Ye turned his face and gave him a very flat look. Konoha is poor, what does it have to do with me? Then, what do you want so much money for? Minato also thought that Bai Ye was seeking benefits for Konoha village. I just like money, can't I? Bai Ye put his hand on Minato's shoulder. Don't worry, I will treat you to ramen when I receive their money. After about half an hour, the discussions finally came to fruition. Bai Ye resorted to his country as much as possible to squeeze them out. Looking at the stack of IOUs on the table, and even the redivision of map sections, Minato held his forehead and rubbed the space between his brows. This time, it has offended other countries miserably. After sending away these lifeless people, Minato suddenly said, Master Bai Ye, in fact, the reason you set these rules is because you can't completely save these people. 1 asking for flowers. 0. Bai Ye froze for a moment. This guy, pretty sharp, found it all. Of course, that's not the point. Even if he could save hundreds of people with a swing of his sword, he would still collect money. Minato took a deep breath. In his heart, the distorted image of Bai Ye had become brighter again. This middle school boy is willing to think about people in a good way. In his mind, Bai Ye did this to keep these people vigilant, not to let them relax. How well-intentioned it is. The control of the origin of blood is indeed not so easy to be released. Lord Bai Ye, you are really far-sighted. Please accept my admiration for you, Namikaze Minato said, bowing to Bai Ye. Bai Ye, brother, are you stupid? Outside Konoha village, Chio and his party were about to leave. Everyone is complaining. Bai Ye is really too much, asking for so much money. He little brat, did he make it clear that he doesn't want to save us? Just because we are not from Konoha, does he treat horses so differently? Chio paused in her footsteps. Okay, shut up. Her words represent absolute authority. Even if Bai Ye wants Sunagaku to return to Konoha, we can only agree to it temporarily. In order to survive, one must know how to endure. When Chio spoke to this point, everyone was silent. Looking back at Konoha village, Chio's eyes became deep. Although Bai Ye is far from the savior she imagined, it seems that he is getting closer and closer to the savior. To be able to find a way to release the control of the origin of blood in such a short period of time is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. And, the most important is, he also revived Raikage. For this alone, it is worth her remembering this kindness. Bai Ye, kid, it would be great if he could be available to me at Sunagaku. It's a pity that Konoha's White Fang took such a big advantage again. Chio sighed. Let's go everyone, we're going back to the village before it gets dark. At night, it's not very safe. 10. 142 Searching for new fusion materials. The land of water, Kurigakure. In a hidden cave, Uchiha Madara, the whole body is immersed in the blood pool. Above him, there is a huge blood cell. Among the blood cells, there is a huge tailed beast. If it weren't for the hateful Bai Ye, the matter of devouring the tailed beast would not have been so laborious. Madara slowly opened her eyes. Huge bloody hands lifted his body and sent him up slowly. He reached out and pulled 5 tails out of it. Come on. The moment 5 tails was detached from the blood cell, he regained consciousness. Its expression was angry. Uchiha Madara, tailed beast bomb condenses in its mouth. Gradually, there is even a tendency to go beyond body size. Uchiha Madara looked at it blankly. Still want to fight me? The tailed beast bomb was compressed into ultimate, and it seemed that 280 was about to push towards him. Bang! There was a loud bang. Tailed beast bomb crashed into a pool of blood. Although it failed to cause an earth-shattering explosion, the blood in the blood pool splashed out and most of it disappeared in an instant. The struggle of 5 tails caused the other tailed beasts in the blood cell to also become unstable. Madara could only draw out the little power left in the blood pool and use it to suppress them. Damn beast. Madara was very helpless. He clearly felt that his strength was too severely restricted. Now he can't even grab 5 tails in front of him. If you force the fusion, it will explode this body. It seems that we can only wait. He had to send 5 tails back to the blood cell again. The country of thunder, Cloud Shinobi village. The situation on Madara's side is not optimistic. As for Raikage, he also fell into the embarrassing situation of being suppressed. During this time, the red clouds that spread over Cloud Shinobi village also faded a lot. Many civilians fled to other countries in the dark. There are even some who fled to the Big Spit. These bastards have completely forgotten how Bai Ye treated them. As Raikage, they don't want to rely on him, they want to rely on the tyrant instead. What a stupid commoner. Anger makes him often in a state of rage. During this time, he has changed several residences. Even rocky mountains were shattered by him a lot. Konoha village. Bai Ye sat cross-legged in the secret room, closed his eyes, thinking about the materials that could be used to refine the sword next. The natural teeth have already come out, so it's time to do something else. But what else can I get? The power of the source, the Katsuyu clone, and, by the way, how did I forget that? He took out the Zyuji horn. I played with it in my hands. Tisk, this thing, even if it is integrated into the killing sword, it will not help. It's just a lie detector after all. What good things can come out of it? Although he didn't have much hope for this, Bai Ye opened the panel on the stove coupon to check the possible melting effect. Add special fusion material, Shejujao, which can produce enchanting effects. Produce a lie detection effect. There is a certain probability that the weapon can produce wisdom. This material is non-magical, and the probability of successful modification is high. This attribute. Bai Ye shook his head speechlessly. Sure enough, it did not exceed his expectations, it was tasteless. His killing sword already has wisdom now, does it still need it to open up wisdom? So, he decisively gave up this option. Besides this, I also have the Panlong ring. Let me see, what will be the effect of fusing this? Saying that, Day and Night took out the Panlong ring. Add the special type of fusion material, Panlong ring, which can produce enchanting effects. Attack power increase. Since the material is full of magic, there is a high probability of equipment damage. It can be repaired with the repair function. Bai Ye shook his head helplessly. This thing also does not belong to the range that he can control. It seems that as long as it is beyond his control, it is difficult to be integrated. None of these things are useful. He had to put them back together. The next fusion will take some time. Should I be out and about during this time? Thinking of this, Bai Ye moved out of the secret room. Go see the progress of Orochimaru's experiment. Using the Flying Thunder God again, he made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory. Mr. Bai Ye, Orochimaru doesn't seem to be very busy today. When Bai Ye arrived here, he was lying on the experimental table, holding the corpse motionless. Take a closer look. Point 0. He also had catheters all over his body. Blood-red liquid was flowing in the catheter. Seeing Bai Ye approaching him, he slowly opened his eyes. Then, spread out your palms. With a human head and a snake body, he slipped out of his palm and fell to the ground. Orochimaru, I really can't get used to your disgusting appearance. Bai Ye frowned. His hands were on the hilt of the sword. Orochimaru on the ground, covered in slime. After writhing on the ground for a while, he regained his human body. He stood up and glanced at himself lying on the experimental table behind him. All snakes have to shed their skin, Mr. Bai Ye. His voice was still so magnetic. Bai Ye randomly picked a chair and sat down. How's the experiment going? It's still going on. Orochimaru spread his hands. As you can see, I'm trying to use my body as a totem to let more people accept my control. Bai Ye frowned. Is this Orochimaru, planning to completely reproduce a new demon totem? Is this kind of thing really possible? If Orochimaru can really do that, perhaps, it's time to really fight the demon totem head-on. Thinking of this, he looked at Orochimaru differently. By the way, are there any new samples of the previous experiment? Bai Ye asked. Orochimaru remembered the face soaked in blood. For a while, I really felt some nostalgia. Such a pure evil product never appeared again in the subsequent experiments. I just gave it to Mr. Bai Ye, and I feel a little distressed. Mr. Bai Ye, this kind of sample is not always available. With that said, he walked towards the shelf next to the experimental table. Then, 2 test tubes were removed from it. Bai Ye noticed. The contents of these 2 test tubes are not quite like blood. One is transparent and the other is pale green. What is this? Bai Ye was quite confused. In fact, judging by his intuition, this is very likely to be the product of the origin of blood. However, they are obviously different from the previous products. Orochimaru put them on the reagent rack in front of Bai Ye. His smile is meaningful. Mr. Bai Ye, want to know how they come from? 143 Uchiha Sasuke. Bai Ye drew out the sword at his waist. The tip of the sword, pointed at Orochimaru's nose. Don't play word games with me, Orochimaru. My temper is not very good. Orochimaru immediately raised his hands in surrender. Thinking of Bai Ye's threat to him before, he was indeed apprehensive. This young man can kill without blinking an eye. He didn't think that after Bai Ye killed him, he would kindly save him. Mr. Bai Ye, do you still remember the 2 previous sealing experiments? During those 2 experiments, whether it was Nagato or Uzumaki Kushina, they both lost a lot of blood and entered a state of near death. After being rescued by Mr. Bai Ye, the blood in their bodies has the property of changing. Especially, Uzumaki Kushina. Orochimaru didn't dare to keep it secret, and directly explained the whole story. Bai Ye frowned even more when he heard this. Then, in your judgment, what are these things? It's a product. Orochimaru spread his hands. To be precise, it's a purified product. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru expressed his inference. 4 elephant seal, whether successful or not, 20 will weaken the power of the demon totem. The reason is that it can purify part of the dirty blood. The product after being purified is not even blood, but some other substance. This is probably the real body of God. Orochimaru put the booklet recording the experimental data in front of Bai Ye. Then, he announced the most important conclusion he has obtained so far. The power dispersed from the origin of blood is part of the whole. The main body and the avatar are both prosperous, and all are damaged, and the missing parts cannot be regenerated. If you want to defeat the whole of it, the best way is to break it one by one and purify it. Orochimaru's conclusion gave Bai Ye hope of success. In the dimly lit laboratory, the lights flickered. Bai Ye sat opposite Orochimaru. From Orochimaru, I got a lot of incredible sounding information day and night. The demon totem is obviously evolving. From the beginning, it only knew how to save the grandpa with gourd baby, until now, it even knows how to sneak attack, use, and even dodge. Its wisdom may have surpassed that of ordinary people. Even, it can be described as insidious and cunning. How terrifying is an opponent like this? Mr. Bai Ye, don't you wonder where the power of the origin of blood comes from? Is it from otherworld, different space, or is it from pure land? Orochimaru's smile was rather deep. In my opinion, there is no absolutely invincible existence in this world. If it seems invincible, it must be because it hides its weaknesses too well. Bai Ye agreed with these words. In fact, he also thought more than once, whether he imagined the other party too strong. If you can know its exact origin, then you can copy it, or destroy it. Bai Ye said with some insight. What Mr. Bai Ye said is exactly what I want to say. Orochimaru is indeed a figure who is at the forefront of technology in the entire ninja world. Bai Ye suddenly realized that this mad scientist might save the entire One-Yuan. That's all for now. Bai Ye put down the sword in his hand. Very well, Orochimaru, your information is very valuable. He unabashedly admired the mad scientist. Continue to study. As he spoke, Bai Ye grabbed the 2 reagent tubes in front of him. As for this, I'll take it with me. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared in place. Country of soup, pool of blood. A ball of light suddenly appeared above the demon totem. In the photosphere, there are some fragmented fluorescent lights floating. It poked its bloody hand into it and read the contents of the light sphere. After a while, the entire ball of light fell into the pool of blood. Is this the world after many years? The sound of the demon totem, very close to Uchiha Madara. This is the result after he took Madara's body. Unfortunately, I can't see it very clearly. Only a few fragments were captured. If I could get more. 2 days later. Plus, ninja school. The teacher led a boy with short black hair and blue short sleeves into the classroom. Children, we are going to welcome a new classmate today. Okay, please introduce yourself. The boy turned his head and wrote his name on the blackboard. Uchiha Sasuke. It's from the Uchiha family. Haven't the Uchiha family been exterminated? Hey, shut up, don't discuss this matter. Obito, who was sitting on the seat, was originally drowsy. Now, hearing the people around him discussing Uchiha, he instinctively raised his head. Seeing the little man standing on the podium, he couldn't help but shout. Although he is wearing the clothes with the Uchiha clan's family glory on it, who knows if he is really a Uchiha clan member? Seeing that he is about my age, if he is really a member of Uchiha's tribe, there is no reason for me not to know him. Obito was puzzled. Sasuke's eyes also fell on Obito. Then, he gave a meaningful smile. This provocative smile made Obito immediately want to beat him up. He slapped the table and stood up. Hey, brat, are you arrogant? One-Yuan pulled Obito's clothes and motioned him to sit down. In the classroom, the children roared with laughter. With 010 soil, his face turned red immediately. One-Yuan looked at him helplessly, and silently moved aside. Obito lowered his head and approached her slowly. One-Yuan stopped him. Okay, keep a distance from me. The person I like is Master Bai Ye, don't you know? HMPH, it's Lord Bai Ye again, and he doesn't like you. Obito was very upset, just when he was depressed. This kid, Uchiha Sasuke, had walked up to him, and sat down in the empty seat next to him. Are you really from Uchiha? The other party ignored him. Why have I never seen you? The other party still ignored him. Who are your parents? The other party still ignored him. Obito, who was ignored one after another, patted the table wolfily. Then, he started threatening each other. Stinky boy, your origin is unknown, you must be locked up by Master Bai Ye. HMPH, after school, I'll go and tell Mr. Bai Ye that you, pretending to be a member of the Uchiha clan, sneaked into the school. The voice just fell. Sasuke suddenly turned his face sideways, revealing a pair of blood-colored Sharingan. You, very noisy. Stared at by these eyes, Obito felt as if he was about to suffocate. He gasped and lowered his head. Just at that moment, I seemed to be stared at by a wild beast. He was terrified. 144 children of unknown origin. The new classmate, Uchiha Sasuke, doesn't fit in at all. But, because of his handsome appearance, he still captured the hearts of many girls. Certainly, if compared with Master Bai Ye is still more popular. After all, he is a godlike figure who can stop 10,000 with one. On the night when Uchiha Sasuke entered school, the teacher who taught ninjutsu informed Bai Ye of the student's situation. When Bai Ye heard the name, he was stunned. Uchiha Sasuke. He took a piece of information from the teacher. Looking at the familiar face in the photo, his eyelids twitched. It's really Uchiha Sasuke. It's only Konoha's 38 years now. Sasuke will grow up to be this big, at least 20 years later, right? And, most importantly, Sasuke's parents are both dead now. Are you kidding me? Did I save Uchiha with a swing of my sword? This kind of thing that is not good for me at all doesn't seem like I would do it. Bai Ye couldn't figure it out. He decided to go and see for himself, where this child named Sasuke came from. The night is as cool as water. Moonlight. Sasuke walked towards the quiet and deserted home. In his hands, he was carrying 2 fish that had just been caught from the river. Bai Ye, and the ninjutsu teacher, both followed behind Sasuke. I once asked him who his parents were, and he said he couldn't remember. The teacher said. Bai Ye thought to himself, it's probably not that he doesn't remember, but that he can't say it, or dare not say it. If someone knows, his parents Makoto and Fugaku, that person knows there is something wrong. Sasuke built a fire in the garden, put the clean fish on the fire, and grilled it. Isn't such a small child afraid to live alone in such a place? Bai Ye turned his face and glanced at the teacher. There is nothing to be afraid of. The living are more terrifying than the dead. After Sasuke finished eating the 2 half-baked grilled fish, Bai Ye walked into the courtyard, facing him directly. Who are you? Sasuke obviously didn't know Bai Ye, and there was confusion in his eyes. However, he has already made a defensive posture, and pulled out nothing. Bai Ye raised his hand and shot out a bone nail, knocking the opponent's kunai to the ground. His pupils changed shape. Sasuke, who was looking at him, immediately passed out. Send him to Orochimaru. Master Bai Ye, such a small child, can't he? Bai Ye smiled coldly. Then, if you don't send him there, I'll kill him right now, how about that? The teacher in charge lowered his head. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Bai Ye said that if he wanted to kill someone, he would really kill someone. He had no choice but to step forward and subdue Sasuke. Save the child's life for now. Bai Ye followed the 2 people, one big and one small, along the way. He wanted to see if this little Sasuke would kill the teacher instead. From his body, you can't feel the original history area. If I could feel it, I would have been able to spot him as early as the moment he appeared. It's very weak. Even with a Sharingan, it can be crushed to death with one hand. Until the 2 of them entered the basement. Sasuke didn't make any obvious acts of resistance either. Everything seems to be going well. The next morning, at the entrance of Konoha village, 2 children who were about the same age as Sasuke appeared. A child with long sakura-colored hair, wearing a pink dress and a slightly wide forehead. Another child, with white eyes and short black hair that reaches the ears, is also a girl. They also don't know who their family members are, and they don't know why they are here. They only remember their names. My name is Haruno Sakura. My name is Hyuga Hinata. Jonin, who was in charge of guarding at the entrance of the village, spotted them immediately. Forget about this child named Haruno Sakura. Hyuga Hinata is obviously a child of the Hyuga family. Hyuga clan, is there such a child? They looked at each other, unable to understand such a thing. After all, neither Haruno Sakura nor Hyuga Hinata are characters that can appear at this point in time. Their parents don't even know each other. After Bai Ye received the news, he rushed here immediately. Someone who shouldn't be in this era appeared again. Bai Ye clenched his fists. With a heavy heart, on Orochimaru's side, there are already results of the investigation on Uchiha Sasuke who appeared yesterday. That is an ordinary child, and indeed a descendant of Uchiha. However, most of his memory is missing. He doesn't know who his parents are, or how he came to this village, he just remembers that he is still in Jonin's school. They also don't have the power of the origin of blood, and, presumably, even if they are arrested and investigated, they will not find useful information. Facing these abnormal situations, Bai Ye felt quite at a loss for a while. First Sasuke, then Haruno Sakura, then Hinata. Next, who will it be? Bai Ye frowned. Will it be the protagonist of the original book, Uzumaki Naruto? At the same time, similar situations are still developing in other ninja villages. In this short period of 2 or 3 days, such inexplicable children also appeared in their village. At Bai Ye's request, all other major ninja villages put these children of unknown origin under house arrest. Mr. Bai Ye, things seem to be getting more troublesome. Because of this sudden increased research load, Orochimaru has been very busy. The children were imprisoned here, which also attracted the dissatisfaction of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Tsunade. Bai Ye, you can't do this. They are just children, and they are not controlled by the power of the origin of blood, you can't always imprison them like this. At least let them out in the sun. Of course, please. The opinions of these 2 people, in Bai Ye's opinion, are worthless. He is not someone who will soften his hands just because of a few words from others. He has a habit of nipping potential dangers in the bud. For a while, Tsunade has no choice but to ask Kurenai Yuhi to intercede for these children. Yuhi Hong shook her head. I believe Mr. Bai Ye, he will not hurt these children for no reason. This girl is completely centered on Bai Ye. As for what Bai Ye did, no matter how excessive it was, in her opinion, it was the right thing to do. There was nothing Tsunade could do with her. Turn around and go to beg Uzumaki Kushina again. Mr. Bai Ye's doing this is indeed a little too much. That's what Uzumaki Kushina said, but she didn't intend to intercede for those children. Since they are children of unknown origin, it is very likely that they are blood avatars. Letting them out at will may cause great danger. 145 Where did Naruto go? Come out from Kushina's house. Tsunade let out a long sigh. She finally realized that Bai Ye's charisma had completely captured the hearts of these women. In any case, it is impossible to rely on them to persuade Bai Ye. As for convincing Bai Ye by her own strength, it is also impossible. Why would Bai Ye care what she thinks? A child of unknown origin. She looks up at the sky. The cold wind hit her face, making her mood dull. Speaking of which, it's really strange. Konoha village, the residence of the Hyuga clan. Among the children who appeared recently was a little child named Hyuga Hinata. Several elders of the Hyuga family sat face to face, discussing what happened recently. Shall I send someone to look at it? I still can't. That's something Lord Bai Ye expressly forbids. The elders sighed. In the end, I was still afraid of Bai Ye's bad name. This person seemed to be ruthless to the extreme. If he wanted to save someone, he would have to pay a high price. Not to mention asking someone from him. If it's really our Hyuga's child, it should be brought back. Never let supercilious eyes fall into the hands of outsiders. 053. The patriarch spoke like this. The others lowered their heads and remained silent. Easy to say, who dares to ask Bai Ye VIP? Even the patriarch himself may not have the courage. Konoha Shinobi School. Bai Ye suddenly appeared here, startling Obito who was peeping at Yi Yellen. Master Bai Ye. Obito bowed his head guiltily. Although he had already decided to keep a distance from Yuan Yellen, he still couldn't help but want to secretly pay attention to her. Now, being caught by Bai Ye, he felt a little apprehensive. How will Bai Ye deal with him? After more than 10 minutes, Bai Ye brought Obito to the barbecue restaurant. Obito was just plain stupid. What is Bai Ye trying to do? Maybe he still plans to invite him to lunch. Did anything happen at school recently? Bai Ye handed him the menu, really planning to treat him to dinner. Obito was trembling and did not dare to order. After a while, he opened his mouth slowly and said, Lord Bai Ye, if you have anything you want to ask, just say it. Are you not hungry? No. Not hungry. Just after saying this, Obito's stomach growled unsatisfactorily. Bai Ye shook his head speechlessly. I'm not a monster. As for seeing me, I'm too scared to eat. I know you're not a monster, but what? I was just peeking at Lin, I admit it, I'm sorry. Obito put his head low. Like Yuan Yellen, he thinks it should be a kind of taboo. Hearing what he said, Bai Ye felt even more speechless. Okay, it's not a big deal. It would be outrageous if he killed someone just because he took a look at Lin. What's more, now that Bai Ye has found him, there are more important things to do. Confirming that Bai Ye would not do anything to him, Obito let out a long sigh of relief. Recently, there is nothing special in the school, just a new classmate. What's his name? Uchiha Sasuke. However, he asked for leave the next day. The other students are also the same, lifeless, nothing special. The roast was served. Obito swallowed, and stretched out his chopsticks without hesitation. It's so fragrant. After eating, Bai Ye settled the bill and sent him back to school. Everything is normal, and I haven't heard of any bloody incidents in any ninja village. Recently, it must have been too quiet. The quieter it is, the more dangerous Bai Ye feels. Feel free to move. He went straight to Tang Country. This place, if possible, he really would not want to visit at all. But, this time, he felt that it would be better to check the situation himself. However, when he came here, he was stunned. The surrounding landscape has changed a lot. What used to be hills has now become a river. Even the trees that were only half the height of a person have grown into towering trees now. All of this is as if someone pressed the time fast-forward button here, causing this place to enter the world 20 years later. What the hell is? Bai Ye had doubts in his heart. He took a few steps forward, but when he was about to approach the cave, he encountered strong resistance. Things that are clearly in front of you, but now, you can't touch them with your hands. The origin of blood has not been a demon recently, could it be? Think about what happened recently. Bai Ye has a very absurd but very possible speculation. Could it be that it went to another time and space with the help of some kind of technique that can travel through time and space? For example, in Boruto, the treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, the plow, can travel through time and space. As for whether there are also treasures that can travel through time and space here, Bai Ye doesn't know. However, there are white spots to be sure. The demon totem was indeed severely injured by the seal of the four images, and began to evade actively. After returning from Tang Country, Bai Ye learned new news from 4th Hokage. Another group of people who lost their memory appeared at the entrance of the village. These people are not people with names and surnames in the original plot, but ordinary civilians. Bai Ye also had them detained. Observed for a period of time. Due to the sudden increase in the number of villagers, the underground cage gradually became crowded. The children had to be huddled together in the same cage. Sasuke, Small Sakura, Hinata and others, all sat with their knees hugged against the wall. Their wills are depressed. In the nearby cage, civilians shouted, accusing Bai Ye of atrocities. Why lock us up? We are from Konoha village too. This Hokage deserves it, what a shame. Certainly, if the devil totem has any conspiracy, he can also use this opportunity to find some signs. Master Bai Ye, for the sake of my request, can you release some of the villagers who are not in danger? Namikaze Minato found Bai Ye again, trying to persuade him to let these people out. He decided to release Konoha's 12 Xiaoqiang first. New people appear every day, some even come from famous families. No one will care about their complaints. Bai Ye was even a little skeptical. Lord Bai Ye, if this continues, something may happen. Bai Ye pointed to Sasuke and the others. Was it because of his intervention that Naruto wasn't born at all? Bai Ye glanced at him lightly. Minato, bring those children to me first. Think about it. What puzzles him is that until now, no trace of Uzumaki Naruto has been found, and the 12 Xiaoqiang has also become the 11 Xiaoqiang. I wanna go home, I wanna hang out, I'm done. He has to please the villagers and Bai Ye. 146 Adoption Haruno Sakura. Konoha Village. The Hyuga clan. The little girl brought back from the dungeon came before the patriarch under the leadership of the elders at home. Hyuga Hinata. Well, the name is not bad. Hiyashi nodded. He held out his hand and waved to Hinata. Come here, little girl. Hinata walked towards him timidly. She, who lost her memory, didn't even know that the man in front of her was her father. As for Hyuga Hiyashi, I don't know that this girl is his future daughter. The blood connection between the two made them get acquainted quickly. You can stay here from now on, we can get along in the name of father and daughter. Hiyashi said so. Hinata nodded. Okay, but because, not long, a little boy named Hyuga Neji was sent from the dungeon. Seeing the shape of the curse mark on his forehead, Hiyashi frowned. This is the seal of the branch house, and it cannot be lifted until the person dies. In other words, is this the child of the branch house? It's an incredible thing. The origins of these children made Hiyashi, the head of the family, very worried. Obviously, these two children are descendants of their Hyuga clan. But who are their parents? At the same time, Konoha's other famous families also claimed their descendants one after another. Although everyone does not know each other, there are actually many ways to verify the blood of these children. Especially the blood succession limit. That is the best proof of identity. Of course, in addition to blood successor limit, each family also has its own unique ninjutsu, which cannot be easily imitated. For example, the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka family, and the shadow imitation technique of the Nara family. To perform ninjutsu, just confirm it a little bit. Some of the remaining children are unclaimed due to family reasons. They are temporarily taken in by 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Sasuke, you come with me. And you, Haruno Sakura, Tiantian. You stay with me for now. Needless to say, Namikaze Minato is a good guy. But, Sasuke refused to take him in. I do not need your sympathy. I'm not a child without a home. While speaking, he ran away. Haruno Sakura and Tiantian looked at each other. The two of them still don't quite understand Sasuke's stubbornness. Although he looks handsome, isn't this too ignorant? Tiantian frowned. Ah, yes, Haruno Sakura agreed, seeing that there were only two girls left. Namikaze Minato is not good at taking them both back. After all, he's a bachelor now. You have to avoid suspicion. He stood by the window of Hokage's office, looking down. I happened to see Tsunade passing by with a flagon. He waved quickly. Master Tsunade. Tsunade looked up and gave him a drunken look. Master Tsunade, if it's convenient, can you come up? Tsunade held out a finger and waved a wish in front of Namikaze Minato. I'm going to drink now. If there's anything, tell me later. Namikaze Minato rubbed between his brows. A very helpless expression on his face. Tsunade-sama is also really drunk in broad daylight. However, soon, he saw that Master Tsunade disappeared in place. When she reappeared, she was already in his office. Behind her, stood Lord Bai Ye. Old woman, what do you look like now? Bai Ye took her hip flask. Then, he let go of her in disgust. This woman is getting more and more outrageous. Leave me alone. Tsunade's eyes were hazy, stretched out a finger and poked Bai Ye's chest. You don't like me, why do you care about me? BB. In front of the child, what do you like or not like? HMPH, brat. Tsunade bit his lip, aggrieved. I don't know if I was really drunk or pretended to be drunk. She staggered towards the Hokage seat. Lie down on the table. Say sleep and fall asleep. Haruno Sakura and Tiantian, two girls, looked at Tsunade with scared expressions. If you follow such an adult, you will starve them to death. This is too unorthodox. I'm really worried about entrusting these two children to such a Tsunade-sama. Namikaze Minato sighed. In fact, this is what Bai Ye wanted to say. In that case, leave them to Kushina temporarily. Kushina is a very good candidate. Namikaze Minato endorsed Bai Ye's statement. Not long. Zero looking for flowers. Bai Ye brought Kushina over. Kushina is a kind and good woman. She naturally agreed to things like taking care of people. Leave it to me and rest assured. In her opinion, it is a great honor to be able to share some sorrows for Mr. Bai Ye. After settling these children, Bai Ye is still very worried. He always travels to Tang country from time to time, trying to find out the root cause of these changes. But, nothing. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he has never appeared. In the village, the day is peaceful and peaceful. Except for Bai Ye, everyone seems to have breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, perhaps, the scourge of the origin of blood is over. The night is as cool as water. 0. Bai Ye stood alone on the hillside, looking far and near. The killing sword was right in his hand, and there was no reaction at all. It's quiet. It is precisely this kind of silence that makes Bai Ye feel uncomfortable. The power of the origin of blood seems to have really disappeared from this world. Did it really go after 20 years? Thinking of these things, Bai Ye felt a heavy heart. As the disaster progresses, it will inevitably become a bigger disaster. I really can't figure it out. Mention this sweepstakes. A person who can fish out good things from the prize pool again and again is still human. I hope it is a good thing that can come in handy. Thinking of tomorrow's lottery draw, Bai Ye also thought of the sword refining materials. The system draws a lottery, and it doesn't give good things every time. However, what materials should be used to achieve this effect? What makes him feel powerless is that he does not have the ability to travel through time and space now, and he has no idea what will happen in the future. The power of origin, Katsuyu Shibone Forest. What's next? Once a week, we still have to make the most of it. The lottery will be drawn in a few hours. What kind of treasure will I be given? Now, we can only pin our hopes on the system. Bai Ye was both happy and worried. Now Bai Ye really wants the ability to travel through time and space, even if it is only for a short time. Sometimes, the things given are really tasteless, either they look like toys, or they are useless. However, this is also the norm for sweepstakes. That's a dog holder. How about everything? Let's go back to tomorrow. 147 Power of time and space. Ding, reminder, the current remaining number of instant kills in the lottery draw, 1 inch. The sound of the system came as expected. After a sleepless night, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes. Insomnia is really uncomfortable. However, the most uncomfortable thing is waiting. Whenever it was time to prepare for the lottery draw, he was a little too excited to settle down. This is also human nature. Bai Ye took a deep breath and took out coins from his pocket. Let's start the lottery. The turntable turns. The colorful prizes made Bai Ye dazzled. Just a casual glance, he saw several things he wanted. It's a pity that the pointer flew past them quickly and didn't stop at all. Call. Which one belongs to him? Slowly stop with the pointer. Bai Ye saw what looked like an old-fashioned clock. 387. Did you really give me the props to travel through time and space? Bai Ye was overjoyed. He quickly took out the reward. Touched. It feels terrible. The iron sheet on it is rusty and uneven. Pick it up a little harder, and the iron filings fall off all over the floor. It doesn't look advanced at all. Bai Ye suddenly felt a little ominous. Could this be another toy? At this time, the sound of the system sounded. Ding, congratulations on winning the prize, the alarm clock that has been discarded for 20 years. Immediately afterwards, the system also pops up related introductions. Abandoned alarm clock for 20 years. It looks like an ordinary alarm clock, because it has been buried in the ground for a long time. The main parts have been damaged and lost its proper function. This is not as good as a toy. Isn't this a scam? When Bai Ye saw this sentence, he almost couldn't help crushing it. But, take it all out. He remained patient and continued to read. Note. This object is affected by the distortion of time and space, and was forced to travel through time and space to Konoha for 38 years, and it contains strong power of time and space. This item is applicable to the repair, restoration, and transformation functions in the stove coupon of Linus Blacksmith Shop. Seeing the follow-up notes, Bai's mood changed again. He breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it, this is a fusion material. He quickly opened the related functions of the stove coupon. Then, I saw the possible fusion effect above. Add special fusion material, 20-year-old alarm clock, which can produce enchanting effects. Produce time-space distortion effect. That is, there is a certain probability that time-space distortion will be generated when using swordsmanship to attack, tearing the opponent. There is a certain probability that time fruit will be fused directly. This material is non-magical, and the probability of successful modification is high. This effect is so cool, underestimate it. Bai Ye became excited instantly. Time fruit is a good thing. The wife of Wanokuni Moonlight Odin is a time fruit capable person, who can travel through time, spanning 20 years. If he can directly fuse the fruit of time, then he can find the hiding place of the devil totem in minutes. However, the fusion operation is also full of uncertainties. Bai Ye thought of the situation when the natural teeth were fused before. He even had some doubts that he could be considered heaven-defying luck if he was able to successfully integrate for the second time. Not every fusion is successful. I'm going to be prepared to fight a protracted war. Think here. His excited mood calmed down a little. Let's try the first fusion first. He took out the killing sword and threw it into the stove together with the alarm clock that had been abandoned for 20 years. The light in the stove flickered on and off. With a dull sound, all is at peace. The killing sword fell slowly from the furnace. Did you make it? Bai Ye reached out to touch the hilt of the sword. Ding. The equipment modification has been completed. Although the hint said that the modification had been completed, in Bai Ye's view, the blade hadn't changed much. Check out the stove coupon. The enchantment is complete, and the time-space distortion effect has been produced. The current probability of producing time-space distortion is 1 in 10,000. In other words, there is only one probability of swinging the sword 10,000 times, and the time and space are distorted, directly tearing the opponent apart. Bai Ye shook his head helplessly. If his sword is just an ordinary sword without any buffing effect, isn't this 1 in 10,000 chance the same as nothing? Moreover, now, how can there be any enemy who can survive being hacked 10,000 times by him? He can kill thousands of troops with one swing of his sword. Hey, talking is better than nothing, so let's accept it for now. Bai Ye put away the sword. Point 0. It seems that in order to obtain the time fruit, it will take quite a while to prepare. Bai Ye also thought clearly. Good things are often hard won. Even in the world of One Piece, the timing of the time fruit appearing is very late. It can be seen that it is a very rare existence. As soon as he put the sword on his waist, he suddenly had a strange idea. What will happen if I use the modified killing sword to kill that strange barrier in the Tang Kingdom? The untouchable scenery is probably the distorted space-time. Once this idea appeared, Bai Ye felt like he had discovered a secret. Suddenly excited, worth a try, his heart moved at will, and he immediately went to Tang Country. Everything here is still the same as what he saw before. He drew his sword. When approaching this scenery, the killing sword began to emit a halo. It was a rather strange light. Bai Ye can't describe its mystery in words, but simply thinks that it is the materialized time. Looking at it, there will be an illusion of being swallowed by it at any time. Here, sure enough, it is the distorted space-time. Bai Ye swung his sword slowly. The killing sword slashed on this untouchable barrier, as if slashed in a viscous and heavy liquid, and it had to be very difficult to pull it out. Isn't it too much effort? 2.2 With his arm strength, it is so difficult to draw the sword. This is obviously unreasonable. However, Bai Ye became more and more interested in it. He felt the tremor of the killing sword. It's exciting. It seems that you can get what you want from it. Since you can gain something, you must persevere. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and started to slash for the second time. After a full hour, Bai Ye was already sweating profusely. The killing sword is getting heavier and heavier. However, he heard the system beep. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the power of time and space. 1 hour, only harvested a little. Bai Ye let out a long breath of foul air. You have to plan slowly. He rested for a while before preparing to start the second round of slashing. 148 Is this a hint from Mr. Bai Ye? Bang bang bang, accompanied by bursts of slight popping sounds. Bai Ye stopped his sword-swinging hand. Another whole day has passed since the first round of slashing. He's already been prompted 6 times. Now, the power of time and space accumulated in the killing sword has reached 9%. Too tired. Bai Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead. After chopping this without sleep, even the muscles in the arms have become stronger. He felt that he had to rest for a while. This moment, in the dead of night, looking at the bright moon in the distance, he couldn't help thinking of his hometown. The influence of the power of time and space seemed to have some changes in his state of mind. He remembered many small things, even thought of my own childhood. For a moment, Bai Ye returned to Konoha village. At the entrance of the village, he spotted Uzumaki Kushina who was hanging out with the children. It's so late, why are you still wandering outside? Bai Ye walked towards her. Kushina smiled sheepishly. Little Sakura said that it is too boring to stay at home all the time, and I want to come out and have a look. Right now, the village is relatively peaceful, and I think there should be nothing serious at 20. Haruno Sakura followed behind Kushina timidly. From time to time, he raised his head and glanced at Bai Ye. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks. So this is what Sister Kushina said, the hero who saved the entire ninja world. Haruno Sakura thought secretly. She thinks that Bai Ye is really handsome. It's unbelievable to be a ninja hero at such a young age. Little Sakura, don't you like Master Bai Ye? Yamanaka Ino, who was on the sidelines, poked Haruno Sakura's waist. In her eyes, there is wisdom that sees through everything. HMPH, I advise you not to wishful thinking. Where is it? Do you think you can hide it from me? Haruno Sakura covered her face and turned away. Ino looked at her with a smile. There are countless girls who like Mr. Bai Ye. Do you have a chance of winning with a wide forehead? Then you, an ugly girl, have no chance of winning. Haruno Sakura folded her arms and glared at Ino angrily. Obviously everyone likes Master Bai Ye very much, why can't she like it? What? How dare you call me an ugly girl? Ino was about to punch her. Haruno Sakura used a little cunning to hide behind Bai Ye and grabbed the hem of his clothes. Master Bai Ye, help me, she is going to kill me. Hey, Haruno Sakura, what are you talking about? Giggle, you ugly girl with a broad forehead, come here. The two of them quarreled with each other separated by Bai Ye. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Children's hands are often dirty. Now, there are 2 small palm prints on his clothes. Kushina understood Bai Ye's temper. Seeing Bai Ye frowned, she pulled the 2 noisy girls away. You 2 stinky girls. Kushina punched, one by one. I said it before I came out, you must never be rude to Master Bai Ye, have you forgotten it? Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, who were beaten up, held their heads, tears streaming down their faces. Bai Ye looked at the scene in front of him. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm taking a child with me. Can't help but burst out laughing. Kushina rarely saw Bai Ye's normal smile, and for a while, she was fascinated. Mr. Bai Ye, is there anything funny? No, I just think that if you become a mother, you will be a good mother. Bai Ye said something ambiguous like this. Kushina immediately thought too much. Is this a hint to her? Thinking of this, her face flushed instantly. Mr. Bai Ye, if you want a child. However, before she finished speaking, Bai Ye had already walked away. Watching Bai Ye disappear at the end of the bazaar, Kushina couldn't help taking a deep breath. What did she just say? Mr. Bai Ye, definitely not that kind of meaning. This time, he must be laughed at. Bai Ye returned to the wooden house where he lived with Shi Raihong day and night. Shi Hahong is not here today, it seems that she has gone to her parents. The room was deserted, but there was a piece of paper on the table. Lunch and dinner are in the kitchen. Bai Ye opened the kitchen cabinet. I saw the neatly placed dishes inside, as well as the delicious meals. He smiled. I feel a little guilty. Silly girl. Even though he seldom came back recently, Shi Hahong still made dinner for him every time. Although the home is deserted, it is always kept clean. With such a virtuous little girlfriend, which man would feel unhappy? Bai Ye took out the dinner, warmed it up on the stove, and ate them bit by bit. The taste is still the same as before, it makes people feel warm. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already a day later. Under the arrangement of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, these children entered the Konoha Shinobi School to study. 11 people form a class, together with Kakashi and Tsunade, who are responsible for teaching them ninjutsu, and at the same time, also including the teaching of theoretical knowledge. Hatake Maushuo said that he very much agrees with this. However, Kakashi himself hesitated. I'm about the same age as them, what can I teach them? Trust yourself. Hatake Mosaku stroked his head. His son is very good, he has participated in several 443 battles at a young age, and has valuable practical experience. As a peer, he was also able to integrate into the children's group more quickly. Father, this is also the meaning of Master Bai Ye. Kakashi, do you understand? Kakashi was pleasantly surprised. Let's go, I'll go with you. After all, in his opinion, it was Master Bai Ye who saved his father. Kakashi wanted to decline to the end. Kakashi saluted him. Kakashi hurriedly bid farewell to his father, took his own book, and left the room door. Master Bai Ye, in the face of such a respected adult, etiquette must not be messed up. Since Master Bai Ye said it, then I have nothing to refute, and I will do my best to teach them. Kakashi's tone became firm. If it is Master Bai Ye's instruction, then he will die. While speaking, Tsunade's voice came from the door. Beside Tsunade, Bai Ye followed. Kakashi, hurry up, class is about to start. Although everyone used to be the same age, at this time, Bai Ye's prestige in the village was already very high, even higher than Master Hokage. As a busy man like him, it was rare for him to be able to appear in the village in broad daylight. Okay, I'm coming right now. Bai Ye nodded, but after hearing that this was Lord Bai Ye's instruction, he took back those refusals. 149 The Truth Seen by Sasuke. The ninja school in Konoha village has been around for many years. However, due to several wars that have just been experienced, the number of students has dropped sharply. Also, classes are suspended from time to time. Now, seeing Bai Ye's arrival, the children all showed longing eyes, and the atmosphere in the classroom immediately became active. It's Master Bai Ye. Master Bai Ye actually came to see us in person. Looks like you're going to give a lecture to the new guys. Damn it, I really envy them. Certainly, behind envy is jealousy. It is a great honor to be personally guided by Master Bai Ye. They always heard from the elders at home about Master Bai Ye's powerful performance on the battlefield. Knowing that Bai Ye is now the strongest in the ninja world, knowing that he has saved the future of the ninja world, and knowing his legendary past, so naturally, he is full of yearning for him. And those newcomers seem to be dismissive of this. This is too rude. That kid named Uchiha Sasuke looks so good. There is also Nara Shikamaru, who always says, troublesome, and, so sleepy. The girls look pretty good, but they seem to be nympho. Then, before the formal class, the students in the class began to draw a clear line with the newcomers. Bai Ye sighed. These guys, who look precocious, are still brats at heart. A little bit of preferential treatment can arouse their jealousy. Okay, kids, keep your mouths shut. Tsunade tapped the table. He raised his hand and knocked a hole in the table. This strange power made the children instantly silent. Today I will practice shuriken, and I will consider you later. Also, I plan to select 2 new disciples to learn medical ninjutsu from me. Those who are interested can come to me to sign up. Now, the meeting is over. Kakashi narrowed his dead fish eyes. Master Tsunade, it's not the end of the meeting, it's going to the venue, free combination practice. Boom. Tsunade clenched his fist and knocked Kakashi on the head unceremoniously. When I say the meeting is over, the meeting is over. All in all, the children were suddenly terrified. Tsunade-sama is of course very strong, but his temper is a little too violent. Master Bai Ye just stood outside the venue and looked at them, not intending to guide them at all. This hit them hard, but Kakashi is very kind and corrects them from time to time. Occasional breaks. They always get together and discuss Bai Ye. Sigh. Master Bai Ye is always preoccupied. What is he worried about? Is there still a phenomenon of crazy biting recently? My father told me that the crisis in the ninja world has been resolved. Looking at the problem with the eyes of these children, of course it is very superficial. Even the adults in their family may not be able to see through the crisis in the calm. Uchiha Sasuke, resting his chin, thought. He doesn't hang out with those nagging brats. How on earth did I get here? Many things are familiar to me, but I can't remember when I saw them. How strange. Bai Ye suddenly appeared beside him, with a hand on his shoulder. Sasuke, what are you thinking? Bai Ye's voice suddenly sounded. Sasuke yelled in fright, and the whole person fell back. Fell to the ground. Your reaction is too funny, Uchiha Sasuke. Bai Ye mocked unceremoniously. What are you doing suddenly? It's scary. Sasuke stroked his chest, gasping for breath. He stared at Bai Ye with a very apprehensive gaze. He has no special adoration for Bai Ye. His intuition told him that this was an insidious guy. Maybe, on a whim, many people will be killed. I have to say that Sasuke's intuition is very accurate. Bai Ye is indeed not as kind as he seems. You are a special person, so I came to see you. As Bai Ye said, he shot suddenly and grabbed his neck. You seem to know a lot more than they do. Why don't you just let me send you to the interrogation room and let them search your memory again? Or, you take the initiative to explain to me everything you know. Sasuke flapped his arms and legs in midair. He was horrified to see that a black mist like thick ink appeared under his feet. If you continue to struggle and fall, you will come out with a pile of bones. Bai Ye made a gesture to send him into the black mist. Sasuke's face was pale with fright, his whole back was arched, and he didn't dare to move anymore. The pain of suffocation made him roll his eyes. In this case, in his mind, some strange pictures suddenly flashed. The clansmen with corpses exposed on the street, the blood moon hanging high in the sky, and the people squatting on the telephone poles. Terrible Sharingan. Who killed Uchiha's people? Who? Sasuke tried hard to see more pictures, but suddenly his vision went dark. Head tilted, the whole person passed out. Bai Ye shook his head speechlessly. He was almost able to get future information from Sasuke. Pity. The memory of the other party is too fragmented. With a little pressure, he lost his memory completely. Combined with the key words he just said, it reminds me of the Uchiha being wiped out in the original book. This seems to be different from what is happening now. Bai Ye thought of the 2 previous kills against Uchiha. Once Uchiha Makoto was stimulated and slaughtered the clan himself. Another time, it was his own hands. Now, of the Uchiha clan, the only ones who are truly alive are Obito. In Bai Ye's mind, a strange idea suddenly popped up. Can't go wrong, uncle. Bai Ye shook his head speechlessly. And money is good and, with Obito alone, if you want to restore the prosperity of the Uchiha family, it won't kill him. The corners of his eyes were bleeding. By the time the children returned to the classroom, Sasuke had already woken up. That face, that silver hair, that bloody sword. I must kill you, Bai Ye. Puzzled. Feel free to move. He put away the fruit ability and put Sasuke down. That's too much bullshit. At the moment of dying, he finally saw clearly the man standing on the telegraph pole. Hatred for Bai Ye is written in a pair of blood-colored Sharingan. Could it be that Sasuke's father is Obito in the future? The killing sword burst out a green fluorescent light, repairing the pinch marks on Sasuke's neck. The man standing on the telegraph pole, the man I always call brother, is Bai Ye. It was him. It was Bai Ye who killed the Uchiha clan. The genocide's anger made Sasuke open 2 Tomo Sharingan. 150. Are you ready to relocate the whole country? This moment, Bai Ye doesn't know yet. Sasuke has awakened part of his memory. In order to obtain more power of time and space, Bai Ye once again went to the land of soup, where he slashed and slashed the distorted scenery. After a few days of hard work, it still pays off. Now, he has obtained 27% of the power of time and space. After being absorbed the power of time and space, the space here is starting to get a little shaky. Bai Ye could even see the spectacle of water pouring into the cave from the sky. If the power of time and space here is completely absorbed, then I am afraid that Tang country will cease to exist. With the power of time and space, the probability of instantly producing a time-space distortion effect by swinging the sword up is greatly increased. Maybe, it can also directly melt the fruit of time. So, the hard work of the past few days is definitely worth it. When the power of time and space was about to accumulate to 30%, Tang Ziguo had completely fallen into the chaotic space-time crack and could no longer enter. Bai Ye felt very sorry. But, at this time, he got the information from Sunagaku. According to the intelligence, an untouchable landscape was discovered, and many broken puppets were also seen in it. Bai Ye knew right away that this was the same situation as Tang country. Invited by Cage 217 Rura and Chio, he immediately went to Sunagaku. The country of the wind. Sunagaku. The arrival of Bai Ye is a confidential matter. Even if Bai Ye used the reason of inoculating the curse of blood to blackmail them not long ago, it still can't stop them from continuing to get close to Bai Ye. After all, this boy is really too strong. Master Bai Ye, this way please. Cage and Luluo personally came to the entrance of the village to pick up the people, and this treatment is no one else. Bai Ye glanced at her lightly. As the child who suddenly appeared in your Sunagaku still detained? No, they have been released according to your instructions. So, is there anything unusual recently? They are very normal kids who just lost their memory. Bai Ye nodded. These situations, if Garuro is not lying, are the same as the Konoha village situation. The 3 of them walked through the market. During this period, Bai Ye saw a red-haired, gloomy boy. He stopped on purpose and took another look at him. The red sand scorpion. Although his appearance was a little immature, he still recognized it. The red sand scorpion has obvious resentment towards him. Funny kid. In the original book, the genius puppet master killed 3rd Cage and was the culprit who caused a series of chaos later. Should I kill someone who is prone to danger like this? This thought flashed through Bai Ye's mind. He turned his face and glanced at Chio. Still dismissed the idea. What does other people's housework have to do with him? Whether Sunagaku's Cage is dead or not, whether Sunagaku will cause civil strife, it all depends on their own good fortune. Swept by Bai Ye's eyes, Chie shuddered and took a big step back involuntarily. Is this person an evil spirit? Why does he feel that he just picked up a life in the hands of the evil spirit? Under the leadership of Ja Luluo, day and night quickly came to the place they mentioned. Sure enough, it was here, and I saw the distorted scenery and the broken puppets all over the ground. This scene sounds very familiar to him. Obviously, this is the place where the Red Sand Scorpion fought Chio and Haruno Sakura in the original book. This point in time is more than 20 years later. Haruno Sakura was already a girl back then. Bai Ye stroked the timeline in his mind, and after determining the approximate time point, he drew out the killing sword, ready to absorb the power of time and space. If I completely take away the power of time and space here, then the Kingdom of Wind will probably disappear from the map just like the Kingdom of Tang. He glanced at Cage and Chio, and sighed. Facing 2 calves, he really couldn't bear to deceive each other. Think about it, he told the other party this possibility. Sunagaku will disappear. This is not a joke, Lord Bai Ye. Chiyo said that this result was unacceptable. Karura just remained silent. She knew that Bai Ye could completely hide them and do it directly, and then they would die without knowing why. Anyway, with Bai Ye's current strength, even if they directly slaughtered their village, they would be powerless to resist. Chiyo was about to stop Bai Ye from slashing, but Garura grabbed Chiyo's hand and persuaded him. Master Chiyo, this kind of thing is inevitable, isn't it? Presumably, Lord Day and Night will not watch us perish. Let's do our best to cooperate with Lord Bai Ye. Chiyo frowned. She really couldn't understand why the majestic Raikage Garura always spoke to Konoha's people, and even helped him consider gains and losses. You can move the whole country, go to Konoha village, or other villages. Bai Ye suddenly gave such a suggestion. However, if you want to live in Konoha village permanently, you will have to pay, and you cannot live in vain. Chiyo, Garura, this idea, if you want to say it, it's a bit of a bully. If you want to say that it is not good, it seems that there is no choice. Bai Ye is destined to take this place. If they forcibly resist, I am afraid they will just die in vain. According to Bai Ye's consistent style, either give money or give life. If you want to live under his hands, you must accept the conditions he proposed. I wonder how much rent Master Bai Ye wants to charge. Chiyo asked tentatively. Bai Ye touched his chin and thought for a while. Before, the fee was charged according to the head. This time, I will relax the conditions. The fee is charged according to the size of the land area and the quality of the geographical location. If you don't dislike being crowded, you can all live in a cave, or you can all sleep in the wilderness. Chiyo's mouth twitched. She had already spent a lot of money to treat the villagers in the village who were controlled by the origin of blood. The money is paid by the top management of Sunagaku. Now, if the whole country moves, it will definitely not be like Bai Ye said, just find a cave and live in it. This must be a huge expense. Moreover, it must be advanced by the top. Anyway, it's still early, you guys discuss it slowly. Bai Ye is ready to swing his sword to absorb the power of time and space here. Chiyo and Karura looked at each other. Can't help but let out a long sigh. Perhaps, if I knew earlier, I shouldn't have invited him over. That's great, it's like attracting wolves into the house. 151 dared to assassinate Master Bai Ye. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the power of time and space, a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the power of time and space, a little. Ding, reminder, there is no more power of time and space in the current area. Bai Ye listened to the system's prompt, and stopped. Wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After Sunagaku absorbed the power of time and space, the accumulation of the power of time and space of Killer Sword has reached 45%. The space-time distortion still exists, but no more output has been produced. But, at the expense of it, 2/3 of Sunagaku's territory has disappeared. And, unfortunately, 2/3 of this disappearance already includes Sunagaku's usual residence. In this case, they have to relocate. Before Bai Ye was about to leave Sunagaku, Garura represented Raikage and negotiated with him. We're claiming the land here, and, hopefully, permission from Konoha village to at least allow us access to your bazaar. Bai Ye shook his head. Gara, you are so naive. Such fertile land, no matter how much you pay, will not lend you San Shinobi. As for entering the market, that's even more wishful thinking. Before Garura finished speaking, he was already rejected. Her heart skipped a beat. Judging from Bai Ye's tone, they probably want to set aside a piece of barren land for them, and then charge high rental fees. Lord Bai Ye, what are your plans? Garura lowered his head. She has been favored by Bai Ye, and has an inexplicable affection for him. In front of him, she always seems to be inferior to him. Even when it comes to negotiating about the future of the village, she has no confidence at all. He hesitated for a while. She begged humbly, if possible, can you be more lenient for the sake of the covenant? It's impossible to give up on things about interests, Raikage-sama. Bai Ye smiled meaningfully. Then, he left immediately. The country of fire, Konoha village. Bai Ye just appeared at the entrance of the village. There was an assassin holding a kunai that descended from the sky, aimed at his back and stabbed him. Bai Ye hollow stretched out half of his body. The assassin was caught off guard and pierced through his half body. With a gloomy face, Bai Ye clasped the opponent's neck with his backhand, strangled him, and held him up high. When Bai Ye saw the other party's appearance clearly, can't help but sneer. Uchiha Sasuke, you have guts. This kid really has the same personality as in the original book, very reckless. Also, seems to like cross-level challenge translation. How stupid. It's a good thing to have guts, but it's too stupid. It's a fatal flaw. Sasuke was strangled by him again. The hatred in his eyes became more obvious. That's the man, that's him. Killed Uchiha's people. Although he doesn't know why Sasuke suddenly became hostile to him, Bai Ye has no interest in understanding his mental journey at all. Bai Ye's pupils changed into the shape of Mangekyo. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Stupid thing, feel the pain. The voice just fell. Sasuke felt his hands and feet were bound. Everything around has turned blood red. He was horrified to find that the pedestrians on the street had turned into viscous blood clones. They twisted and moved on the ground, and crawled towards him. They devoured his body. He watched helplessly as the blood in his body was drained, and his hands and feet became dry and pale. In great pain and fear, Sasuke screamed heart-piercingly. Bai Ye threw Sasuke, who had fallen into Tsukuyomi's world, on the bench by the side of the road. Anyway, the village is full of patrolling Anbu members, and Sasuke lying here, will be found soon. It's really boring to do a lot of things like killing people. Looking back at Uchiha Sasuke, Bai Ye always felt that he might be becoming more and more kind. According to his previous personality, he must directly break the neck of this brat. However, this is Uchiha Sasuke anyway. Bai Ye sighed. He still has some expectations for Uchiha Sasuke. I don't want one of the protagonists of the original book to receive the bento so early. After Bai Ye left, the Anbu members who followed behind him showed up soon and sent Sasuke to Konoha Hospital. Master Bai Ye, what a coincidence, I met you here. Bai Ye, who was wandering around the village, was quickly spotted by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. 0 for flowers. Oh, the conscientious village chief, of course, heard about the conflict between Sasuke and Bai Ye immediately. His first reaction was to feel fear. Sasuke, this child, is really too reckless. To assassinate Master Bai Ye in a whimsical way, do you need to send Uchiha's child to the dungeon for temporary detention? No need. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. This guy is only a few years old now, and he still has his blood curse imprint on his body. Even if he can open Susanoo and have Rinnegan, he is not his opponent. The key is, Sasuke also hit Tsukuyomi now. When he can wake up, it depends on his luck. By the way, Lord Bai Ye, there is something I need to report to you. Namikaze Minato said cautiously. 0.0. Bai Ye glanced at him. Minato, you are Hokage, you don't need to report anything to me. Don't say that. Without your help, Konoha village would never be as peaceful and stable as it is now. Minato is well aware of his position. On the surface he is Hokage, but in fact, he is just a substitute. If Lord Bai Ye hadn't rejected the position of Hokage, then this Hokage would not be his turn at all. Moreover, without the research results of Lord Bai Ye and Lord Orochimaru, the villagers would not be able to regain their sanity now. Of course, they've brought enough money with them. As such that, there must be something troublesome again. Why are these famous people like this? They hope to be imprinted with the curse of blood by you, so as not to be manipulated by that evil force. Envoys from other countries have already arrived in Dawang. She actually rushed to beg him to be inoculated with the cursed seal of blood, and was willing to be dominated by him. Among them, Tsuchikage Onogi-sama, as well as some senior executives of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. They all came to ask Bai Ye for help. Minato carefully explained what happened today. Hearing this, Bai Ye frowned. Turn out to be, I felt quite amused in my heart. Could it be that he looks 9 times more kind than the devil totem? Are these people crazy? Seeing the expression of Namikaze Minato, Bai Ye understood. Just ordinary civilians. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. 152 changes in the middle of the night. Konoha, Hokage office. Gathered here, in addition to high-level officials from all over the world, there are cash boxes all over the floor. When Bai Ye came back here, he visibly raised his eyebrows. What is the highest state of ideal life? It's a house full of money. Power, strength, status, he has it all. The only ideal, isn't that all that's left to make money. Although Bai Ye already has enough money now, he still doesn't think he has too much money. Hi everyone, have you eaten yet? He greeted in a casual manner. Crossed Kyanshin and walked inside. Next to Hokage's desk, there is another vacant seat. He sat down directly. Of course, this position was originally reserved for him. Namikaze Minato sat on Hokage's seat, coughed twice, and said all the polite words. 163. Then, it's time to get down to business. Then, what does Lord Bai Ye think about the blood curse mark? The question was thrown into Bai Ye's hands. All eyes were on him alone. It's not that I don't want to help you with the inoculation of the cursed seal of blood. Bai Ye looked at them with a smile. However, the number of places is limited. Limited spots. High-level officials from various countries glanced at each other. There is such a thing. Why didn't I hear about the cursed seal when the civilians were inoculated before? Although there were doubts in their hearts, they could only keep their doubts in their stomachs in front of Bai Ye. Who is not afraid of death and dares to question him? Seeing that no one raised any objections, Bai Ye continued talking. Everyone, I probably can't give 5 places. As for which 5, do you want to discuss it? Namikaze Minato turned his face sideways and looked at Bai Ye. He frowned slightly. As smart as he is, of course he knows that Bai Ye may offend people by doing so. But, at this time, even if they wiped out their ninja village in front of these people, what can they say? Bai Ye's words are equivalent to the will of the gods. They are only obedient. What Namikaze Minato is worried about is, if one day Bai Ye is no longer in Konoha, will these bullied countries counterattack Konoha and take revenge? After half an hour of difficult discussions, 5 people were pushed out. Just as Bai Ye imagined, the 5 people pushed out represent the highest combat power among this group of people. Tsuchikage Onoki, because of the way of 5 people. After Bai Ye collected a high price from the 5 of them, they inoculated them with the curse of blood. There will be a brief painful faint after inoculation with the seal. Therefore, after the 5 people fell down, Minato immediately arranged for Anbu's people to send them to Konoha Hospital for recuperation. After leaving Hokage's office, Bai Ye returned to the wooden house and lay down on the bed to rest for a while. Mr. Bai Ye, are you feeling unwell today? Shi Hahong rarely saw him lying in broad daylight, and immediately became worried. She sat on the edge of the bed and touched Bai Ye's forehead. Bai Ye grabbed her hand. Holding this warm little hand, his gaze also became tender. Hong, maybe I will leave here soon, what will you do then? Yuhi Hong looked at him in surprise. Mr. Bai Ye, where is this going? Perhaps far away. Hearing this, far away place, Yuhi Hong's heart twitched inexplicably. Of course she was very afraid of Bai Ye's departure. But, even a child like her is very clear. As an ambitious man, Bai Ye could never stay in the small place of Konoha forever. Then, no matter where Mr. Bai Ye goes, I will be waiting for you. Yuhi Hong said seriously, I believe that Mr. Bai Ye will come back here one day. I will take good care of this place for Mr. Bai Ye and prepare every meal. Hearing a woman reassure herself like this, if Bai Ye still doesn't feel moved, then he is not a human being. Unfortunately, this silly girl is still too young. No matter how much he cherished her, he could only give her a hug gently. The night is as cool as water. A tiny dwelling somewhere in Konoha village. Kushina was sitting on the edge of the bed, coaxing Haruno Sakura and Tiantian to sleep. It's an amazing experience to think about. Strictly speaking, she doesn't have a partner yet. Now, it's like becoming a mother of 2 children. Thinking of the previous encounter with Bai Ye, she couldn't help but imagine a little. What would it be like if Mr. Bai Ye became a father? Will he become a gentle and good man? I'm a little excited just thinking about it. The more I think about it, the more obvious the blush on my face becomes. Point 0. She couldn't help covering her face. At this time, the shadow in the corner moved slightly. A bone clone came out of it. Kushina, it's Bai Ye's voice. Kushina was startled and almost fell off the edge of the bed. Bai Ye reached out and helped her up. What's the worst thing you're thinking about that makes you blush? Bai Ye's vision is very keen. When he saw through his mind all of a sudden, Jushin's face became even redder. No, she crossed her arms and turned sideways. Resolutely do not admit it. This little chili does just that. Anyway, whether you admit it or not, it's written all over your face. You must be thinking of me. Although it is a bone clone, it still inherits Bai Ye's joking character. Of course, he and Bai Ye are one, sharing all information with Bai Ye at any time. Kushina raised her eyebrows and stopped talking. They have already been seen through by the other party, and it is no longer just futile. It will only get darker and darker. At this time, Bai Ye suddenly switched places with the bone clone and came here in person. Kushina patted his chest to calm down. Then, she turned around and said to Bai Ye in a complaining tone, I said, you are obviously a clone, so there's no need for a 2.1 that is elusive, right? I don't mind it, the children can't get used to it. Kushina didn't notice at all, the avatar in front of her has become the main body. The avatar is the same as the main body. Bai Ye said flatly, that's different, doubles are fake after all. Kushina retorted, if the avatar appears suddenly, it means there is something wrong here. Bai Ye spread his hands, the meaning of leaving the avatar is to protect you. Is there a situation here? It's a big night, the weather is calm, everyone sleeps soundly, how could there be a situation? Just at this time, suddenly, there was a muffled boom at the door. Immediately afterwards, the ground trembled, the walls cracked, and all the furniture began to shake. Bai Ye took her and Haruno Sakura to the door in an instant. The scene in front of her made Kushina scream in fright. 153 miscalculated. A pitch-black lightning directly tore apart the residential area, burning all the surrounding flowers, plants and trees to ashes. Immediately afterwards, the city wall disintegrated and disappeared like a bubble, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. The distorted, never-before-seen landscape replaced the original landform here. An invisible barrier appeared around, separating this place into 2 worlds. First is the country of soup, and then, the country of wind. Bai Ye had long expected that something like this would appear in the land of fire. I just didn't expect it to come so fast. It's a time warp. Bai Ye sighed. The mood becomes heavy. If it wasn't for the sudden buzzing of the killing sword, he must have been unable to rescue the 3 of them in time. This is me, I took my life from Shinigami's hand. Kushina only felt that her legs were going weak. Unable to support herself, she slumped on the ground. Haruno Sakura and Tiantian were completely unaware of what happened. It was Master Bai Ye who saved you, please thank Master Bai Ye. Kushina pressed the heads of the 2 of them and asked them to bow 20 times to Bai Ye. Bai Ye waved his hand. Okay, no need. He didn't come for these 2 little girls, he came for Kushina. After all, Kushina's body is still sealed with the power of the origin of blood. She is related to the future of the ninja world, and there must be no mistakes. Certainly, it is not ruled out that there is Bai Ye's selfishness in it. He didn't want this woman who trusted her unconditionally to die easily. This is his sense of responsibility as a man. Space-time distortion has just appeared and is not yet stable. It is expanding rapidly, and will soon engulf the entire residential area. Just as he was about to pull out the killing sword to slash it, he felt the resistance of the killing sword. Now, isn't it time? Bai Ye guessed the sword intent right. Then wait a little longer. 11. Soon, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, accompanied by members of Anbu, came to the vicinity of this space-time distortion. As Hokage, he is always the first to appear near disasters. This point is similar to the original work Bai Ye read. However, in such an abnormal situation, even if Hokage came, it would not help. The only thing that can break the distortion of time and space is his killing sword. After using the killing sword, the space-time distortion will disappear, and the area on the map will also disappear. In other people's ninja village, Bai Ye can do this without any scruples. However, in Konoha's case, he still wants a solution to both, and try to keep this place as much as possible. After all, he still wants to use these lands to make more money in the future. Let the nearby civilians evacuate first and go to a safe place. Namikaze Minato is here to arrange the follow-up. Let the medical ninja come over, count the casualties, and treat the wounded. Also, you guys, with him to worry about these trivial matters, Bai Ye will be happy and relaxed. All he needs to do is to concentrate on dealing with time-space distortion. After Minato evacuated the crowd, Bai Ye made them all evacuate to a safe distance. He was left alone, facing the distorted time and space alone. Can I try to release the power of time and space in the sword? As soon as this idea emerged, Bai Ye clearly felt that the killing sword was much heavier. This feeling is like drawing a sword and slashing. He was overjoyed. It seems that this idea is feasible. Then let me try it. Feel free to move. He stabbed the heavy killing sword into the barrier. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded. The power of time and space is constantly decreasing. The speed of loss is far faster than the speed of his acquisition. The remaining savings soon fell below 10%. Bai Ye quickly pulled out the sword. The time and space in front of him are distorted, the area is obviously reduced by more than half, and the landform has also returned to its original state. Isn't this too pitiful? Bai Ye feels a little heartache. Anyway, his 45% savings are also the result of his labor for several days. He just gave it away. I knew it would be over if I killed it directly. Oh, I miscalculated. If you want to accumulate so much power of time and space, it will be very difficult. No one knows where the next space-time distortion will occur, nor when will it appear. Just when Bai Ye felt pain in his body, the system suddenly beeped. Ding, discovered the strong power of time and space, do you want to absorb it? Bai Ye froze for a moment. Only then did I realize that in the thick darkness not far away, there seemed to be something that was shining slightly. Could it be a wild fruit of time? Thinking of this possibility, Bai Ye's depression disappeared. He quickly confirmed. Draw. The killing sword moved its position by itself, piercing deeper into the distorted time and space. Soon, the blade was completely engulfed by darkness. I don't know how long it has been. The killing sword reappeared in front of him. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the power of time and space, a large amount. After the system prompts, Bai Ye noticed that the savings of the power of time and space have risen back to 59%. In other words, the operation just now not only did not lose money, but made a lot of money. He stroked the blade of the killing sword, showing a satisfied smile. It seems that Lady Luck is still taking care of him. Looking back, the area of time-space distortion has shrunk a lot. The slightly shimmering object just now fell out of the darkness. Bai Ye moved his fingers and moved 860 to his face. I looked through it carefully. What's this? This thing, intuitively, looks like a broken mirror. I thought it was a fruit of time. Think about it carefully. This is the world of ninjas. It is impossible for wild time fruits to appear. Bai Ye sighed. He wanted the fruit of time, and he was a little dazed thinking about it. He took out the stove coupon and tried to check its attributes. After confirming that it was just a useless broken mirror, he threw it out casually. It's been a busy night, so let's go back to bed early. At the same time, the country of thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village, Raikage, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly felt an abnormal vibration. He opened his eyes suddenly. I saw large rocks rolling down from the top of the head, and the ground suddenly cracked. A huge black vortex suddenly appeared beside him. A pale hand reached out from the vortex. It grabbed Raikage by the ankle and dragged him into the vortex. What the hell? Raikage was shocked and began to struggle frantically. In this thick darkness like ink, even if he was as strong as a cow, it would be useless. Can't get out of it at all. Power. My power is draining. Movie rolled his eyes and soon lost consciousness. 154 Worshipping Orochimaru as a teacher. The morning sun came as expected. This night, except for Bai Ye, the rest of Konoha village couldn't sleep well. Especially the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, who was troubled by time-space distortion and sleepless all night. Could it be that even we, Konoha, are thinking about relocating the whole country? Looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, Namikaze Minato let out a long sigh. The young Kakashi followed him and offered him a cup of tea. Hokage-sama, don't worry too much. Quote, presumably, Master Bai Ye will have a solution. After all, he is the strongest man in our day village. That's what it says. But, judging from what Minato knows about Bai Ye will definitely not work for the people in the village for no reason. No one knows what he will ask for this time. If it's just money, it's fine. If it's something else, like someone's life, or more experimental subjects. Can he afford it? Minato, don't think too much. Tsunade stood with her arms folded, with a calm expression on her face. Her sudden appearance surprised Minato. Master Tsunade, when did you come here? Before I entered, there was a knock on the door. Tsunade said. Tisk, it's just that you didn't hear it. What's the use of thinking about things so obsessively? Everyone can't solve that kind of problem, they can only wait for Bai Ye to rescue them. As for what Bai Ye wants, he can only satisfy him as much as possible. Tsunade just went through these words in his mind, but didn't mention it to Minato. Such words, for a Hokage, are close to insulting. How can there be any Hokage in the past that participated like Minato? He is almost a decoration, and his words don't work, and he is not expected by the people in the village. If you want to blame, you can only blame him for being born at the wrong time. It just so happened that when he took office, he met the terrifying Bai Ye. Minato, you haven't slept all night, have you? Tsunade looked at his panda eyes with some sympathy. Minato still had that naturally dumbfounded look, rubbed the back of his head, and smiled sheepishly. How can he sleep? By the way, Master Tsunade, is there something important to come here so early? In Jiraiya, the land of water, there is information. Tsunade took out a scroll and threw it to Minato. Minato took the scroll and opened it. Inside is an intel handwritten by Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya investigated Uchiha Madara's whereabouts in the land of water, and found that Uchiha Madara's body has disappeared. Now, the only thing left in the land of water to guard is a blood clone. Last night, Lord Jiraiya confronted him head-on and obtained first-hand information about him. As a result of the battle, Master Jiraiya was defeated and seriously injured, and is now studying at Mount Myoboku. Minato recounted the contents of the scroll. Tsunade nodded, sighing. Jiraiya, this guy, is always reckless. To be able to come back alive from the hands of Uchiha Madara is already a great thing. Bai Ye is the only one who can fight against Madara now. How could he be so overconfident? Just a blood clone can seriously injure Master Jiraiya. Minato felt pressure like never before. Looking at the above information, he noticed this. Master Jiraiya mentioned that Madara's current form is somewhat different from before, and Yiping has the power of a tailed beast. This matter is no small matter, let's report it to Lord Bai Ye as soon as possible. Konoha Village, Ninja School. Sasuke has returned to the classroom. He would often check the blood curse mark on his body. Every time he checked, his hatred for Bai Ye would deepen. I need to be strong, I need strength. Sasuke's eyes were full of hatred. I can't play house games with these children in this place, I want to learn from a strong man. He thought about it. Finally, eyes fell on Orochimaru. This person often walks with Bai Ye, and Bai Ye's attitude towards him is also very unusual. He must be a strong man. At least, you can sit on an equal footing with day and night. The bell for the end of get out of class rang. Sasuke walked out of the ninja school directly, inquired about Orochimaru's news all the way, and walked all the way to Orochimaru's laboratory. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I will kill Bai Ye. In Orochimaru's laboratory, this mad scientist is making arrangements for experiments. Master Orochimaru, there is a child waiting for you at the door. Mitarashi Anko told Orochimaru about Sasuke's visit. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. He turned his face and glanced at Bai Ye. Bai Ye sat expressionlessly, flipping through the experimental records occasionally, as if he didn't exist. Bai Ye, what do you think? Bai Ye shook his head. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. This child is a descendant of Uchiha, don't you worry that I will take away his Sharingan. It's up to you, it's just a Sharingan. Bai Ye stood up and walked towards the empty laboratory. That would give Orochimaru a private space. Orochimaru restrained his smile. Bai Ye's indifferent attitude made him very afraid. In front of this strong man who is elusive, any small movement of his will be discovered. If the other party doesn't point it out, it means that they don't care at all. Think about it this way. Orochimaru's rebellious heart sank a lot. Oh, nothing can hide from Mr. Bai Ye's eyes. During the conversation, he is obviously just a child, but he has the calmness of an adult. I need strength right now. Orochimaru kicked him and sent him flying. Sasuke's young body hit the wall with a dull sound. Unfortunately, I don't want a little brat like you. Orochimaru, don't you want my eyes? Orochimaru spread his hands. As long as you give me strength, I can do anything. Descendants of Uchiha, what do you want to do when you come to me? In the dimly lit laboratory, Orochimaru's cold voice made him shudder. Sasuke frowned. Uchiha Sasuke, walked in here. Lee Nojou Orochimaru, accept me as your apprentice. He took out a kunai from his sleeve, quickly approached Orochimaru, and pressed the sharp blade of the kunai to Orochimaru's abdomen. I know you are short of experimental subjects, I can be your experimental subject, how about it? If Mr. Bai Ye didn't deliberately save your life, you would be a corpse now. Little ghost, go back and study hard. You were the first person who voluntarily became an experimental subject. 155 Calm down, kid. Bai Ye again. Sasuke slammed the ground hard. His expression became more ferocious. Could it be that man's gift that he was able to live? He still remembers everything he saw in the world of Tsukuyomi, and those painful memories are all given to him by Bai Ye. This man is clearly a devil. Why should such a devil be molded into the appearance of a savior? Orochimaru looked at this extreme kid with great interest. Uchiha Sasuke, why are you full of resentment towards Bai Ye? He's not someone you can beat, don't you understand? Or, your memory has recovered, and you saw what day and night did. Orochimaru's language guidance made Sasuke recall those bloody memory fragments again. He hugged his head, curled up his body, and trembled. At this time, Bai Ye came out from the laboratory beside him. Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing Bai Ye's voice, Sasuke froze. It's him. He is here too. Sasuke wanted to escape subconsciously, but found that Bai Ye was also standing at the door. It was a bone clone. However, it is no different from the real body. Bai Ye drew out the killing sword behind him, and the tip of the sword slashed across the ground, cutting even solid stones with ease. 240 Sasuke kept backing away. Finally, there is no way back. Bai Ye grabbed his collar and lifted him up from the ground. Under Bai Ye's stimulation, Sasuke's Sharingan changed shape again. Now, it has the appearance of Sengoku. If it is allowed to develop, in the future, it may become a Rinnegan. It's a pity that, with Sasuke's death-defying personality, it might be difficult to live until that time. Seeing Bai Ye raised his sword, Sasuke screamed in fright. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Fear made him tremble uncontrollably. If you are pierced by this sword, you will definitely die. Mr. Bai Ye, what's the fun in crushing such an ant to death? After Orochimaru said this, he quickly waved his hand, but I'm not pleading for him. Bai Ye sneered. Gradually tighten your fingers. Too weak. Now you are not worthy of dying by my sword. He pinned the sword back to his waist, raised his hand and gave Sasuke an elbow, directly breaking a row of his ribs. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, another knee bump. Sasuke only felt that his internal organs were smashed to pieces in an instant. What kind of terrifying power is this calf? In front of this man, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Bai Ye let go of his hand, allowing Sasuke's body to slip and fall to the ground. He lifted his foot and stepped on Sasuke's face, unceremoniously rolled a few times. Such humiliation made Sasuke's life worse than death. If Kong has a pretty face and only knows how to be handsome, then it's better not to have one. As far as your level is concerned, who gave you the courage to challenge me one after another? Uchiha Sasuke, just your eyes. Bai Ye raised his leg and kicked him flying. The waist of Uchiha's house. Come to me when you have more power. Every word, was like a needle piercing Sasuke's heart. Suffered such a serious injury. If it is not treated in time, it will definitely die. It would be a pity for Bai Ye to let this kid die like this. He swung his sword, turning on its healing effect. For a moment, the green light of life enveloped the entire laboratory. But in an instant, Sasuke recovered from his heavy injuries. He sat up in disbelief and touched his body. Look up, the enemy is still smiling, looking at him like an ant. Bai Ye, Bai Ye. Sasuke subconsciously picked up the blood-stained kunai and rushed towards Bai Ye recklessly. He wanted to fight Bai Ye to the death, but was stopped by Orochimaru. Anger has made you lose your mind. Calm down, ghost, that sword can only save you once. Sasuke gritted his teeth and stared at Bai Ye firmly. Bai Ye shook his head and sighed. When reading the original, he had this feeling. Sasuke is too. Looking at it now, it really is too. It's just that, in the original book, Sasuke's resentment towards Itachi is strangely passed on to him now. What kind of memory did Sasuke recall to make him do this? Tsukuyomi. Bai Ye directly controlled Sasuke's body. He needs Sasuke to tell him personally the origin of this resentment. After a few minutes, Bai Ye released the control on Sasuke. The general situation is also understood. In Sasuke's memory, I was the one who killed his people, and I was also his elder brother. It's not very strange. After all, I will always look like this, even after 20 years, I won't grow old. Bai Ye felt that this was a bit funny. Considering his age, he is very suitable to be Sasuke's father. In terms of appearance, he is also very suitable as Sasuke's brother. The enhanced version of the accelerator is quite awesome. As for why, after more than 10 years and nearly 20 years in the future, the Uchiha clan was slaughtered again, and it happened to be seen by Sasuke, which is a mystery. Bai Ye frowned. Another mystery is the mystery of Sasuke's life experience. Who were his parents? All the answers, I am afraid that he will only know after he really obtains the time fruit and travels through time and space. The next draw is still a few days away. Bai Ye could only wait patiently. I hope that he can directly extract the time fruit, so that he can travel through time and space without side effects. While waiting for the lottery draw, the space-time distortion of the residential area in Konoha seems to be expanding again. What's worse, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kurigakure all have time-space distortions one after another. Many civilians have been displaced as a result. A large number of refugees gathered towards Konoha Village. Lord Bai Ye, shall we take them in? If they are not taken in, these refugees living in the suburbs may cause war. Namikaze Minato discussed with Bai Ye. The words are full of sympathy for refugees. It seemed that he wanted to be a hero again and saved people for nothing. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. Minato, do you want to be the Holy Father? Minato froze for a moment. What is the Holy Father? It doesn't seem like a good word. So, what do you think I should do? His voice just fell. Bai Ye took him and teleported to the outskirts of Konoha Village. Here, it has been almost occupied by refugees. Crossing the border of Konoha Village at will, I have to admire your courage. Bai Ye's eyes were gloomy and terrifying. He drew his sword. The tip of the sword drew a line on the ground. I'll give you 10 minutes to get the field doctor out of here. Otherwise, while speaking, his eyes fell on a ninja wearing an Iwagakure forehead protector. The black mist spread, engulfing the ninja in an instant. This is what happens. 156 Keep chopping. The skeleton on the ground is really too terrifying. People who are swallowed by that kind of black smoke will become like this. Bai Ye, still the tyrant Bai Ye. He has absolutely no sympathy for anything. These refugees who originally wanted to kidnap him morally could only swallow the words that came to their lips. Some people have already started to retreat, and then more people started to retreat together. Minato couldn't help but sigh as he looked at these pitiful and hateful ordinary civilians. Is Master Bai Ye doing this good or bad? Wouldn't it just offend the other 4 villages? Minato, as Hokage, your only duty is to protect the people of your Konoha village. As for the people of the other ninja villages, they have nothing to do with you. Bai Ye looked at him coldly. In the original book, the 4th Hokage, who chose to sacrifice himself in order to save the village, is indeed very incomprehensible sometimes. Always thought that the era of mutual understanding between people will come. In fact, if it weren't for him, Bai Ye, to sit here, these civilians would just pour into Konoha directly. Start a war, and rule Konoha directly. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. The war is far from over. Minato, think about it. Minato stared blankly at Bai Ye. He suddenly felt that this lord's heart was like a deep sea, unfathomable. But everything he did, everything he said, seemed very prescient. Master Bai Ye, I understand. Minato said solemnly. I will do as you said. Bai Ye nodded. After the dispute is settled, leave immediately. Bai Ye's next destination is naturally Cloud Shinobi Village. He still has some special feelings for Cloud Shinobi Village. After all, he took over here once. Raikage's aura seems to be gone. As soon as he set foot on the territory of Cloud Shinobi Village, Bai Ye noticed this. The thunderclouds seem to be less dense. Although there are many fewer people in the village, everyone is in a good state of mind. Evidently freed from Raikage's grip. The place where the space-time distortion occurs is here. Bai Ye followed the intent of the sword and came to the place where time and space are distorted. Stretch out your hand and try to touch the barrier. Certainly, it is impossible to really touch the scenery in it. Using the power of time and space to correct the distortion, the price is really the Heavenly Mother. Things like the kind that contain strong power of time and space may not appear every time. Should I take another gamble, or just hack and kill? Bai Ye considered it for a while. Then, with a sinking gaze, a decision was made. Let's kill it directly. At the same time, Kurigake. After Third Mizukage sensed the changes in the outside world, he had already broken the cage and walked out of the dark room. The power of the origin of blood is no longer detectable. Why is there still chaos outside? What the hell is? Immediately afterwards, he saw a bizarre phenomenon. Above the river, the rain is actually flowing from the ground to the sky. Surprised, he immediately walked towards the unusual rain. As soon as he stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the rain, it bounced back. Can't even touch it. Subconsciously, he was about to use ninjutsu to attack, but was stopped by other ninjas in Kurigake. Mizukage-sama, please don't do this. It will absorb all ninjutsu attacks. And, after absorbing ninjutsu attacks, its range will expand. The only one who can deal with it now is Konoha's Bai Ye. Let's wait for Lord Bai Ye's rescue. Third Mizukage froze in place. His expression became serious. These words from his subordinates simply shocked him. During his time in captivity, what terrible things happened in the ninja world? Why, his people are starting to move closer to Bai Ye. Bai Ye from Konoha, that kid, it's not easy to save people. Tell me carefully, what did he do during this time? The country of thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. Bai Ye was standing in front of the phenomenon of space-time distortion, waving the sword in his hand from time to time. Draw the sword, swing the sword, draw the sword. Repeat this mechanical and tiring operation. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the power of time and space, a little. Ding, reminder, congratulations on devouring the power of time and space, a little. Bai Ye listened to the jingling system prompts. He stopped the sword in his hand. Too tired. If you keep cutting like this, the unicorn arm will be developed. Ask for flowers. This is simply torture. It seems that today can only end here. Bai Ye was about to put the sword away. No, wait, he suddenly had an idea. I have made a great mistake. You can let the avatar take over the sword and continue to chop. He was about to leave when he turned back. The finger bone moved, and 2 bone clones were released. Go, keep working. Bai Ye ordered. The 2 bone clones looked at each other. I said, we are also thoughtful, and you can't respect us. It's tiring to cut this. The bone avatar also inherited the troublesome personality of the main body. Bai Ye spread his hands. These 2 were even pushing each other. It seems that he is really tired and frightened by this kind of physical work. Bai Ye threw 2 stones and hit them both in the head without any mistakes. You are just avatars. If you have thoughts, you have to be at the mercy of the main body. Instead of babbling with me here, it's better to get the job done. Another 2 hours later, the bone avatar was so tired that it fell down. To be honest, this kind of tiring work is really not something ordinary people can do. Imagine walking in a swamp. It's like walking upside down in a swamp for 2 hours. Bai Ye, the main body, yawned and stood up. It was getting late. Today is a good day. The accumulation of the power of time and space has reached 65%. Relatively, there are many more areas in chaos. The land of Cloud Shinobi, a lot has disappeared. Another morning tomorrow, and everything here will cease to exist. Bai Ye looked at the world and couldn't help sighing. This sudden disaster really made the already difficult ninja world worse. The civilians and ninjas who can still survive like this will become great weapons in the future. I suddenly want a prop that can expand the territory. I just don't know if this lottery can be drawn. If there is one, wouldn't I be able to become a great lord in the future? It's really exciting to think about it. One of the romances of men is to rule the world. Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help counting the time with his fingers. The time for the next lottery draw is almost here. 157 You are clearly stealing. Bai Ye, you are at home. Bai Ye was resting on the bed. As soon as I closed my eyes, I heard the sound of the door. The speaker is Tsunade. Bai Ye rubbed his head. A little impatiently. Tisk. Why does someone always disturb him when he wants to rest? Bai Ye, I have very important information to tell you, you should get up and open the door. Hearing the words, important information, Bai Ye could no longer sleep. He got up, put on his shoes, and walked to the door. Coming, open the door. Tsunade looked at him gravely, holding a scroll in his hand. It has the Jiraiya logo on it. Bai Ye took the scroll in confusion. What's written on it? Open it and you'll know. With such a serious expression on Tsunade's face, it's really rare for Bai Ye to see. 1 2 3. However, since even someone as unscrupulous as Tsunade has become serious, it means that the content on the scroll is indeed important. Jiraiya fought with Madara, and I already knew about the injury. Isn't he recuperating at Mount Myoboku now? What important information can there be? As Bai Ye said so, his subordinates had already opened the Shikai scroll. After opening, he saw Jiraiya's handwritten letter. After just a cursory glance, Bai Ye's expression turned serious. What? Mount Myoboku actually? When Bai Ye and Tsunade came to Mount Myoboku, Bai Ye gasped. He couldn't think of anything. The storm of space-time distortion has even affected here. The entire Mount Myoboku has disappeared. Instead, it was a landscape that had never been seen before. It was a desolate black sky, no stars, only a dark gray, pitted and barren land. In this landscape, Bai Ye saw a figure who looked exactly like Siyu. For some reason, he vaguely felt that this child who looked like Miyu might be his cub. After all, this kid looks a little different from Miyu. What am I thinking? This must be Miyu, not my big brother. Bai Ye shook his head, denying himself. Miyu is Aunt Orochi's artificial human, and everyone has the same hair color, so it's understandable that they look like each other. Speaking of which, why does this landscape look like the moon to me? If the person inside is Miyu, then the time indicated by this scene is at least 40 years later. Certainly, if this person is not Siyu, but Bai Ye's cub, it is difficult to determine the timing. For the time being, Bai Ye has no idea who the mother of the child will be. Tsunade stared at the child in the landscape for a long time. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that this child looked very similar to Bai Ye. For a moment, even she began to wonder, could this be Bai Ye's child? Bai Ye, what do you think? I'll see with my eyes. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. I mean, do you think this kid looks like you? Well, it's a bit like it. Bai Ye also admitted frankly. Tsunade narrowed his eyes on purpose, leaned over, and put a hand on Bai Ye's shoulder. Then what do you think? Is he like Kushina or Yujihong? Bai Ye patted her hand away angrily. There is a trap in this statement. It was clear that he wanted to drill him with a condom. In this distorted landscape of time and space, he can't see very clearly. How can he know who the other party looks like? So, where is Jiraiya now? Jiraiya just sent back such a scroll. As for where is the person, I know. Tsunade snorted softly. He and I are just old classmates. Bai Ye sighed. It seems that Jiraiya may have traveled to another time and space along with Mount Myoboku. The problem is really getting worse. If the root cause of the time-space distortion phenomenon is not solved as soon as possible, I am afraid that the decisive battle with the demon totem will not be possible, and the future of the entire ninja world will disappear. Just at this time, Bai Ye suddenly noticed that the figure in the scenery seemed to move slightly. Tsunade, do you feel that the space-time distortion here is different from other places? You mean, what's different? Tsunade turned his face and gave him a look. The people here seem to be moving. Bai Ye frowned. This kid seems to be walking towards the south. He was afraid that he was wrong. He hurriedly got Tsunade to join him, staring at the kid. After staring for a while longer, even Tsunade screamed. This kid is really moving. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Dead of night. 0. Two people, Bai Ye and Tsunade, sitting on the site of what used to be Mount Myoboku, lit a fire. Tsunade was grilling fish, looking up from time to glance at Bai Ye. Aren't you going back tonight? Come here, just sleep here. Bai Ye just wanted to see where this child who looked like Miyu would go. Ah choo, the cold wind blows against Tsunade's thin body, making her shiver. She touched her nose. It's quite cold here at night. Bai Ye glanced at her. You know it's cold, so you still only wear this little. Oh, I'd love to. Tsunade would not admit that he deliberately only wore such a little in order to attract Bai Ye's attention. However, Bai Ye has long seen through her cautiousness. Unfortunately, Bai Ye didn't have much interest in her. The fish is grilled, which one do you want? Tsunade grabbed one casually and handed it to Bai Ye. Looking at the grilled black fish, Bai Ye lost his appetite at that time. Compared with Kushina, Tsunade's cooking skills are far behind. Are you sure you can eat this thing? Of course you can eat it. Tsunade said gruffly. Hey, brat, you don't dislike me, do you? Bai Ye nodded. I hate it so much. Tsunade was so angry that he almost punched him. However, as Bai Ye said, the food still costs 1.9. Night vigil is very exhausting. If you don't eat enough, you won't be able to endure it at all. He pushed out a bone blade from the palm of his hand, and picked off all the charred parts of the fish, leaving only the well-grilled inside. Seeing that he removed them all, he took a bite. Tsunade suddenly reached out and snatched the fish he had culled. Are you robbing? Bai Ye was stunned. Why is this woman so overbearing? There are still his teeth marks on this fish. You want everything I've eaten. You can't, big sister. So what? Tsunade bites down and gives him a victory sign. It's pretty good, kid. Bai Ye shook his head speechlessly. Never mind, just a fish. If it wasn't for him staring at the time-space distortion right now, he didn't have time to entangle with her, he would have to give her a good lesson. 158 New Sword Art. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, Bai Ye saw the movement of the child in the scenery again. And, this time, let him see the child's face. This may not really be Miyu. The eyes, the hair color, and the outline of the face all look too much like him. He was just like him when he was 5 or 6 years old. Especially the pair of strangely colored Sharingan are exactly the same as his eyes. Now, even Tsunade has to re-examine the child. It has long been inferred that this landscape of distorted time and space is a reflection of the future. Looking at it now, that's probably true. This child is probably Bai Ye's child. Tsunade secretly looked at Bai Ye. Almost all of the child's appearance and features matched Bai Ye's when he was a child. The only difference seems to be 2 horn-like things on the forehead. Of course Bai Ye also noticed those 2 horns. Combined with the original works he had read, he suddenly felt that this child had the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. This appearance is somewhat similar to Kagaya-ji. Could it be that the child's mother is actually Kagaya Haim? 20 As soon as this idea was formed, Bai Ye was surprised. Not so, my taste should not be. The 2 of them stared at the child all night. It wasn't until dawn that the changes in the vision stopped completely. At this time, there is no trace of the child. Bai Ye patted the dust off his body and stood up. Okay, it's time to go back. Aren't you going to deal with this? Tsunade looked at him. Bai Ye yawned. Don't be in a hurry, I'll go back to my sleeping belt first. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared in place. Konoha Village, Hokage office. Namikaze Minato is diligently correcting the documents. Karura and Shio came to visit again. The purpose, of course, is to discuss the matter of leasing the land. We already know what Lord Bai Ye means. However, we still hope to discuss the matter of rent and land. The wild forests in the north are a bit too remote. Quote, it will take a lot of money and manpower to transform the desolate forests there into residential areas. If one day Konoha's people turned their faces and refused to recognize them and kicked them out, it would be tantamount to doing coolies for them in vain. This kind of thing, the wily Chiyo will definitely not agree. Facing 4th Hokage, the pressure on the 2 of them will be much less. After all, this Minato-sama seems to be easy to talk to. Therefore, the attitude of the 2 of them has become much tougher. Minato stopped his pen and looked up. This time-space distortion has already affected Konoha Village, so even we must be prepared to lose our place of residence at any time. So, the wild forest in the north is the last piece of land we can rent out. Namikaze Minato is kind but not an idiot. He will not give away things that are beneficial to the village. Of course, he dared not go against Bai Ye's intention. Hear Minato say that. Chiyo lowered her gaze. We don't have to lease the land of the Fire Nation. You are insulting our Sunagaker by doing this. We can choose to refuse the lease. Minato also seems to have expected this. He nodded. If you 2 are not satisfied with this, please go back. Chiyo and Karura looked at each other. What the hell, are you really going to drive them away? This is a bit different from what they imagined. Seeing that Jonin, who was in charge of the reception, was about to come over to chase them away, the 2 of them quickly changed their minds. Wait, Chiyo gritted his teeth, let's discuss it later. Bai Ye has returned to Konoha Village. For him, the 2 most important things now are eating and sleeping. As for the scene he saw at Cloud Shinobi Village, he can only forget it temporarily. Boss, let me have a plate of barbecue and a jug of good wine. All right sir, wait a moment. Bai Ye came to the most frequented barbecue restaurant. Opening the curtain, Bai Ye noticed 2 old acquaintances. Kakashi and Hitaki Mosaku also happened to dine here. Master Bai Ye, you are here. Mr. Bai Ye. The 2 quickly stood up and made room for Bai Ye. Seeing that Mashuo Hitaki is in a good state of mind recently, Bai Ye is also a little relieved. Recently, I'm teaching Kakashi a new sword technique. Hitaki said with a smile. Bai Ye nodded. He saw that Kakashi also had a sword. Although it is just a very ordinary sword, it also bears the hope of his father for him. I wonder if Senior can teach me too. Bai Ye said jokingly. Of course, it's a great honor. Chi Maoshuo replied humbly. In fact, he is also very clear that he has nothing to teach Bai Ye now. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy swordsmanship is useless. However, what Hitaki Mashuo didn't expect was that Bai Ye didn't just say it casually, he really planned to continue learning swordsmanship. After eating, Bai Ye followed their father and son to the outer canyon. Are you really going to study? Kakashi expressed surprise. A person as powerful as Bai Ye is still studying hard. So, what reason does an ordinary person like him have to be lazy? For a while, Kakashi's admiration for Bai Ye has reached a new peak. Bai Ye's strength is not without reason. I think 597 needs to ask seniors for advice on how to control the power of the sword more accurately. The thing Bai Ye cares about is nothing more than how to not be so strenuous when he slashes the time-space distortion. Hitaki Mosaku pondered for a moment and said a word. Make the sword a part of your body, not just a tool. Specifically, what should I do? Like this, Mosaku Hitaki demonstrates his new sword technique. Pulled out the killing sword, ready to start trying. When he closes his eyes. Bai Ye nodded. Bai Ye seemed to have realized it. When Hatake Mosaku swung his sword, he didn't seem to use too much force with his wrist, but the rock in front of him was split into two pieces. This is a kind of ingenuity. Hatake Mosaku said. Use it properly, you can get twice the result with half the effort. He turned his wrist slowly. Wonderful. When he put himself in the power vortex. Is this the so-called cleverness? It seems to see some tiny vortices. The power of the sword was released, forming a vortex of power in the air. Cut down with one sword. Is it time? Adjust your balance with the sword. The sword in his hand became as light as a feather, as if it had become a part of his body. He opened his eyes and slept on the sword. Bai Ye watched him intently, every movement, every detail. 159 The beginning of ninja history. There was a loud bang. The mountain range in the distance had its top cut off by his sword. The cracked rocks crashed into the waterfall, blocking the flow of the waterfall. The ground trembled constantly, and even the sky changed. Both Hatake Mosaku and Kakashi showed terrified expressions. Especially Mashuo Hatake. Obviously he invented the sword technique, but he can't wield such a sword technique effect. The difference probably lies in that sword. That's a terrifying power, Kakashi exclaimed. It can actually change the entire landscape with a wave of your hand. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Bai Ye put away his sword. Thank you Mosaku Hatake and prepared to leave. He is still very satisfied with this result. Kakashi watched his back with longing eyes. Father, can I be like Lord Bai Ye? It's absolutely impossible. Father, why? Hatake Mosaku is a very realistic person, he sees clearly. Even if his son is extremely talented, he will definitely not be able to reach Bai Ye's level. Bai Ye, this is not a human realm, but a god realm. Bai Ye couldn't wait to go to Cloud Shinobi Village again. In front of this space-time distortion, he closed his eyes to feel the mystery. In front of my eyes, it was pitch black. At first, he couldn't see anything. But, when he pulled out the sword and raised it up, the vortexes formed by the condensed power appeared again. However, what surprised Bai Ye was, the power vortex here is not in a place that can be touched, but in the depths of the distorted landscape. If I can hit it, maybe I can immediately disintegrate the space-time distortion here. But what to do? Find the balance, integrate the sword with yourself. Every step is done as taught by Hatake Mosaku. However, standing here, it seems that it doesn't work at all. Because, Bai Ye can't touch it. The scenery here is only a part of the projection of the future. It's like Kyoka Suigetsu, you can see it, but you can't touch it. The vortex that can't be touched, even if you know where it is, what can you do? One must truly enter the space-time distortion in order to have a calendar. Bai Ye sighed and opened his eyes. If he could go in, he would have gone in a long time ago, why wait until now? If I can have the fruit of time, all the problems will be solved. When will the fruit of time be drawn by him? Just when Bai Ye felt lost, the killing sword trembled suddenly, bursting out with a strange light. This kind of light was seen when he first learned about the existence of the power of time and space. Now, after a few days, it appeared again. Huh, you mean, it's now. The murderous sword is telling him to do it. But why now? Bai Ye raised his sword suspiciously and closed his eyes. The sight in front of him made him pale with shock. He clearly saw that the vortex was floating towards his direction, very fast. It quickly appeared in front of him. The location of the power vortex was originally out of reach, but now, it is within easy reach. You want me to stab it? Bai Ye frowned. If you stab it, what will happen? Killing sword can't speak, so it can't answer Bai Ye's doubts. Only, Bai Ye could clearly see that the vortex was dissipating little by little. If you don't do it again, it is likely to disappear completely. It seems that we have to gamble. Bai Ye gritted his teeth. The killing sword lived with him day and night, coexisting life and death. Its judgment is equivalent to his own judgment, and it should not be wrong. After hesitating for a moment, he stabbed the sword into it. However, just at the moment of stabbing the vortex, the space-time in front of me is distorted and begins to shrink violently. What's happening here? Bai Ye realized something was wrong. He subconsciously wanted to pull out the sword. But I can't pull it off. The sword is gradually merging into the entire space-time distortion. If you let go of your hand at this time, the killing sword will disappear. Bai Ye dare not let go. He could only hold the hilt tightly. Soon, even his hands were caught in the distortion of time and space. Then, his shoulders, half of his body. After just 10 seconds, Bai Ye has completely disappeared. His whole body was swallowed up by the distortion of time and space. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Bai Ye was awakened with a burst of exaggerated shouts. He opened his eyes. Before him was a strange and desolate scene. The sky is full of sparks, and the ground is full of dead bodies shot by arrows. Where is this sent to me? Bai Ye struggled to stand up. There are no obvious scars on his body, the killing sword is still there, and his clothes have not changed in any way. However, he felt very tired. It's like walking a long way, and finally came here. Looking at the clothes of these people, it seems to be from ancient times. No one uses ninjutsu, all of them are cold soldiers with swords. Could it be? Here is. Bai Ye had an epiphany. The era he is in now is the era Kage was in, 1,000 years ago. That is the beginning of ninja history. The place where Bai Ye is now is a battlefield. Not far away is a bamboo forest. A young woman with long hair mopping the floor is looking into the distance. He wanted to find a safe place to stay and wait for the lottery draw. When reading the original novel, Bai Ye felt aggrieved by a pig. Now that he has come to this world in person, of course he wants to stop this kind of thing. Bai Ye shrugged, seeing that the lord of the country of the motherland, Tien Nuohao, is approaching her place. You saved me, Kagaya spoke up. You saved me, Kagaya said again. Bai Ye raised his hand without hesitation, and flew a bone nail at him, directly shooting the guy to death. Moreover, it seems that Kagaya was still before giving birth. Are you kidding me? You deserve Princess Kagaya too. Kagaya turned his face to the side and gave Bai Ye a blank expression. Then, although I saved you, I don't want you to promise me your body, and you don't even want to follow me. Bai Ye said, turning around and leaving the store. She has pale skin, long blue-white hair, no eyebrows, and 2 horns on her head. She turned around and followed Bai Ye's pace. As for whether Yuya and Yumura can be born in the future, that's his business. That's Otsutsuki Kagaya. Bai Ye is all too familiar with this image. If he can extract the time fruit smoothly, he will be able to go back to Konoha for 38 years. 160 perfect cosplay. I said, you woman, you are a dead brain. Bai Ye was a little desperate. He found that the famous Kagaya-ji was sticking to him like a dog's skin plaster. Whether he is going to the bathroom or taking a shower, she never leaves him. Bai Ye suddenly felt regretful. If I knew it earlier, I shouldn't meddle in her business just because of a whim. Stop following. Okay, isn't your mission to guard the sacred tree? Why are you looking at me? I'm not a sacred tree. Bai Ye's complaints were not heard by Kagaya. She stared at Bai Ye closely. She realized that Bai Ye possessed a very powerful power, which was very similar to the power in the fruit of the divine tree. She was attracted by this power and couldn't extricate herself. She wanted to understand the origin of this power. The sky gradually brightened. After a night of war baptism, there were corpses everywhere, and the river was already stained red with blood. Bai Ye walked upstream along the river bank. He is a little thirsty now and wants to drink some tasteless water. He will not drink this kind of water stained with human blood. It's just that they have traveled such a long distance, and they have not yet gone out of the scope of the battlefield. The river water has always been floating red 270, and occasionally a few floating corpses can be seen. It is very uncomfortable. Kagaya-ji still followed behind him, looking at him. She didn't say a word, just followed Bai Ye unhurriedly like a ghost. This point is the scariest. Bai Ye kept an eye out on purpose and planted the flying thunder god mark along the way. Feeling that it was almost time to leave, he suddenly left, returned to the original point, and left Kagaya-ji directly. In this way, Kagaya will definitely not be able to keep up. The magic skill of flying thunder god is so easy to use. Finally got rid of this woman. Quote, Bai Ye let out a long sigh of relief. I found a shade and sat down. Before he could sit still, he saw a few civilians running towards him from a distance. They were ragged, covered in blood, and some even got an arrow in the shoulder. The Lord has been killed, what should we do? Let's run away. I never want to go back to the battlefield. If you are caught, you will be executed, so run away. They hurried past Bai Ye. No one dared to stop, and no one dared to look at him. Of course, Bai Ye didn't kill them all. After all, he is new here, and the only person who can interest him here is Kagaya-ji. Of course, this interest is very pure. This Otsutsuki Kagaya is a legendary figure, who would not be interested in her. It is estimated that even Tsunade and Kushina are interested in Kagaya-ji. However, the day code is one code. He doesn't have any unreasonable thoughts about alien princesses. I don't know how long I lay under the tree. Bai Ye suddenly heard the system beep. Ding, reminder, the current number of instant kills left in the lottery draw, 1 inch. Coming. Bai Ye has waited too long for the moment of the lottery draw. He tossed the coin immediately. At this time, the sound of the system sounded. Ding, congratulations on winning the human skin mask. Bai Ye froze for a moment. What did you draw? How weird it looks. He took out the reward. Looked over and over again. It is somewhat similar to the masks worn by members of Anbu, but the material is very soft, like some kind of leather. Could it really be made of human skin? That's too scary. After waiting for a week for the lottery spike, I gave a strange mask. To be honest, Bai Ye was a little disappointed. In his mind, at least he can get the time fruit today, allowing him to jump in time and space at will, so that he can return to Konoha 38 years earlier. Oh, forget it, talking is better than nothing. If the extracted things can be used and not repeated, then it is considered lucky. Those who are content are always happy. At this time, the system pops up the relevant introduction. CAF Human Skin Mask. After wearing it, you can change your appearance at will, perfectly simulating the data of other people. Note, the effect of the equipment will disappear if the host takes it off actively. When wearing it, the equipment can enter the invisible form. Host is fatally attacked, which can trigger the passive defense effect of the equipment, but there is a certain possibility of fragmentation. This equipment is applicable to the repair, restoration, and modification functions in the stove coupon of Linus Blacksmith Shop. Seeing these introductions, Bai Ye's mood improved a lot. It seems that this is a piece of equipment similar to the Nature Affinity Cloak. It's just that the gap between the effect and the cloak is a bit big. Simulating other people's data, that's what role-playing means. Let me try it. Bai Ye put it on his face. Thinking of Yuhihong's appearance in her mind, her figure began to change into her thin and small appearance. Use magnet style with a flick of your finger. Thinking about Tsunade's appearance again in my mind, the body shape naturally changed into Tsunade's mature and graceful appearance. One punch down, the ground cracks. Even the opponent's strange power is accurately simulated. Bai Ye laughed. It's very interesting. It's good to use it as a small toy. I'll take it. He was about to transform into Kagayaji, but suddenly saw Kagayaji standing not far away, staring straight at him. This woman is really troublesome. Bai Ye had no choice but to let the mask enter the invisible form, and then show people the original appearance. He failed to extract the time fruit, and he didn't know how long he would stay in this place, so he had to take a step to see. Your strength is very strange. Saying so, Kagayaji approached Bai Ye step by step. Is this the power of the divine tree? She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Bai Ye's face. Bai Ye visibly ducked back. Hey, Otsutsuki Kagaya, can you be normal? Bai Ye rolled his eyelids and said angrily. It's impossible between the two of us, stop thinking about me and keep a distance from me. I'm the one who has a girlfriend. Kagaya stopped walking, she still has no expression. It seems that he didn't understand what Bai Ye said. Just at this time, Bai Ye suddenly saw a gorgeously dressed man walking in this direction with an arrow on his back. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Dressed so well, he looked at least a lord. Simulate his data, isn't there a place to live here? At least, I have to stay here until next week's lottery time. He immediately used Dark Fruit's ability to engulf the opponent. Feel free to move. His figure began to change immediately, and his clothes perfectly imitated the other party. Kagayaji frowned. Bai Ye's sudden role-play made her feel unbelievable. Inevitably, some apprehensions arose. 161 only 100,000 people, too few. Wearing a mask, Bai Ye perfectly transformed into the appearance of a lord. Even Kagaya couldn't see his real body. My lord, please. The soldiers guarding the camp naturally couldn't tell that this was no longer their original lord. The two entered the lord's camp smoothly, and took over the entire camp. However, this place is really primitive. Bai Ye sighed helplessly. He began to miss barbecue and whine a little. As a lord, his food is only bland and tasteless. The craftsmanship here is far worse than that of Akamaiki Yakiniku restaurant. The wine, too, was less than satisfactory. Kagayaji was by his side, still inseparable. In the eyes of these commoners, this is really a stunning beauty, who just appeared has attracted the covetousness of many men, and everyone is envious of the lord's luck. This point is similar to that described in the original book. Only Bai Ye knows that this beautiful Kagayaji has huge flaws. That is IQ, she does not speak, and occasionally speaks, it is some strange words, and often talking to herself. This is a woman who lives completely in her own world. Bai Ye is really not willing to communicate with her. It's better to be read. At least, that's a naive girl. There is no harm without comparison. After 2 or 3 days like this, the camp where Bai Ye is located is at war with the territories of other countries. The flames of war raged outside, but Bai Ye was still lying peacefully. The staff officers under the lord naturally felt very uneasy. Sir, is this self-defeating? My lord, may I ask how to deal with the next battle? The opponent is coming so fiercely that our soldiers may not be able to resist it. Is it necessary to withdraw the camp, or seek assistance from the surrounding area? Bai Ye opened his eyes and glanced at them. Such a small thing is going to wake him up. He yawned and walked out of the tent. Seeing the dark crowd from a distance, he narrowed his eyes. How many people are there? About 100,000. It's only 100,000. Bai Ye shook his head. It's too little. There are only so few people, not enough to plug the gap between the teeth. What's more, they are all civilians who don't know ninjutsu. With ordinary swords, how can they have the strength to match him? If it is 100,000 ninjas, maybe it can add a little fun to his boring life. However, the staff officers accompanying Bai Ye looked at each other and frowned. Only 100,000. Is the lord mad? 100,000 elites is a very scary number. My lord, don't underestimate the other party, those are very difficult. My lord, let's make a good strategy. They tried their best to persuade Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye had no intention of adopting their suggestions. There's nothing to make, kill, and it's over. As far as he is concerned, killing such a thing can be done in an instant. Under the gaze of everyone, Bai Ye slowly pulled out the sword at his waist. Hands up, sword, cut off with a sword. The bloody arc flew away, directly flattened the opposite camp. Bai Ye withdrew his sword expressionlessly and walked back to the tent. Okay, you can collect the spoils now. The soldiers who witnessed this scene were already full of fear. What a monstrously powerful force this is. In their view, just the moment they drew their swords, they had already killed their opponents. My lord, is this possessed by monster? Speaking of which, our lord doesn't seem to know swordsmanship. It must be that woman. Soon, suspicion and fear spread throughout the camp. Kagayaji obviously felt the jealousy and malice of these people around her. However, she didn't care about these. The only ones she cares about are Shenshu and Bai Ye. The sacred tree is about to bear fruit. This morning, Kagaya said to him. Bai Ye frowned. Do you want to give that fruit to me? The fruit of the sacred tree that holds the great chakra. If he eats it, Bai Ye will replace Kagaya and become the ancestor of chakra. But, in this way, I am afraid that the entire history of the ninja world will change. Of course Bai Ye doesn't care what happens to the ninja world. What he cares about is Yuzihong, as well as Kushina, Senior White Fang, and those who treat him sincerely. Once the history of the ninja world changes completely, then they may cease to exist. This fruit, it only belongs to you. 0 for flowers. After thinking about it, Bai Ye gave this sentence. Kage froze for a moment. A gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes. To her, Bai Ye's words sounded like love words. Come with me. She stood up and walked out the door. Where are you going? Bai Ye followed behind her, watching her walk all the way in the direction of the sacred tree. She doesn't want to do something to the sacred tree, does she? Bai Ye thought, feeling a little nervous. Can't help speeding up the pace. When both of them stood at the foot of the sacred tree, Kage held out her hand to him. The big tree that blocks the sky and the sun, with intertwined roots and luxuriant branches, gives people a very powerful coercion. And Otsutsuki Kage, standing under the tree, also gave a terrible pressure day and night. Bai Ye realized, before eating the fruit of the god tree, Kage was already strong enough. Give me your sword, Kage ordered like this. Bai Ye immediately refused. If you want something else, you can discuss it, but this one will be waived. Are you kidding me? Otsutsuki Kage is already very powerful. If he got the killing sword, wouldn't he just destroy the world? How to use it? Eat it, or carry it with you. By the way, fusion. Thinking about it this way, it is even more impossible for Bai Ye to hand over the sword. Etc. A light flashed in his mind. This woman, could it be because she couldn't think about it, she wanted to cut down the tree? If he can get its power, at least he can multiply the number of chakra he currently has. Bai Ye froze for a moment. Seeing that Bai Ye was unwilling to cooperate, Kage did not forcibly plunder his sword. What the sacred tree represents is infinite chakra. With a light wave of the sword, he cut off a part of the roots of the sacred tree. According to Otsutsuki Kage, she wants me to use the roots of the sacred tree. Her purpose, it seems, is not to want Bai Ye's sword. Let me see what kind of attribute 6 can be added to the equipment by adding the roots of the sacred tree as fusion materials. If I cut off a part of the divine tree and fuse it, is it possible to obtain the power of the divine tree? Sudden, the roots of the tree also carry the power of the sacred tree. After Kage finished speaking, she turned around and went back the same way. Bai Ye saw this possibility and immediately started to do it. 162 blood rain strikes. Bai Ye summoned the system. He started to look at related functions. Join the roots of the sacred tree. The stove use coupon flashed slightly, and gave an answer. Add special fusion material, sacred tree roots, which can produce enchanting effects. Chakra reserves increase, there is a certain probability to get unlimited chakra. Since the material is full of magic, equipment damage may occur. It can be repaired with the repair function. Bai Ye's spirit lifted. Unlimited chakra. If he can get this, then he is truly invincible. But is the dog going as well as I thought it would? Bai Ye frowned slightly. To be honest, the more powerful the function, the more uncertain he was. He tried, cut off a bit of the root of the sacred tree, and threw it into the stove together with the killing sword. Soon, the light in the 687 stove began to become strange. The dull running sound made him feel more and more nervous. Only in this era can one obtain the power of the divine tree. After Otsutsuki Kage eats the fruit of chakra, the sacred tree will cease to exist. So, maybe this is the only chance. Bai Ye closed his eyes. He clenched his fists. Only a ding sound was heard. Equipment modification has been completed. The sword fell from the fire, and its shape changed significantly. Bai Ye saw that there was an extra eye-like engraving on the hilt of the sword. The moment he grasped the hilt of the sword, an insanely powerful force was transmitted along the blade to his palm. This feeling is really familiar to me. It was such a pleasure when I first learned the art of immortality. Is it a success? At this time, the attribute of the killing sword is shown on the stove coupon. The enchantment is complete, and the effect has been produced, unlimited chakra. Note: when the weapon is disarmed, the effect will be dispelled at the same time. See this extra enchantment. Bai Ye let out a long sigh of relief. The tightly clenched fist can also be let go. This time, his luck was so good that he couldn't believe it. It was a one-time success. Holding a murder sword in his hand, Bai Ye suddenly felt that his whole body was full of strength, and even his muscles, bones and muscles seemed to have been reorganized, making him light and agile. The understanding of chakra seems to have reached a new level. The expanding power even gave him a kind of arrogant ambition to dominate the world. I have unlimited chakra. If I confront Madara head-on now, I am more than 70% sure that I will kill him on the spot. However, even if Madara is beheaded, the disaster of the origin of blood cannot be relieved. Thinking of the source of blood, the good mood of the day and night sank again. Could it be that it can only be completely killed by means of sealing? Bang! In the dark clouds in the sky, there was a dull thunder. With the coming of night, rain, pouring down, Bai Ye returned to the camp to shelter from the rain. Kage handed him a bowl of warm fish soup. Did you make this for me? Bai Ye looked at the dust on her hands and face, and knew that Princess Kage must have made soup for him with her own hands. A move in my heart. Unexpectedly, you can still taste the soup made by the ancestor of chakra here. Facing Bai Ye's question, Kage didn't speak. She was still as indifferent. Even if there are thousands of words in her heart, she will not tell others easily. Thanks. Bai Ye's thank you made her cheeks flush slightly. This 1,000-year-old woman, at this moment, actually looks a bit like a virtuous wife. My lord, today's reign seems very unusual. The staff officers went into the tent and reported the situation outside to Bai Ye. The rain is red and smells like blood. Soldiers who came into contact with this kind of rain became a little abnormal, or their skin became pale, or their emotions became irritable. Many soldiers fell to the ground, unable to get up, unable to even speak. In several camps, bloody bites took place, and people have died as a result. Listen to the intelligence of the staff. Bai Ye's heart tightened suddenly. Isn't the situation they are talking about the origin of the blood causing trouble? What happened? Why does the power of the origin of blood work in such a place? Bai Ye couldn't believe it. He immediately walked out of the tent with his sword in hand. Far away, he seemed to see a familiar scene. Point 0. It was a filthy cloud of blood. Among the clouds, there is a huge vortex. All the power of the origin of blood leaked from that vortex. Is it a demon totem? It shouldn't appear in this era. Just at this time, Bai Ye suddenly heard Uchiha Madara's eerie voice. Bai Ye, you make it easy for me to find. Uchiha Madara. This voice made Bai Ye's nerves tense immediately. Before his brain could react, his body had already acted. Draw your sword and slash in the direction of the sound. The blood arc surged, like countless blood moons, and rushed towards Madara's hiding place in a mighty manner. Madara, suspended in the air, waved her hand and blocked the day and night attacks with blood cells. It's just like that, but it can't kill me. Madara smiled grimly, and her expression became a little ferocious. Behind him, several blood-stained truth-seeking balls appeared. Come and feel my anger, Bai Ye. As soon as the voice fell, the waves roared towards the day and night. Can't move. Bai Ye's body suddenly became very heavy. He knelt down on one knee unbearably. At this time, he discovered the strangeness of the body. Is it because of this rain of blood? The blood in their bodies seeped into the soil and became the source of blood. Bai Ye once again lamented the power of the killing sword. With a swing of the sword, time and space were cut into several splits. If your method is only like this, then it's up to me next. No matter where you are like this. You like to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Black turbid air gushes out from the crack. Soon, he stood up again. The surroundings were already full of pale dead bodies. The one who killed them in 1.7 was, of course, the Uchiha Madara in front of them. It absorbed all the blood that was entangled with Bai Ye. The sword intent buzzed. The blade of the killing sword instantly turned blood red. The suppression effect on the origin of blood was triggered. There was a piercing smile on the corner of his mouth. Bai Ye sneered. Time and space distortion. The blood rain that was about to fall on Bai Ye's body also drew a strange arc in the air, avoiding his body. What a fine sword. 163 Madara's intentions. The place touched by the black turbid air was melted and destroyed, turning into nothingness. Even Madara's body is not spared. Madara, who didn't take these space-time distortions seriously, now had to retreat to avoid the range of these black turbid air. The space where he is located has been broken. He may be sucked into the space-time distortion at any time. Madara looked at Bai Ye with a somewhat apprehensive look. There is some jealousy. Bai Ye, you have actually mastered that kind of power. The power of time and space will be controlled by humans, which is completely beyond the cognition of the devil totem. Uchiha Madara couldn't imagine that Bai Ye had gained such a powerful force in such a short period of time. In this world, the most difficult force to control is the power zone of time and space. And now, Bai Ye even has this kind of power in his hands, and he can use it as he pleases. Madara felt an unprecedented crisis. If this man cannot be killed as soon as possible, he will soon completely surpass the power of the demon totem. By that time, it will be his end. He has worked so hard to plan 20 times, not to witness his own doom. Bai Ye, this terrible variable, he must get rid of it. Bai Ye, today is the day of your death. Madara roared with a hideous face. The truth-seeking ball formed the shape of a needle cone, mixed with the blood wave, and stabbed Bai Ye. Blood arc. With a flick of Bai Ye's hand, there was another dense arc of blood. Shifted instantly, avoiding the attack of the truth-seeking ball. If you get hit by the truth-seeking ball, it will be very bad. However, their speed, in Bai Ye's opinion, is too slow. It is impossible to hit him at all. Sage mode. In just an instant, Bai Ye entered Sage mode. With his heart moving at will, he combined the power of fairy art into the blood arc. Swinging the sword again, the blood arc has turned orange gold, and it has become extraordinarily delicate. Facing such a huge orange gold blood arc, Madara's expression changed dramatically. Damn it! Madara has seen descriptions of these blood arcs in the information. Being hit head-on by such a blood arc, he will definitely die. After all, even Tobirama of Impure World Reincarnation, under such absolute defense, couldn't resist it. Madara, are you just running away? Bai Ye sneered. Sure enough, his enthusiasm can only be mobilized when he is fighting against a powerful enemy. What fun is there in killing ordinary civilians and weak ninjas? Only Madara is his fun. Just use him to practice swordsmanship. Seeing the blood arc falling slowly, not even as fast as the rain falling, Madara couldn't help laughing. With his current 6 paths mode, if such a blood arc attack can be done faster, it can still hurt him. Just words like this. Well, Bai Ye lost. Madara's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Appeared again, already 100 meters away. Such a slow attack, do you think you can hit me? It's ridiculous. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. The smile becomes meaningful. Feels a little slow, doesn't it? As soon as his words fell, the golden-orange blood arc suddenly disappeared. A strong sense of crisis quickly enveloped Madara's heart like a dark cloud. Gone. How could it be gone? Although he couldn't see the blood arc, Uchiha Madara could clearly sense that a huge force of destruction was gradually approaching him. Not good. This blood arc is weird. Madara decisively mobilized the power of the origin of blood and built a defensive barrier. The thick rain of blood formed a ball, wrapping him tightly within it. Only in an instant, this round of blood arc suddenly appeared and hit his defensive barrier. Bang bang bang. Waves of huge explosions sounded all over his body one after another. Blood rain and blood arc quickly merged into one. One after another sprinkled down. Although most of them were offset by the blood wave, some of them entered Madara's protection range. Madara's body was quickly cut with many fine wounds. These bleeding wounds, although not fatal, quickly stained his white robe red. Make him look so embarrassed. Madara withdrew the blood rain, and two black sticks came out of his palm. He hid behind the blood wave and aimed at Bai Ye. HMPH, it still didn't kill me, what a pity. Call out. There was a piercing sound. The black stick flew towards Bai Ye's heart. Bai Ye let out a tisk. Still one step slower. He failed to kill him before the formation of the enchantment. Kamui. Bai Ye just stood there, not moving at all. The black rod penetrated through Hollow's body part. Can't hurt him half a point at all. Madara tore off the white robe on her body, and her body was covered with human faces. Seeing these faces on his body, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. This guy is almost indistinguishable from the demon totem sealed in Kushina's body. Susanoo. The burly blue god of war rose from the ground, and Madara stood on the head of the giant Susan, holding a round fan, and charged towards Bai Ye. Susa. Bai Ye also summoned his own white Susanoo to confront Uchiha Madara head-on. The two huge phantoms collided together, causing the heaven and earth to vibrate, and the rocks collapsed. All creatures within 100 miles were vaporized and extinct in an instant. Bai Ye, who has unlimited chakra, is not at a disadvantage in such a battle. Even, there is a trend of getting braver as you fight. Uchiha Madara, you are too weak. Bai Ye saw the right opportunity, and released it again to attack. He realized that even though the person in front of him was immortal and seemed to be very powerful, Madara's power was similarly limited due to the severe damage to the demon totem. Here he is still. As long as the seal on Kushina's body is not broken, the power of the demon totem cannot be restored. Even if Madara kills everyone in this world, he can't become the strongest ninja world. Madara wants to swallow the fruit. Bai Ye was shocked. The power derived from blood will cease to exist the moment the blood dries up. The sacred tree not far away, the flower buds on the top of the head, slowly opened. The power of the origin of blood is not completely invincible. When he came here, his real goal was not Bai Ye, but the fruit of the divine tree. In this world, there is no such thing as a perfect and powerful force. Bai Ye couldn't help but sympathize with Uchiha Madara. This is exactly the prosperity of all, and the loss of all. Madara suddenly stopped entanglement with Bai Ye, turned around, and flew towards the direction of the sacred tree. This guy, in the original book, is a 25-year-old boy who was used by others. Madara, it's sad that you can't understand such a simple truth. This fruit must not be obtained by Madara. He immediately opened the seventh gate and caught up with Madara. Under this restricted premise, so, 164 victory or defeat, only in an instant. In the bloody wind, the flowers of the sacred tree have been greatly nourished. The power of Bai Ye, the power of the origin of blood, are all invisible, stimulating the sacred tree. Although it is a tree, it is not just a tree. It can sense a crisis. This kind of crisis makes it have to take action and actively deal with it. And what it can think of, the best way to deal with it is to blossom and bear fruit. Looking into the distance, the whole sacred tree is glowing. The power of the divine tree is about to fully gather in the fruit. Bai Ye finally stopped Madara before the sacred tree. The thick black mist rushed towards Madara, and the dense blood arc also killed Madara in an instant. Bai Ye pulled out all the stops. In front of this desperate Uchiha Madara, he dare not have any slack. No one knows what kind of bizarre operation Madara will do in order to obtain the fruit of the sacred tree. But, Bai Ye will never let him become the ancestor of chakra. As long as I am here, you will never get this fruit. Let's see who's faster. Madara smiled meaningfully. He is sure to get the fruit of the divine tree. Bai Ye's eyes widened. The eyes changed into the shape of Mangekyo. The flow of rainwater instantly slowed down. Madara's movements also became much slower. HMPH, it's just to affect the speed of time, and you want to stop me. Tengai Shinsei. As soon as Madara's words fell, countless meteorites fell from the sky and hit Bai Ye directly. With a light wave of his sword, Bai Ye disintegrated all these meteorites, and with another sword with his backhand, another arc of blood. The blood arc attack at such a close range made Madara have to retreat to avoid it. Susanoo. Madara's blue giant Susan stared at Bai Ye's body. It also holds a huge knife in its hand. Although its movement is slower than that of humans, its advantage lies in its wide range. The moment the knife was swung, a deep gully appeared on the ground. The destructive power is amazing. Madara, your Susan god of war is still too tender. The white Susanoo, who belongs to Bai Ye, resolutely rushes out to fight. Bai Ye quietly withdrew from the protection of the giant Susan. In a war of attrition with Madara, more and more people and things will be affected, so it must be resolved quickly. He already had an intention in his mind. It's just that the cooperation of several avatars is still needed. If this move is successful, the outcome will be decided in an instant. A sly smile flashed across Bai Ye's eyes. Madara sensed Bai Ye's movements. He knew that Bai Ye was planning to use some kind of trick against him. However, he couldn't see through what kind of strategy it was. I have fought against him several times, and my understanding of him is very comprehensive. Let me see, what would he do in this situation? Bai Ye's biggest hole card is nothing more than the sword. From Madara's point of view, as long as he doesn't get hit by the sword, there is absolutely no threat to him. As for Bai Ye's eyes, it is impossible to restrain the power of origin. So, what exactly can he do? Just when Madara was puzzled, the space behind him suddenly began to twist and deform. He subconsciously retreated to the side, but saw Bai Ye holding a sword and stabbing at him. Sage Art. Yin Escape Thunder School. Intensive purple lightning shot out from Madara's palm. Bai Ye didn't even hide, and met him head-on. A green light shone from his body. In such a dense lightning attack, the green light quickly became weaker. When the green light completely dissipated, there was a soft sound. Bai Ye disappeared in place. Is it a clone? Madara was puzzled. How could it be a clone? If it's just a clone, how can it withstand his Sage Art attack? There must be something wrong with the green light. It looks like it can withstand attacks. Madara's reflexes are very sharp. There was another soft sound. Madara turned her head. A scene that made him feel angry appeared. The space-time distortion behind him turned out to be changed by Bai Ye's avatar, and it didn't exist at all. Could it be that Bai Ye drove me here on purpose? This cunning brat. Just at this time, dense blood arcs flew from behind him overwhelmingly. This trick again. Madara mobilized the surrounding blood and defended again. However, the blood arc attack this time seems to be more intensive than any previous one. Madara, some are hard to guard against. If it's just an insignificant part, then the problem won't be too serious. Madara thought so. However, he suddenly saw that Bai Ye's face that terrified him was gradually approaching him through the rain of blood. Part of the blood arc was actually transformed by Bai Ye's avatar. Madara was attacked from all sides, unable to defend at all. A tingling pain came from his heart. Madara saw a bloody mark floating on his heart. Blood curse seal. Damn it. After all, being marked with the curse of blood means that this body will belong to Bai Ye's control. The outcome is set. Madara's body was quickly thrown away by blood and fell from the sky. Although the devil totem tried its best to cultivate Madara, but at the moment Madara was controlled, it abandoned him without hesitation. Power is rapidly flowing from Madara's body. The feeling of being abandoned, the feeling of being betrayed, is like a scourge, impacting Madara's heart. He felt fear like never before. Are you going to die like this? No, I still have a chance. Madara's eyes widened suddenly. Even if the tail beast in his body started to escape, he was still struggling. He doesn't want to die, he can't lose. Seeing that he was about to approach the fruit of the divine tree, he began to deliberately control his body and fall there. As long as I can get the fruit of the sacred tree, I still have a chance. Just when his fingers were about to touch the fruit of the divine tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly appeared. This woman, as the guardian of the sacred tree, Wang Jiao, the meaning of her existence here is to take care of the sacred tree. Once she cannot protect the fruits of the god tree, she must ensure that these fruits will not be taken away by outsiders. Seeing that Madara was about to succeed, she grabbed the fruit without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Not far away, Bai Ye, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help laughing. Madara, do you think there is hope for you? You are defeated, accept your fate. Madara's last hope was thus shattered. All the tail beasts roared and escaped from his body. His body fell heavily to the ground. His eyelids became more and more heavy. Tsukuyomi. Bai Ye immediately used Tsukuyomi to firmly control the tailed beasts within a certain range. The image of Otsutsuki Kagaya has become what Bai Ye is familiar with. The ancestor of chakra has come to the world. Bai Ye and Kagaya looked at each other from afar. She floated slowly towards Bai Ye. 165 Kagaya's children. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra. When facing this woman, Bai Ye always has some inexplicable nervousness. The opponent is obviously not his opponent at all. Why is he so nervous? Kagaya grabbed Bai Ye's hand and placed it over her heart. The imprint on the palm of this hand has the power to dominate the entire world. Bai Ye understood what she meant. Do you want me to plant a spell for you too? Kagaya nodded. I sighed at the strength of the power, and I was afraid that it would make Russian doctors. You can completely control this power. I am willing to keep this power for you until you need me. Kagaya said something like this. In Bai Ye's heart, a lot of waves surged. For this Princess Kagaya to say such a thing, his trip is not in vain. Otsutsuki Kagaya in the original book was intoxicated by powerful power, and finally turned into a murderous evil spirit, feared by everyone. If you don't regret it. Bai Ye was equally serious. I can fulfill your request. After a while, in Kagaya's heart, there was an extra imprint of the curse of blood. Although Bai Ye did not plan to subdue her, the current situation is no different from subduing her. After solving the big trouble of Madara, Bai Ye's mood is much better. It's time to leave this world and go back to the era I was in. I haven't eaten decent food in a long time. Bai Ye thought this way, but felt melancholy again. If there is no time fruit, how can I go back? Thinking about the fruit of time, Bai Ye felt a headache. After all, things like lottery draws are too uncertain. It is possible to win the prize in the next second, or it is possible not to win the prize for the rest of your life. Moreover, the more you want something, the harder it is to get it. Could it be that I'm going to live here for 1,000 years? With such thoughts popping up in his mind, Bai Ye quickly rubbed his brows. It's all so horrible. You can't just bully him just because he took the stimulant. There is only one woman like Kagaya around, so I will get tired of watching it every day. Impossible. With my luck, I should be able to draw it next time. Bai Ye encouraged himself like this. However, the truth is not quite what Bai Ye thought. It has been a month since he officially obtained the time fruit. Unexpectedly, through the modification function, the time fruit was forcibly modified. Looking at the killing sword that has been fused with the effect of time fruit, Bai Ye felt like weeping with joy. There is no one who has drawn waste rewards for a month in a row. If it weren't for the fact that these 4 waste products could be used for fusion, he would have wanted land. Bad luck, really angry taking advantage of the dark moon and high winds, and Kagaya's absence, Bai Ye quickly used the ability of the time fruit to start time-space jumping. The span of a jump is 20 years. It seems that there are more jumps. Konoha is 38 years old. The country of fire, Konoha village. On the bustling street, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Bai Ye yawned and rubbed his eyes. Reached. Johnny responded to his guess. It looks like it's here. Bai Ye let go of the sword intent specially, and sensed the abnormalities around him. I didn't find the breath of the origin of blood. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he came to this conclusion. After being hit one after another, even the devil totem will take a long time to recover its strength. At present, the whereabouts of Raikage are not known. Perhaps, the origin of blood will choose to use the remaining power to cultivate Raikage. But, Raikage's own conditions are far worse than those of Uchiha Madara. Bai Ye sighed. His eyes became serious. If it wants to make a comeback, then he will have to see the trick. Not far away, Yuhihong is picking fresh vegetables. The first person I saw after I came back was the person I most wanted to see. Such happiness cannot be described in words. It was also at this moment that Bai Ye felt that this was truly home. From Bai Ye's point of view, he has been away for more than a month. However, from Yuhihong's point of view, he just left for a day. Even though he was only away for a day, she also missed him very much. Mr. Bai Ye, Shihahong ran towards him and threw herself into his arms. Bai Ye stroked her head and smiled slightly. By the way, Mr. Bai Ye, Lord 4th Hokage invites you to go over. Namikaze Minato. Bai Ye thought for a while. I didn't want to understand why the other party would summon him for something. Had to go in person. Konoha village, Hokage office. The moment Bai Ye pushed the door open, he saw a person he felt very familiar with. Isn't this the little ghost who can move in the time-space distortion? That night, he kept watch with Tsunade all night before seeing his face. Now, he suddenly appeared here. Bai Ye always felt that the other party came on purpose at the right time. You are Master Bai Ye. The kid stood up and looked at Bai Ye with eyes that lacked human emotion. This familiar look reminded Bai Ye of Otsutsuki Kagaya thousands of years ago. Namikaze Minato introduced. This little guy also suddenly appeared at the entrance of Konoha village. His state is different from other children. He said that he came here for Master Bai Ye. Bai Ye sighed. So, he has memory, which is indeed different from those children who lost their memory. Looking at this child up close, it becomes more and more that he looks like Kagaya's child. The little guy looked about 5 or 6 years old. The location of the curse seal is in the heart. She is dressed like Mitsuki, but in appearance, she is closer to him and Kagaya-ji. Bai Ye understood. Then where are you from? I see. No wonder, he didn't have any stories with Kagaya-ji, but he can still create Mizuki. Mizuki got dressed again. Your mother, is that Otsutsuki Kagaya? He looked at Bai Ye seriously. Saying so, the little guy took off his shirt, and showed Bai Ye the imprint of the blood curse seal. Yes, Miyu explained. Your chakra merged with mother's chakra, and finally, I was born. You can call me Mizuki. I came here to help you and take care of you. A very distant place, that place, is called the moon. I was born here. However, when he saw the blood curse mark, he was severely surprised. For this name, Bai Ye is not surprised. The realms of gods and humans are still different. 166 The origin of blood is about to dissipate. Konoha village, bazaar, needed after coming out of the Hokage office. Bai Ye led Seiyu, and the two of them wandered on the street. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato followed the two of them with a solemn expression. As this child named Seiyu considered Bai Ye's child, he expressed bewilderment, because, from his point of view, the relationship between the two is not very cordial. On the contrary, it is very alienated. It's not like a father-son relationship at all. Mitsuki, what an interesting kid. At some point, Orochimaru also followed Bai Ye too. And, the sudden sound made Minato jump. A child who doesn't understand human emotions can become a complete murder weapon. Orochimaru licked his lips. The greed and envy on the face are very obvious. Master Orochimaru, if you say that, Master Bai Ye will be angry. Namikaze Minato quickly corrected him. After all, there is a close relationship between that child and Bai Ye. Orochimaru smiled indifferently. Minato, you don't know Bai Ye well enough. If he heard me say that, he might be very excited. After all, Mr. Bai Ye is a murderous tyrant who pursues ultimate power. Namikaze Minato silently kept his distance. Orochimaru, this guy, always says some unacceptable things. In his opinion, Lord Bai Ye is not completely a tyrant, he also has a tender side. I take my leave first, Lord Orochimaru. With that said, Minato left in an instant. Orochimaru was still staring at Bai Ye. He came here not only to follow Bai Ye. Regarding the research progress of the origin of blood, he needs to make a regular report to Bai Ye. He has been waiting for Bai Ye's summons. However, Bai Ye clearly knew that there was a tail following him, but he still pretended not to know and let Orochimaru follow behind. Bai Ye's eyes fell completely on this brat. Honestly, he even kind of wants to hand Mizuki over to Orochimaru to do some research. However, if you really do this, it is somewhat ruthless. Want something to eat? Can I have a bowl of ramen? Yes, please. While talking, the two entered the Ichiraku ramen shop. Bai Ye ordered 2 bowls of ramen. Orochimaru lifted the curtain and followed in. Let's add another bowl of dumplings. Orochimaru didn't treat himself as an outsider, and sat down beside Bai Ye. Mr. Bai Ye, long time no see. Bai Ye looked at him and nodded, as a greeting. While waiting for the ramen, several acquaintances walked in from the door. Master Bai Ye, Kakashi was very excited when he saw Bai Ye. In his eyes, Bai Ye is already an idol. Mr. Bai Ye, Kushina's words are more reserved. Both of them were also beside them, and they chose chairs to sit down. The Konoha hospital recently received several patients from other villages. Kushina said worriedly. They all showed signs of anemia for no reason, and their behavior suddenly became abnormal, and they were also aggressive. Bai Ye frowned. It sounds like the power of the origin of blood is at work. However, the killing sword doesn't have any hints. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. He had already heard about what happened in Muya Hospital. Mr. Bai Ye, I have an interesting piece of information. I wonder if you were interested in it. Bai Ye stopped him with his eyes. In this kind of place, there are many people. How can you casually discuss those confidential matters? Half an hour later, Bai Ye came to Orochimaru's laboratory. Here, he saw that there were several more glass cylinders containing experimental bodies. The environment here is still as bad as ever. However, this time, the smell of blood was much lighter. The blood pool has not appeared for a while. Orochimaru said, even some of the finished products of my cultivation have died one after another. Bai Ye lowered his gaze. Does this mean that the origin of blood is about to dissipate? If that's the case, all the better. But, judging from his understanding of the origin of blood, the possibility of it hiding and waiting for an opportunity may be even higher. Now, Mr. Bai Ye, please look at this. From a pile of red reagent tubes, Orochimaru took out a darker one. He opened the reagent tube, opened his mouth, and poured it into his mouth. With a movement of his Adam's apple, he directly swallowed a whole tube of reagents. Ask for flowers. Bai Ye frowned, and even retreated involuntarily. This Orochimaru is always doing disgusting things out of the blue. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru suddenly fell down. What is this guy playing with? Orochimaru's body, on the ground, gradually melted into a pool of blood. The experimental subjects in the nearby glass jars all opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes are blood-like red. Orochimaru, you are. Bai Ye suddenly understood Orochimaru's operation. He turned himself into a pool of blood, completely replicating a portion of his original power zone. Now, Lord Bai Ye, please try to attack me. Orochimaru's gloomy voice resounded in the pool of blood. Bai Ye thought of what happened when he fought against the demon totem in the country of soup. If Orochimaru does come up with a new demon totem, I'll be damned if I attack him rashly. He has an extra heart. A bone clone is summoned and used to attack Orochimaru. The result was not what he expected. As soon as the avatar hit the blood pool, it was immediately smashed to pieces. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly became serious. Orochimaru, you dare to plot against me. Bai Ye took the killing sword from his waist and handed it over to another bone clone. He released his sword intent. Powerful suppression effect, released from the blade. Blood arc, swinging the sword by the bone avatar released streaks of orange-gold blood arcs. Orochimaru, who transformed into a blood pool, was unable to avoid it and was hit head-on by the blood arc. The blood boiled, and Orochimaru, standing in the pool of blood, groaned in pain. Wait, Mr. Bai Ye, I'm just showing you the results of the experiment. Rao is Orochimaru, and he can't hold back the blood arc fused with the power of immortality. If he is cut a few more times, he will be split. Bai Ye signaled the bone clone to stop. Orochimaru, now, you can explain to me what's going on. Orochimaru's figure changed a bit. Immediately afterwards, there was no movement in the blood pool. Just when Bai Ye was confused. On the experimental platform not far away, a pale corpse opened his eyes and sat up. Mr. Bai Ye, this is actually a very simple matter. 167 is the power of time and space. Bai Ye's gaze became cold. He looked at Orochimaru lying on the test bench not far away. That was the new body that Orochimaru had just acquired. During the period when he didn't pay attention to Orochimaru, the progress of Orochimaru's experiment can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. I'm not surprised that you can study the essence of the source of bleeding. Bai Ye really had to admire him. However, what surprised me is that the killing sword's inhibitory effect on you seems too strong. Orochimaru stepped down from the test stand. Lord Bai Ye, he still has that sexy voice. Even sexier than before. Bai Ye looked carefully. The body Orochimaru is using now is a woman's body. So, along with the sound has changed. You can attack me only because the current me cannot absorb more. 447, blood and more chakra like the totem. Orochimaru spread his hands, and the blood gushed out of his body and dripped to the ground, forming a pool of blood on an extremely small scale. In other words, the current me is still too weak. While speaking, his body melted again. He couldn't even walk in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye sighed. I can't understand the idea of this pervert more and more. So, what exactly did you research? As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse standing beside Bai Ye, whose body was completely wrapped in bandages, opened his eyes. Haven't you found it yet? Mr. Bai Ye, all the bodies in this lab are mine. As long as there are usable bodies in this world, you will absolutely not be able to kill me. The elusive Orochimaru made Bai Ye want to kill him. Bai Ye watched him walk in front of her stiffly, miss him, and step into the pool of blood. Orochimaru, whose whole body was soaked in the pool of blood, soon swelled up like a balloon. When he walked out of the blood pool again, he had completely recovered his original appearance. What I can do, the origin of blood, can naturally be done. After all, what's inside Orochimaru is just a poor replica. What you said, I already noticed it when I played against Madara and Tobirama. Bai Ye's combat experience is naturally much richer than Orochimaru's. Therefore, his understanding of the origin of blood is no less than Orochimaru. Hee, Mr. Bai Ye, you are very sharp. Orochimaru spread his hands. In terms of intelligence gathering ability, I can't compare to you anyway. It seems that not fooling Bai Ye is the right choice. Still took a life. Bai Ye stared at Orochimaru, and read some luck in his eyes. This insidious thing still doesn't seem to be law-abiding and honest enough. At the end of the day, the only thing I'm wondering about now is how you managed to kill my avatar the moment I attacked you. This is what Bai Ye is most curious about. If this mystery can be solved, then dealing with the origin of blood should be within easy reach. Orochimaru grinned and stuck out his tongue. The long tongue was dangling in the air and curled up. I was wondering about this question before, but I found the answer in these recent space-time distortions. Only the power of time and space can tear and crush an invincible strong man in an instant, isn't it? Orochimaru's words made Bai Ye's eyes widen suddenly. Time space ninjutsu, correct. How could he ignore this? No matter who it is, as long as it hits the space-time distortion, it will be shattered in an instant. This was something he had already confirmed with his own eyes. Then, in the same way, using the power of time and space, it will definitely be able to severely damage the demon totem. Bai Ye's mood suddenly became excited. Where is the source of blood now? Orochimaru restrained his smile. Mr. Bai Ye, this is the problem. Quote, in the process of his research, although he could occasionally feel the power of the source, most of the time, he couldn't touch the other party. The only thing he can be sure of is that the power of the origin of blood has already hid in a certain different space. Unless Mr. Bai Ye can enter the same time and space with it, otherwise, he will never be able to find it. This is the same as the power in Mr. Bai Ye's eyes. Get out of Orochimaru's lab. Bai Ye saw Siyu waiting for him under the shade of a tree. Mizuki still had that expressionless face. Master Bai Ye, the scourge of the origin of blood will be resolved soon. 0.0 inches. His words are not pure comfort, but a statement of a fact. Bai Ye reached out and rubbed his head. Boy, when did you come from? Mizuki raised her head and looked at him. No answer. Oh, it's taboo, you can't say it, right? Mizuki still didn't answer. What a nasty brat. Bai Ye withdrew his hand, and said lightly, you go to Minato, let him find a way to take you in. So, Lord Bai Ye, where are you going? Was asked by Miyu. Bai Ye's expression was a little unnatural. He was planning to go back and have some private conversations with Yuhihong, so it would be too inconvenient to take Miyu with him, right? Adults' affairs, children should take care of them. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ye disappeared in place. Go back to the cabin where you lived with Yuhihong. Bai Ye pushed open the door. At this point in time, Yuhihong is not at home. There was a note on the table with a few words handwritten on it. Mr. Bai Ye, I'm going to see Sister Kushina to practice new ninjutsu, and I'll be back later. The writing is pretty cute. Bai Ye smiled knowingly. This girl has been working hard recently. He didn't give up the road of becoming a strong man because of the temporary peace. This is the woman he fancied. However, she is strong enough now. Even if she gives up this path of cultivation, there is nothing wrong with it. I was thinking so. 1.5. Tsunade suddenly opened the door and walked in. Bai Ye frowned. Before you enter, you'd better knock on the door. Sunagakur fought with Cloud Shinobi Village, and there are countless dead and wounded now. Tsunade sighed and looked at him seriously. What does that have to do with me? Bai Ye remained expressionless. This war broke out in order to snatch more living places. Tsunade couldn't bear it. Can't you give them more land? Most of those people are just civilians. Only know how to live honestly and dutifully. If you can get the shelter of Konoha, maybe it can be used by Konoha. No, Bai Ye flatly refused. Whether it's Sand Shinobi or Cloud Shinobi, he doesn't care. There are too many people, and it is not good for him. Let them fight, war is inevitable. 168 swinging a sword, saving thousands of people. The country of the wind. Sunagakur. At this moment, there are corpses everywhere. When did we, Sunagakur, begin to be bullied by everyone? Shio manipulates the puppet against the invading Cloud Shinobi ninjas. The long battle made her feel a little physically exhausted. First Bai Ye, then Cloud Shinobi. Damn it, The puppets wandered among the corpses, constantly killing the enemies. Occasionally, civilians rescued by her knelt on the ground, crying and thanking her. But, her strength alone is still too weak after all. Master Chio, the current situation is not optimistic. The people from Cloud Shinobi seem to have reached an agreement with Rock Shinobi, and they are about to break through our defenses. Lord Chio, the envoy we sent to Konoha was rejected by Konoha. Bad news came one by one. Chio gritted her teeth. Don't worry about that, the most important thing is to keep here. In any case, 20 US Sand Shinobi cannot be looked down upon by them. As a ninja, even if you have to die on the battlefield. At this time, a red-haired boy who was also manipulating the puppet silently followed Chio's pace. Chio's puppet art is really a headache. She also smeared poison on the puppet, and if it touches a little bit, it will kill people. Even if this is the case, can she hold it by herself? The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi, with a sneer, charged again. Chio is a living person, she will get tired. The battle went from day to night. When the last living person on the battlefield also fell, Bai Ye finally appeared on this bloody battlefield. Beside him, there is Tsunade who was Tsukuyomi by him. He snapped his fingers and released Tsunade's grip. When Tsunade saw the blood and corpses all over the ground, his eyes suddenly widened. So, are they all dead? There are puppets everywhere, as well as corpses that have been chopped beyond recognition. Bai Ye, your heart is too hard. These people had gone to Konoha for help many times, but they were all expelled by Bai Ye. The people of Sunagaku, it's not just that, it's just that their highest combat power has been killed. The voice did not fall. Bai Ye drew his sword. Boom. Only a muffled sound was heard. A huge puppet smashed towards him. Bai Ye, you killed my parents and my mother-in-law. The eerie voice of the Scarlet Sand Scorpion resounded not far away. He pushed aside the dead body on his body, turned his head, and stared at Bai Ye expressionlessly. You will be my lifelong enemy, Scarlet Sand Scorpion. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. It's not big, and the tone is not small. The killing sword shone with a red light. He raised his hand and it was a sword. A red arc of blood flew out, cut off the head of the scorpion directly. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Tsunade screamed in fright. Her legs began to tremble, and she squatted down involuntarily. Bai Ye, that's just a child, there's no need for you to kill him. Bai Ye looked at her coldly. Just a kid. On the battlefield, there is no difference between a child or an adult. And, there was no scene of blood spattering in the blow just now. This reminds Bai Ye of the description about the Scorpion of Joy in the original book. He is a werewolf who transformed his whole body into puppets. Now, due to the phenomenon of space-time distortion, maybe he has received the help of the origin of blood and completed the body transformation ahead of schedule. Do you think I don't know your weakness? Bai Ye held his sword and walked towards him step by step. A puppet behind him suddenly opened his eyes. Yeah, you know my weakness, Bai Ye. Clack. A crisp sound resounded on the battlefield. The countless puppets around them all opened their eyes at the same time. Even if you know, what can you do? The densely packed corpses stood up from the ground. The red sand scorpion manipulated their bodies and charged towards Bai Ye mightily. What awaits you is death. I want to turn you into my puppet too. Bai Ye looked at this dense army of puppets. Sneered. That's it. When you are alive, you are not my opponent, but can you threaten me when you are dead? Are you kidding me? Before he finished speaking, he had already entered Sage mode. Infused with the blood arc of Senju Chakra, it turns golden orange. He plunged the murder sword into the ground. The power of restraint to the origin of blood, like a red mist, scattered in all directions. Immediately afterwards, there was a terrifying thick black mist. I'm a guy who likes quick wins. As Bai Ye said this, a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Wherever the black mist reaches, all the puppets are crushed again. This time, the time and space where the red sand scorpion was located were instantly split. There was no way for Xie to avoid it, he could only watch helplessly as his body was separated, and the piece of flesh that carried the flesh and blood of the human body was also completely shredded. Is this the difference in strength? In less than 3 seconds, this massive counterattack was suppressed by Bai Ye. Moonlight. Bai Ye drew out the killing sword again. Do you want to save them? The killing sword emitted a faint green light. It turns out that you also have a compassionate heart. Bai Ye now has unlimited chakra at 957. He can use all ninjutsu as he likes, even if it is to use the effect of natural teeth, it is not a problem to launch group healing on these dead bodies. If you want to save them, then do as you please. Coincidentally, Bai Ye also wanted to see how miraculous the effect of this group treatment was. How could this man be willing to spend such a huge chakra to save the dead? These ninjas who died in the war soon opened their eyes again and returned to the present world from the net field. It didn't seem like something he could do at all. It's just an experiment. It's almost time to go back to bed. Tsunade really couldn't fathom his mind. Whether it is an old man or a strong young man. This man is too thoughtful. The killing sword buzzed and emitted a strong green light. I saw that green light flew away from the sword body like a meteor, and landed on the entire battlefield. Is he up to some tricks again? The places covered by the green light grew new flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. The result of the experiment is still satisfactory to him. Bai Ye, what do you want to do? If you don't want them to die, then you should have come here to stop this war. Could it be? She turned her face and glanced at Bai Ye. Tsunade watched the scene in disbelief. 169 Retreat, stop fighting. I'm alive. The red sand scorpion suddenly opened its eyes, a carp straightened up and sat up. He touched his body. The body that had turned into a wooden puppet had turned into a flesh body again. How is this going? He clearly remembered that he was slashed by Bai Ye. Huh, am I dead? I also remember, I seem to be dead. Ha, you boy, you are really lucky. The surrounding ninjas also held their weapons and stood up again. They looked at each other and even joked. They have already gone to the Pure Land, why are they suddenly coming back now? I don't know who it is, and suddenly asked an embarrassing question. Since everyone is alive again, will this battle still be fought? Immediately, the surrounding discussion stopped in summer. Do you still fight? The feeling of death is not good. After finally taking a life, why do you still want to fight? Then, everyone reached a consensus tacitly, and began to retreat one after another. The country of fire, Konoha village. The war is over, the specific number of casualties is 0. Namikaze Minato looked at the information uploaded from the battlefield and couldn't help being surprised. What is this operation? The 3 ninja villages fought for a day and a night, and finally, after dying together, they all came back to life, and a reconciliation was reached. This kind of bizarre thing seems to be the work of Master Bai Ye. Master Tsunade, what was the situation at that time? Can you tell me more in detail? Tsunade made a tisk. A little impatient, she sat in Hokage's office in broad daylight, drunk. No way, if she was not drunk, she was afraid that she would not be able to resist confessing to Bai Ye. That's what you saw. Bai Ye waited for them to finish fighting, because they cleaned up the battlefield. Master Bai Ye is really supernatural. Namikaze Minato sighed. The office door was pushed open. Kushina came in carrying a live fish. Master, I have successfully revived it. There were water stains all over her face and body. It looks like a mess. Tsunade patted the table, said in a rough voice, very good, you are indeed my disciple, I appreciate you very much. Kushina smiled silly and rubbed the tip of her nose. Master, next you can teach me how to control chakra. The words are not finished yet. She rolled her eyelids and fell straight down. This girl, really, with the help of Anbu members, Kushina has been successfully admitted to the hospital. In order to learn medical ninjutsu, I don't have to exhaust myself to death. I told you a long time ago, this is a very chakra-intensive ninjutsu. Kushina paled and smiled weakly. Of course she remembered Tsunade's teachings. Only, she wants to grow up as soon as possible so that she can do something for Mr. Bai Ye. Most importantly, she doesn't want to lose to Yu Hahong. Kurenai Yuhi is also practicing ninjutsu day and night. Everyone is a competitor. When she was lying down and resting, the other party was still working hard, and invisibly, she fell behind a lot. Master, I'm fine, I can continue practicing in the afternoon. Kushina said. Tsunade clenched his fist and gave her a hard chestnut. Lie here for me, and rest obediently. Master Tsunade, this is a sick person. It is not acceptable to hit the head, it will break the person. Namikaze Minato persuaded from the side. HMPH, don't worry about it, it's my business. Kushina's attitude towards Minato was very cold. Minato scratched his hair helplessly and smiled awkwardly. Now, in her heart, there is only Bai Ye. Not long after, One-Yuan and Shizune also came to visit her with gifts. I said, Sister Kushina, you are working too hard. You haven't slept for 3 days in a row. Compared with this competitor, the two of them are too weak. For Mr. Bai Ye, all this is worth it. Kushina said seriously. So, has Mr. Bai Ye visited you recently? Lin asked. Kushina's expression froze slightly. She smiled awkwardly, then, shook her head. Mr. Bai Ye is very busy. Oh, it's too pitiful to fall in love with a man who is busy with his career. Sometimes I really envy Yu Hahong. It seems that no matter how busy Bai Ye is, he always finds time to visit her. Hearing these two people say this, Kushina felt a little sour in her heart. She works so hard, can Mr. Bai Ye see it? After One-Yuan and the others left, Bai Ye, who was always outside the window, stepped on the window frame and jumped into the room. The wind blew the curtains and touched the wind chimes by the window, making a tinkling sound. Bai Ye didn't want to wake up the patient, but he still woke up Kushina. The 4 eyes are facing each other. Bai Ye was rarely embarrassed. I brought you some fruit. Quote. He put the fruit basket in his hand on her bedside. Mr. Bai Ye, thank you. Kushina smiled sweetly. Bai Ye couldn't help being a little crazy. She is indeed the #1 beauty in the original book. Just looking at her like this is a pleasing feeling. Mr. Bai Ye, I will get better soon. Kushina took his hand. At that time, I will share a lot of things for you, so you won't be so tired. Bai Ye smiled slightly and nodded. What a nice woman. He held her hand and passed the warmth of his palm to her. You worked hard, silly girl. Those guys in the country of water are still ready to move. Onoki looked at the direction of the country of water and snorted coldly. He had heard the intelligence on the battlefield. He who originally had plans for those places of residence, now completely gave up struggling. After the baptism of the recent war, Iwagaker's strength is extremely, the bank of money is empty. As the strongest fighter, he is still under the control of Bai Ye. It can be said that there is no room for resistance at all. Bai Ye is a person who doesn't take hard things. It's better to prepare a reward and honestly buy land from them. Hearing what Tsuchikage said, the main fighters in the high level also lowered their heads one after another, not daring to say any more. On the contrary, all the seniors of the Lord Harmony School let out a long sigh of relief. Currently, the entire ninja world is under the control of Bai Ye alone. If we take the initiative to show our favor and submit to him, maybe we can still have a chance. They had already taken the initiative to spend money and asked Bai Ye to plant the blood curse mark for them. In the eyes of others, this is a way of betraying oneself. But in their eyes, this is an honor. Even if Bai Ye didn't express that he would treat them well, they still had unrealistic fantasies. Master Bai Ye, this is the future of the ninja world. 170 Tsunade's loan request. All countries have paid the land lease fee to Konoha. Mizukage-sama, what do you think? The land of water, Kurigakure. Mizukage and Miss Shinobi's top executives sat together and discussed countermeasures. Mizukage is a failure. At such a time, it is impossible to make any effective example. The area of our damaged living area is not very large. The daimyo of the country of water squinted his eyes and spoke slowly. If you're just moving one Kurigakure, there's no need to ask Konoha for help, right? However, the scope of time-space distortion is expanding, and the country of water is no longer safe. Kurigakure executives immediately objected. I heard that even Konoha has been eroded by time-space distortion. Mizukage said. Everyone was silent for a while. Although Konoha village also suffered from erosion, their damage was almost negligible. It can be seen that Bai Ye has a way to curb this chaos of time and space distortion. That's a guy who only recognizes money but not people. The daimyo laughed mockingly. A dignified Mizukage, are you willing to sacrifice for that kind of person? Mizukage was silent for a while. Slowly raised his head. With a hoarse voice, he said firmly, for the future of my Miss Shinobi 657 village, even if I have to sacrifice myself, I am willing. The wasteland on the outskirts has been fully leased out now. Just this rental fee can make Konoha's ninjas never have to go out on missions. What a genius idea. The name of the Kingdom of Fire is full of joy. Although Bai Ye asked to take a part of the reward, the remaining part of the reward was still very considerable. As a gambler, Tsunade certainly loves money. Seeing that people from different countries came to pay money every day, she couldn't use this large amount of silver, which made her heart itch. Bai Ye, I'm afraid he's the richest person in the whole ninja world. She couldn't help thinking like this, and rubbed her hands together. If I could marry him, wouldn't I never have to worry about gambling money? Unfortunately, Bai Ye is really not interested in her. Her abacus can only be hit in vain. Just when everyone was busy counting the silver and bills, Bai Ye pushed open the door and walked in. I'll collect my share of the fee. This one has been prepared for you. The daimyo pushed the two big boxes in front of him to Bai Ye, and you can count down for days. Bai Ye picked up the box and weighed it. No problem with weight. Opened it up and looked at the bottom. Coins are no problem. Very well, then I'll take it away. Since there is no problem, just take it away. Tsunade quickly followed. Bai Ye, wait for me. Konoha village, market. Tsunade followed Bai Ye all the way here. Bai Ye was very speechless. Even if this woman likes money, she doesn't need to be so obvious, right? It's so disgusting. Old woman, just give up. I will never give you this money. Tsunade hooked his shoulder and said with a smile. I've lost a lot in poker recently. Can I ask you to borrow some money? No. Bai Ye grabbed her arm and shook her hand off his shoulder. Borrow money to gamble. Thankfully she figured it out. If he still wants to make a promise to him if he doesn't make it, then he will lose a lot. Seeing him so indifferent, Tsunade's cheeks puffed up with anger. A beautiful Tsunade girl like her, why wouldn't Bai Ye buy it? Hey, don't be so heartless. Bai Ye carried the box and went all the way to the cabin where he lived. Hey, Bai Ye, I'm talking to you. Tsunade persuaded him persistently. I even want to take Bai Ye to play 2 games together. Bai Ye closed the door decisively and stopped her from outside. He even locked the door on the inside. HMPH, what a ruthless brat. Tsunade looked up at the sky helplessly and could only walk back silently. Kaya. Go halfway. She has a plan. Transmutation. It directly changed into the appearance of Yuhihong. As we all know, Bai Ye's biggest weakness is Shihahong. I'm going to try him out and see if he can agree if Shirihong comes to ask him to borrow money. Just thinking about this, she turned around and went to Bai Ye's wooden house again. Boom boom boom. Huh, who is it? Tsunade knocked on the door twice, but heard a woman's voice. It was her disciple, Uzumaki Kushina. It's me, Sister Kushina. Tsunade asked her to open the door with Kurenai Yuhi's voice. Oh, so it's you. Soon, the door opened. Kushina's smile is quite meaningful. Yuhihong, shouldn't you be practicing ninjutsu now? Why did you come back suddenly? Being stared at by Kushina's piercing eyes, Tsunade still felt a little terrified. She could only smile awkwardly and try to lie as much as possible. Well, I'm a little tired today. If you are tired, then take a good rest. Kushina turned sideways to let Tsunade in. Tsunade looked at the cash box on the table, eyes sparkling. Well, if Bai Ye is not here now, can I ask you something? Tsunade tugged on Kushina's arm and smiled flatteringly. Kushina's expression was light. What's the matter? It's just, I want to borrow some money, hee. Oh, borrow money, Kushina said coldly. Then Bai Ye is back, how should I explain? Tsunade made a tisk. Very careless. Based on the relationship between the two of us and him, if we use up a little bit, he won't be able to see it at all. Boom. Only a soft sound was heard. Tsunade took the money, feeling a little hot. What did you say? Say it again. He loosened his hand holding the opponent's arm embarrassingly. If one sentence is wrong, I am afraid that it will be chopped into several pieces like those rocks. Kushina has changed into Bai Ye. Tsunade, you really know how to play, and you actually want to use Hong's identity to lie to me. I was wrong, Bai Yes. Don't get me wrong, there is something I want to ask you to do, and this is a reward. Bai Ye drew out the killing sword, and pointed it at Zhao Yao. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Looking at this blood-colored long sword, how dare she say anything? Bai Ye snorted softly, picked up the cash box with the end of his sword, took 2 bundles of banknotes from it, and threw it to Tsunade. Tsunade frowned, being quite frightened by Bai Ye. Bai Ye's smile was quite treacherous. Oh, I just borrowed some money. You won't have the heart to watch me being beaten to death, will you? I'm your respected senior, the princess of Konoha. She reluctantly lifted the change. Bai Ye withdrew his sword. The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched. 171 Not doing business properly. Tell me what task you have. For the sake of paying the fee first, I will try my best to do it perfectly. So confident, then go and help me find out about Seiu's background. Who is Miyu? Why don't I know? Is there anyone else you Bai Ye can't find? Tsunade asked. You go to Namikaze Minato to see Mizuki, and you will know who Mizuki is. Are you sure you can complete this task? Don't worry, I promise to finish it beautifully for you. I will go to Namikaze Minato to see Miyu now. Holding the remuneration, Tsunade happily went to do things for Bai Ye for the sake of money. In fact, Tsunade didn't know what he was going to do, but he was very happy to see a lot of rewards. Because since Bai Ye threw the 24 rewards into Tsunade's arms, Tsunade's eyes were full of light. He didn't hear clearly at all what Bai Ye asked him to do, and he didn't know who Seiyu was. I only know to go to Namikaze Minato to have a look. Now that after leaving Bai Ye, Tsunade only remembers to go to Namikaze Minato, and everyone forgets about it. Tsunade thought to leave everything else alone. Let's go to Namikaze Minato first. But when he was halfway there, the noise of a casino on the side of the road attracted his attention. There was a lot of noise inside, as if something had happened. As soon as Tsunade saw the gambling house, it was the master who couldn't move his legs. When he heard the noise inside and the sound came out, he forgot what he was going to do, and went straight to the gambling house. Tsunade went in and took a look, only to realize that it was Pai Gao's side who started the pot. There is a gambler who bets on whichever game he likes, and everyone will follow him to bet all the time, as long as he bets on whichever game he bets to ensure winning. Tsunade's heart is itching. He has just received a commission. If he is not used as capital, if he turns over the book, he will always feel that there is something wrong with it. Before Tsunade lost a lot, and there is no capital to recoup. Now that different hands have raised funds, they have capital. Now that there is such an opportunity, why don't you hurry up and take advantage of this to recoup your capital? Thinking that there is a chance to make money, he quickly exchanged all the rewards in his hands for weights. At the moment Bai Ye is waiting for the news at home. 0. Can he still think which card will come in his hand? Little give me all the money as weight. Tsunade said as he took out the money in his arms. Tsunade couldn't believe it. 0 looking for flowers. This guy's ideas are really strong. As long as he bets, he is guaranteed to win money. The waiter in the shop was very happy, and took the coins to exchange for weights. Tsunade was very unbelieving, and bet against the player just now. Bet with your poker buddy, whichever Tsunade your poker buddy bets you will bet on. During this process, Tsunade has been observing the person pushing Pai Gao in front of him. Unfortunately, that one is a must-lose, and there is no doubt that no one wins. In other words, what does it mean? It means that the poker player bets on the sky gate, and Tsunade bets on the ground gate, and he does not bet on the same gate as the poker player at all. Although this Tsunade is a bit unreliable, but I am busy with affairs after all, and I can't do everything myself. At this moment, Zhao had sent Tsunade's weight in front of Tsunade. After losing half of the weight, Tsunade began to change tactics. Officer Hale, just wait a moment, your weight will be delivered to you immediately. This person will have such a high ability to control the direction of the cards. 172 faster than faster. This time, half of the chips were lost, and Tsunade really wanted to get back the money. So Tsunade decided to bet with his players with the rest of his chips. Tsunade bets whichever game the player bets on, but the strange thing is that Tsunade bets with the player, and the bet placed by the player is not guaranteed to win. In the first few rounds, the poker players didn't take it seriously, they just thought that their luck was not as good as before. 290, but later found out that it was not my problem, but Tsunade's problem. That is to say, when Tsunade followed the poker player and bet, the poker player started to lose money. Realizing this, the poker player started to hate Tsunade betting after him. Hey, I said friends, bet on cards, bet on cards. Why do you want to bet with me? You play yours and I play mine, don't learn from others. How do you know that I bet with you? I just want to bet this one too. Can you be reasonable? You are the one who bet with me. Every time, after I finish placing bets, you will bet on it. And since you bet with me, I haven't won a hand. Please don't play with me, please, said the poker player a little annoyed. At this time, Tsunade also realized this, and he did not win a card by following. And now there are fewer and fewer cures in my hands. Tsunade thought that since he could not win money with his poker friends, he might as well try to gamble by himself. Maybe he won all the betting money at once. Tsunade thinks so, and does so. And just this sentence made Tsunade ashamed, and couldn't find any reason to explain to Bai Ye. Bai Ye was so frightened that he immediately stood there, unable to speak or move, not knowing what to do. At this time, Tsunade was full of thoughts on how to win back his capital, so he had no time to pay attention to Bai Ye, so he said to Bai Ye impatiently. Why do I feel like you can't solve it by yourself? I really need my help. Bai Ye calmly walked over from the door, came to Tsunade's side, and patted Tsunade's shoulder. What did I ask you to do? I don't seem to remember asking you to come here to gamble. Bai Ye asked this sentence unhurriedly. If you have anything to ask me, I will talk to you when I finish my work. 0 inches. But contrary to expectations, Tsunade not only did not win a penny this time, but also lost completely. This, which, is what you said true. Tsunade hurriedly hugged Bai Ye. Tsunade wanted immediate results, immediately turned over, so Tsunade put all the betting money in his hands on it. He just stared blankly at Bai Ye motionless. 0.8. This time Tsunade recognized Bai Ye's voice, and quickly turned around to see that it was indeed standing behind him day and night. Just when Tsunade was about to borrow some money from the owner of the casino for gambling. Go, don't bother me here, I'm busy here. What else can't you tell me? Tell me, maybe I can help you. So this time Tsunade didn't bet with his friends, but chose one by himself. No, I'll do it myself, you go first. Tsunade, who was restless, could not hear Bai Ye's voice. I see you are really busy, do you want me to help you? Bai Ye said leisurely. 173 This number is wrong. Tsunade hugged Bai Ye's arm and shook it twice. Either speak quickly, or stop talking and go to work. It's like this, I lost a lot of money, you just paid me, let me use it as gambling money to make money. In the end, all of them were entered again. See if you can help me look through the book. Quote, Master Bai Ye, why do you come to my place when you have time? At this time, the owner of the casino saw that Day and Night came to the blocked room and hurried over to say hello. The person I sent out to do the mission came to you as a guest, of course I want to come and see. 20 people like Bai Ye, just tell me directly if you have anything. Is there still a need to send brothers to me to do tasks? It's not that I came to your casino to complete some tasks, but I just came to you halfway. It seems that your place is more attractive. Which benefactor is Bai Ye talking about? Come and be my guest. Tsunade coughed next to him, indicating his presence. It turns out that Master Tsunade is here, how is your luck today? I said, is the croupier here cheating? Otherwise, why do I always lose? Master Tsunade was just joking, how dare we cheat in front of you? You are the most valuable benefactor here. Yes, can you not be precious? Every gambling will lose as much as you lose. Not only that, but the most important reason is Tsunade. He is very strict with his gambling products. At the gambling table, he never used his ability in real strength. Otherwise, Tsunade will go directly to grab it. Taking advantage of Bai Ye's presence, Tsunade hastened to play tricks, trying to get back all the money he lost today. So he quickly called the croupier over and ordered the croupier to return all the gambling money that Tsunade brought today. What about the money I lost this morning? Why don't you take it all together? The casino owner looked at Bai Ye and then at Tsunade, which is also very good. At this time, Bai Ye said, no need, just lose this game. Tsunade didn't say anything, just leaned towards Bai Ye's side. It's okay. Master Tsunade said he wanted today's money, so we'll just take today's money, it's okay. The boss said, if you say that, it must be you, the croupier here is cheating. Looking at the money on the tray in front of him, Tsunade hurriedly said, this is wrong. This is just what I just lost. The croupier just took all the money that Tsunade lost just now. Looking at Bai Ye's expressionless face, the boss waved his hand to the croupier with great heartache, and took all the money that Tsunade lost in the morning. Use your eyes to signal the casino owner, you can figure it out. The croupier was in trouble, and said to Tsunade, Master Tsunade, this is not very good. This game is a game, how dare you go back to the morning one? Tsunade walked outside the door and said, this money can obviously get 500,000 taels, why did you only take 250,000 taels? Master Tsunade, this is not good. You must understand the rules of the casino, and you are willing to bet and admit defeat. Now that you have cheated, return all my money to me immediately. Bai Ye thought to himself, the boss doesn't want the money. Then it's just not taking it for nothing. Can't let the boss lose too much money, so Bai Ye took half and left with Tsunade. Tsunade 540 crossed his arms and looked at Bai Ye. Say nothing more. 174 ran away. You don't need to worry about this matter, what about the things I asked you to do? When Tsunade heard this, he didn't understand that he was driving people away. He just left here. Not long after Tsunade left, Bai Ye found 3 eyeliners all around. Release perception. It turns out that they are the 3 effective admirals of the Akatsuki organization. Undead Duo and Uchiha Itachi. Apparently they are. Use Hidan's ability to kill yourself. Preliminary judgment needs to use Uchiha Itachi's illusion to cooperate with Kakuzu, so as to achieve Hidan's ability without making mistakes. After analyzing this, Bai Ye used the ability of Dark Fruit to come to the grove so as not to hurt innocent people. The other party has found us, act. Uchiha Itachi turned his head and stared as soon as he finished speaking. Gave it to Bai Ye's Tsukuyomi. Hurry up, I won't last long. Hidan rushed up. Hidan's Shinigami 3 side had just cut through Bai Ye's skin. This Bai Ye exploded with a bang. Damn, it's a clone, Hidan said as he backed away. Hidan's ability is to obtain the blood of others to draw a bleeding spell, and then do it by self-mutilation, to defeat him. It is precisely because of this. He doesn't know ninjutsu, and taijutsu is only at the genin stage, so besides making trouble here, his teammates have no other use. Kakuzu secretly put his hand in the ground. Be ready to sneak attack Bai Ye at any time, and pull Hidan back behind him. Uchiha Itachi was just on the big tree at this time and used illusion again. Attempt to control Bai Ye. But Bai Ye was not found after searching around. Uchiha Itachi thinks it's impossible. He was still here just now, how could he suddenly disappear? Just when Uchiha Itachi was about to unleash his perception, Yin to find Bai Ye. Bai Ye rushed straight down from Uchiha Itachi's head and grabbed Uchiha Itachi. After Uchiha Itachi was caught, Kakuzu rushed to use Dorenyu to control Bai Ye. In order to catch Bai Ye, Kakuzu used all his strength, ready to control even Uchiha Itachi and Bai Ye. But things backfired. Bai Ye quickly left the tree with Uchiha Itachi. The operation ended in failure, not only a failure but also a Uchiha Itachi. Bai Ye left the woods with Uchiha Itachi. Kakuzu and Hidan are the only two left in the woods. Oh, I'm so angry, he ran away again. Hidan punched the big tree next to him and said, then is there any way? As expected, every time I deal with Bai Ye, it ends like this. It is not the first time to see such a result, what is there to be discouraged? He is the driving force for us to move forward. Only when we defeat him can we dominate the world. It's just a pity that this time a Uchiha Itachi tiger was folded in. Quote, Hidan took Uchiha Itachi out of the woods and came to a hill. Backquote Uchiha Itachi, have you made any progress recently? This time you can knock it out, I am a double. Quote, so what, didn't Qian Chenjiao get caught by you the same way? My plan is not to catch a clone of you, but to catch you. Quote, young people have ideals, it is good to have ambitions. If you have goals and move towards them, you will have motivation. I appreciate you very much. Although you failed this time, failure is success. Mom, you must know that your success is just around the corner. Don't worry about this, sooner or later you will die in my hands, and I believe that day will not be too far away. 175 Do I want to go there? Oh, is what you said true? If so, I really don't want this day to come sooner. If you succeed, if it means that I lose my life, then you should succeed later. But what is worthy of praise is your skill during this period, and your progress has been really fast, so that I dare not underestimate you. It doesn't matter whether you are small or not, the important thing is that I must kill you and fulfill my ideal. Then since you have ideals that you want to realize, I have to fulfill you too. Well, you can go and fight for your ideals. After Bai Ye said this proudly, he was about to let Uchiha Itachi leave. Xiao Yu didn't quite believe it, since Bai Ye's words had caught him in his hands. Why let the 700 go by itself? This is not logical, but looking at Bai Ye's attitude, it doesn't look like he is embarrassing himself. What you do is like letting the tiger go back to the mountain, do you understand? Uchiha Itachi said looking at the day and night. Let the tiger go back to the mountain, just a tiger like you is a little milk tiger without long teeth. Bai Ye said disdainfully, even a little milk tiger, there will be a day when you grow up, and there will be a time when you regret it. After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Bai Ye let Uchiha Itachi leave, he thought that this guy would still be useful to him in the future. Cat. There is no need to suppress him now, encourage him to exercise his skills and let him exercise first. When he grows up, he will be my great helper. Sometimes it is a matter of a moment. Bai Ye has nothing to do now, so he walked around the top of the mountain. While walking, I thought about now, can I go and see how Hong Shihi's practice is doing? Because Yuhihong often practiced chakra on this mountain, Bai Ye wanted to walk around here to see if he could find Yuhihong. Coincidentally, Bai Ye didn't go far, and saw Yuhihong and Kushina not far away. The two seemed to be discussing something there. Two girls are talking together. Wouldn't it be a little inconvenient for me to be a big man? Just when Bai Ye was thinking about whether to go over to say hello. Then I heard Kushina yelling, Master Bai Ye, we two are here, come here quickly. Please give us advice, we have a problem that we can't think through. Quote, Bai Ye saw that it was impossible to hide, so let's go over and have a look. So Bai Ye walked over to Yuhihong and Kushina. Is there any problem that I can't figure out? And Kushina, if you don't take a good rest and take care of your body, why do you come out to practice again? Master Bai Ye, I want to practice quickly so that I can help Lord Bai Ye share some things. Save Master Bai Ye's hard work. Quote, oh, Bai Ye, don't talk about Kushina, he is really hardworking, so why don't you just praise him? Yuhihong, I don't have the consciousness to criticize Kushina, I'm just worried about him, he has just been admitted to the hospital not long ago. Why are you rushing out to practice Qigong again? Why do you have to take good care of your body before you can practice Qigong? In this way, only with a good body can one practice good martial arts. This is a very simple matter. I was just very worried about Kushina. I was afraid that if he came out to practice without a good rest, he would be exhausted. Quote, Bai Ye, don't worry, I'll stay with Kushina and won't make him tired. I just asked him to help me with one matter, and there's one thing I can't think clearly about. 176 He's not here. Kushina is smarter, but I asked him to come over to help me make suggestions. If there's anything you can't think of, why don't you ask me directly? Why bother Kushina? Kushina is relatively weak now, so it's better to let him rest more. Okay Bai Ye, I get it. I won't make Kushina tired. Being in the hospital all the time is not conducive to Kushina's recovery. It's also good to come out to get some fresh air. The fresh air here will help Kushina recover. As soon as Yu Hahong finished speaking, Bai Ye sensed that there was danger approaching. You two pay attention to precautions, there should be assassins here, and the recent period has been particularly uneven. Several people immediately took precautions, each using their own abilities. Yu Hahong used the illusion, which created a space, Bai Ye instantly created a clone, and Kushina left here in an instant. At the same time, Resentment Yu reached out. Attacked Bai Ye's clone, but was defeated by Bai Ye. Kakuzu could only show up to fight Bai Ye, and Hidan also rushed over to check where Zibo Itachi was. Yo, you two are still following me. I thought you had gone back. Where is Xiao Yu? What have you done with him? Let Xiao Yu go quickly, otherwise the two of us won't let it go. If you don't want to let it go, what can you two do? The three of you can't even beat me with your hands, so what can you two do now? We also have self-knowledge and know that we are not your opponent, but we don't want to attack you now. When the little feet couldn't be found for a while, Xiao Yu panicked. I started to think wildly. After listening to Hidan's words, Kakuzu looked at Bai Ye and said seriously, you tell me the truth, where is Uchiha Itachi? Kakuzu, I can't feel the presence of Uchiha Itachi around here, is it wrong for us to follow Bai Ye? But now that Bai Ye denied that Xiao Yu was with him, where did Zibo Itachi go? So are you going to continue fighting with me, or are you going to find Uchiha Itachi? There is nothing I can do about it, you can figure it out, anyway, he is not with me. I've made it very clear, Uchiha Itachi is not with me, he has left, how can I explain to you? If you don't believe me, don't ask me to beg. Just want to know where Uchiha Itachi is, after all we come together and go back together, this is what we agreed to use. Quote, it's not with you, so where did you send Uchiha Itachi? Couldn't it be taken away by the little snake? Why didn't you get in touch with yourself? You said Xiao Yu, he is not with me now, why haven't you two found him yet? It's impossible for Uchiha Itachi to lose his life so easily, maybe he was trapped somewhere. Hidan said seriously, don't dare to miss the existence of Uchiha Itachi, could it be that Uchiha Itachi was killed by Bai Ye? Xiaojiao looked at Bai Ye and Hidan suspiciously. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi is in danger again? After all, the snake is a lunatic. Often does not play cards according to common sense. If Uchiha Itachi falls into Shi's hands, it will basically not end well. He was afraid that Bai Ye would hand over Xiao Yu to Xiao Snake, so that Uchiha Itachi would be in danger. 177 Let's go to Uchiha Itachi. Is this true? Did Uchiha Itachi really leave here? Kakuzu wondered if what Bai Ye said was true. Kakuzu, why do I feel that something is wrong here, as if we are in an illusion? Hidan asked Kakuzu. At this time Kurenai Yuhi's voice sounded. Hidan seems to have a perception ability. It has improved very quickly, and you discovered it so soon. It seems that I still need to continue to work hard. Improve. 050, my illusion ability. Yuhihong, you have practiced very hard, and you are improving very fast. As long as you continue to maintain this momentum, I believe you will surpass your father's chakra. Bai Ye praised Yu Hahong. Bai Ye, you will make fun of others, if my chakra improves. How could it be discovered by Hidan so quickly? From this point of view, I still need to work harder. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing to fight. Just like now, Hidan found out easily, how embarrassing. It's fine for the two of you to chat, but first tell me where Uchiha Itachi is. Then you can chat as much as you want, as long as you want, and we won't bother you anymore. Hidan interjected. Kurenai Yuhi dispelled the illusion and faced Hidan. Who is Uchiha Itachi? I really didn't see him. Only Bai Ye came here just now. Yuhihong said, go to Uchiha Itachi to discuss the next step and see if there is a good way to assassinate Bai Ye. I didn't let the person who assassinated me go, it's just that I had an agreement with him. Hidan can't figure out what's going on with these things. Could it be that Kakuzu was also assimilated by Hidan? So Uchiha Itachi had to leave first. If you don't believe it, you can find Uchiha Itachi and ask him. Hidan, the two of us should hurry up, get out of here and find Uchiha Itachi. Kakuzu, where do you think Uchiha Itachi will be now? Hidan asked puzzled. What else? Can you really stop us from leaving? You are willing to let Uchiha Itachi go, you will be so kind and willing to let the person who assassinated you go. Bai Ye thought about how simple these two people's minds were. I have told you very clearly that Uchiha Itachi has left and is not with me, why don't you believe it? It's not that Kakuzu couldn't figure it out, what's going on, it's just that he couldn't believe that Bai Ye would let him go and assassinate him so easily. If Uchiha Itachi really left here, then Kakuzu and Hidan would have to leave as soon as possible. But now that he has found Bai Ye again, it seems that Bai Ye will not let him go easily, Kakuzu thought so. Are you sure Uchiha Itachi really left by himself? Kakuzu asked again. 0. Since Uchiha Itachi has left, we will leave too, without disturbing the others. I already told them, Uchiha Itachi has already left, why bother with it? If you say that we are not your opponents in sparring, if you say that we are going to leave, you seem to be unable to stop it. I want to see when this agreement will be completed. Now that an agreement has been reached, it is necessary to go to the Yidu in the travel agreement. You can come whenever you want, and leave whenever you want. Is it so simple to think? UE 5.4K. 178 Get out of here first. While talking, the two turned around and prepared to leave here. You come whenever you want, leave whenever you want. Do you really think that I, Bai Ye, don't exist? So what, didn't you say it? You can't stop us from leaving. Kakuzu stared at Bai Ye and said. After saying this, Kakuzu stretched his hand into the ground, and countless Kakuzu and Hidan grew in an instant. Kakuzu's use of ground resentment changed, and Kakuzu and Hidan's avatars pulled Hidan away quickly. With a wave of Bai Ye's hand, all the transformed clones were instantly sent flying. I heard the sentence, let's go first. Damn it, let them run away. It was within my plan to let Uchiha Itachi go. These two people also ran away for him. Bai Ye said to himself. What's going on? Shi-Hong asked Bai Ye. Bai Ye took back the avatar and walked slowly to Shi-Hong. Uchiha Itachi and the two immortals came to assassinate me, and Uchiha Itachi was captured by me. But this person is useful to me in the future, so I let him go. As for the undead duo, I have no intention of letting them go. As a result, they ran away, which was really a miscalculation. Quote, it's okay, there will be a chance to get rid of these two in the future. Shi-Hong comforted Bai Ye. Kakuzu took Hidan away, behind Bai Ye's attack range. He ran forward quickly without looking back, afraid that Bai Ye would send him back if he didn't pay attention. But because he ran too fast, he didn't see the road in front of him clearly and suddenly bumped into a person. All three fell to the ground. Kakuzu quickly got up to check the situation. It turned out that it was none other than Uchiha Itachi that Hidan and I were looking for. Uchiha Itachi, so it's you. Why did you come here? What's the matter? Kakuzu asked Uchiha Itachi in amazement. The two of us just escaped from Bai Ye's grasp. Hidan said in shock, because we have an agreement before, so he will not embarrass me. What's going on with you two? Why are you so flustered that the road won't go? Uchiha Itachi asked, but at that time, we only thought about saving you and didn't think about anything else. Now that we think about it, we really shouldn't. It is not a wise choice to go to the important person Bai Ye. Saving people also requires methods and methods. Do not act rashly, said Uchiha Itachi. We were worried, so we decided to go and see if we could find you. This time we were reckless, we shouldn't have rushed to find the important person Xiaobai. Then I was trying to rescue you, but we met Bai Ye, but we didn't see you, said Kakuzu. We went to look for you, Bai Ye took you away. But if we hadn't run fast just now, we would have fallen into Bai Ye's hands. After I was brought here by Bai Ye, I just chatted briefly. It's just that you two are a bit too reckless, knowing that you are not Bai Ye's opponent. Even if it is to save people, there must be a perfect strategy, otherwise, 853 will put himself in it, which is unwise. Why did you two go to look for Bai Ye again? With our current strength, the three of us are no match for Bai Ye. Why are you still looking for Bai Ye? Otherwise, with his ability, he could easily catch you. Quote. I think Bai Ye didn't intend to kill you at all. Now that I think about it, I am afraid, but you must know that Bai Ye is notoriously cruel. Kakuzu said regretfully. 179 Need a break. But it's unreasonable. Why didn't Bai Ye kill you too? Uchiha Itachi was very curious. Let's go back first. It's too far from Bai Ye, so it's not safe. Hidan said. After listening to Hidan's reminder, several people turned around and left here. Some things should go back to your own territory and study slowly. Bai Ye and Shi-Hong had just finished talking about the undead duo when they remembered that Shi-Hong needed help. Yu-Hong, didn't you just say that you can't figure out a problem? Now you can say it. Are you not chasing Bai Ye's undead duo? Don't worry about them, I have installed monitors on their upper body, I can feel their actions. Now I have the perception that they have left, after all they are still afraid of me. So don't worry about their affairs now, Shi-Hong, let's talk about your affairs first. Okay, I just encountered a barrier when I was practicing, and I don't know how to solve it. So I want Sister Kushina to help me find a way. Please help me Bai Ye now. Thank you. Hey, where did Sister Kushina go? I didn't come to greet her when the incident happened just now. Don't worry, I have sent Kushina back to the hospital to rest first. In the future, if you have anything to do, just come to me directly, and don't bother other people anymore, you know. Also, if you encounter a hurdle in your cultivation, I will help you clear it. Bai Ye said softly as he stroked Shi-Hong's head. Before Bai Ye, when I practiced the illusion of Sha, and the tree binding and killing, it was very smooth, and I have also mastered the skills and usage methods proficiently. But now that he is practicing the illusion technique Sanju Lien, his energy channels are blocked and he can't get in touch. Bai Ye, what do you think is going on here? I have been in distress for 2 days, so I went to Sister Kushina and asked her to help me find a solution. Yu-Hong looked at Bai Ye in bewilderment. Bai Ye looked at Shi-Hong's confused expression, thinking that this girl had made great progress. In just 2 short weeks, I actually practiced 2 illusions, and now I am connecting with the 3rd illusion. It's really amazing. If it was the previous self, 1 skill in 2 weeks, it would be very fast to be able to practice successfully. If it wasn't for the time when I crossed over now, I got Sharingan and Dark Fruit. There will not be such a quick chance to improve chakra, let alone such an invincible situation. So Bai Ye looked directly at Yuhihong's eyes, opened his Sharingan, and looked at each other through the Sharingan to see where Yuhihong was not smooth. It's also good to prescribe the right medicine to help Shihahong dredge the meridians so that she can continue to practice Shula. After observing for a while, Bai Ye said to Shihahong, "Nothing, it's just that you are too eager for success and too tired. Rest more after you go home, and you will be fine in a few days. Okay. You didn't lie to me, did you? I need to rest. Am I tired? I don't need to rest. Yuhihong, I didn't say that you are physically weak and tired, I mean that you are too stressed and mentally tired. Your current chakra value is at full level, it's just that you're under too much pressure and haven't exerted your maximum energy. So it is difficult for you to practice the illusion of the 3 great lotuses. Let your body and mind relax for a while, and then come back to practice. 180. Why is there a pool of blood here? It shouldn't be too difficult. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If the pressure is high, you won't make too much progress in cultivation. I'm afraid that if I don't continue to practice, my chakra will decrease, and it will be very troublesome. Don't worry, you won't be in trouble if I'm here. Let's go. Let's talk about tomorrow when we go home. Bai Ye comforts Yuhihong. Just as the two of them were getting home, Bai Ye saw Siyu. What's going on? Did something happen? Why is Mizuki here? Didn't he go to find Namikaze Minato? Where is Minato now that Mizuki is here? Bai Ye came quickly, and Siyu asked, "Where did Dao Minato go? Why are you here alone?" 157 inches. Don't make such a fuss, I'm not an ordinary kid. Minato went to Cloud Shinobi Village, there was a war there, Minato went to have a look. Quote, what's so interesting about a war? Minato will make a fuss. I heard from Minato that it seems to have something to do with the origin of blood. Miyu said, what happened to the blood source? Isn't Orochimaru already developing the blood source? That's right, it was Orochimaru who went with Namikaze Minato this time, and said that there seems to be something new there. Mitsuki and Yuhihong, you go in first, I'll go to Cloud Shinobi Village to see what's going on. After Bai Ye explained to Siyu, he turned and left. What's going on here? Why is the blood origin reappearing in Cloud Shinobi Village? It seems that I was too kind just now, and shouldn't let the undead duo go. Is Hidan up to something? Mr. Bai Ye, CACB, you see there is a pool of blood here. Orochimaru said to Bai Ye. Orochimaru, you have studied the origin of blood for so long, and you figured it out, where did the blood pool here come from? You're right, although it's not the origin of blood that Hidan created. Bai Ye couldn't figure out what was going on, but Bai Ye suddenly remembered that he installed a monitoring system on the undead duo. What's going on? How did you two come here? Then who made the blood pool here? What to do here is a tricky thing. The question now is to find out where the origin of this blood comes from. Although I don't need to protect Cloud Shinobi Village, it's not a good thing for people in front of me to always run there. As far as I know, Hidan is the only one who can use the origin of blood so far, but there is an essential difference between this blood pool and the one made by Hidan. Just escaped from me, didn't go to practice, ran here and went to Cloud Shinobi Village to make trouble. It seems that Hidan Kakuzu is too free. Why is there a pool of blood here, something that should not happen? Now you can go through this system and see what these two people are doing. But Bai Ye found out that they are not dead, the duo is resting, and it shows that they have never been to Cloud Shinobi Village. What is going on? Could someone else have been here? Minato suggested, and Hidan just played against me, although it Hidan and Kakuzu left, but they did not come to Cloud Shinobi Village. So Bai Ye launched the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to see what these two were up to. I've got to find something for them to do, or they'll just keep going around like this. It will be troublesome to make trouble. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye came to Cloud Shinobi Village. Saw Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. 181 massacring the village and destroying the country. Bai Ye and Orochimaru looked at Namikaze Minato at the same time. I feel that what Minato said is possible. So who would use the blood pool? It's a mystery, so Bai Ye decided to let Fungo Minato investigate this matter thoroughly. Minato, go around the Cloud Shinobi Village and see what strangers have come here recently. Others are not important, the most important thing is that it has something to do with the blood pool, we must collect the information back. Quote, okay, Hyakuya-sama, I'll visit now. Storm Minato turned around and left after answering. Tell me, Orochimaru, what is the difference between this blood pool and Hidan's blood pool? Bai Ye asked Orochimaru. It's easy to understand Mr. Bai Ye, the blood pool used by Hidan is the blood of living people. And there is no need to kill people, even if it is a drop of blood, Hidan can use it to create a bleeding pool. But the blood pool in front of him is the blood of the dead, and there is a lot of blood here. Explain that Cloud Shinobi Village already exists, and many people died at the hands of this murderer. The most obvious difference is that Hidan's blood pool has aura. After all, it is the blood of a living person, and the aura formed is particularly obvious. The blood pool here is lifeless, without aura at all, and also exudes a stench of corpses. Quote, it seems that the murderer is going to start killing here. Orochimaru, are you interested in preventing a plan to massacre the city and destroy the country? Mr. Bai Ye, are you kidding me? How do you know that this murderer is going to slaughter the village and the country here? Orochimaru asked disdainfully, because Dashimaru didn't believe that there would be a person who would come here and kill all the villagers. Can it be deduced from just a blood pool? However, what Bai Ye saw was not a simple blood pool, since the blood pool created by this person. It's all made of the blood of the dead, which means that this person is going to kill here. Ready to wipe out a village or a country, this person is ambitious and wants to rule the world. No matter how ruthless he is, there is no need to get rid of everyone. In that case, even if you are superior, you will have no sense of existence. Everyone is killed, and you are the only one left. What is the meaning of this world? Zero looking for flowers. Since Orochimaru doesn't believe that this person will slaughter the village and the country, then Bai Ye can only confirm the authenticity of this matter. Bai Ye releases all perception to find clues. See if you can find something. Although Minato has been asked to investigate the surrounding area, Bai Ye also needs to understand what happened by himself. However, the information Bai Ye received was that all the people who were killed by a single blow, and there was no chance to resist. Moreover, this person's saber techniques cut off the main artery, causing the blood to gush out until it flows into the blood in the body. Bai Ye knows someone who can use this method to kill people. Could it be said that this person came here? It is impossible. This person has been sealed by himself. Could it be that he escaped? If he really escaped, it would indeed be a tricky incident. What went wrong made him escape? It seems that there are some problems with my subordinates, otherwise this person will not be able to escape. Now that I have escaped. 182 He is indeed here. Then when this person is caught again, the method of sealing cannot be used to solve it. The person with such ability is none other than the scorpion. The ability of the scorpion snake is also provided by the source of blood, but its main tool is the dragon knife. The blood in the arteries of the human body is stabbed with a dragon knife, and then all the blood is drained. Only then can the source of blood be converted into chakra for use by scorpions. This, 460, person is too vicious. He thinks he will sacrifice any price to achieve his goal. Bai Ye felt that the scorpion might be coming, and later he was completely sure that this matter had something to do with him. Orochimaru, have you heard of scorpion snakes? You mean that the scorpion snake has heard about the person who sacrificed any price to achieve his goal, but he doesn't know much about this person. Do you say that the blood pool was created by the scorpion snake? Orochimaru didn't quite believe that the blood pool was made by the scorpion, because he didn't know the scorpion. Let me tell you Orochimaru, the way the scorpion improves chakra is by using the pool of blood. And it must be the person he personally killed in order to be used by him. The main tool of the scorpion snake is the dragon-slaying knife, with which the scorpion snake stabs directly at the artery of the person he wants to kill. After cutting the artery, drain all the blood from the person. The blood taken out by the scorpion snake in this way can be used to enhance the scorpion snake chakra. The degree of cruelty of this person is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, so I said that someone should slaughter the village and destroy the country. Do you believe me this time? Mr. Bai Ye, you let such a cruel person live in this world. It seems that there will be a lot of interest here. I want to know this scorpion snake if I have a chance. But why did the scorpion snake leave here, and even ran away in 3? See how many people in the base have been instigated. Follow if you want to go, and shut your stinking mouth. Where is there so much nonsense? Can I still get hurt? But what I want to know more is, can no one subdue him? It's already like this here, and now I also have dead people, and there is no way to revive them. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye disappeared in the same place in an instant, and Orochimaru also hurriedly left. But if someone betrayed himself, then a thorough investigation must be done. If someone came to save the scorpion snake, this problem would be easy to solve. Let Minato check to see how many people were killed by the scorpion. 0 and then make further plans. See if it's inside yourself, a betrayer has appeared, or someone just left the scorpion snake, so you can come up with a countermeasure. What is the problem? Bai Ye needs to find out. This is also the place where Bai Ye sealed the scorpion. According to common sense, as long as there is no one to lift the seal on the scorpion cannot leave here. This Orochimaru has an idea for a while, and there is no way to guess what he wants to do. Then I'll go and have a look with you. If you get any injuries then, I can help you heal. White Leaf-kun, where are you going? Don't you care about this place? Orochimaru, are you going to continue your research here? Or follow me to do something? He is the one who helps the tyrants to abuse others, and he is also the one who kills Anliang. Such is the fickleness of Orochimaru. Fortunately, Bai Ye was able to conquer Orochimaru. The place Bai Ye went to was none other than his secret base. 183 The scorpion snake escapes. This is a heart-wrenching matter. If there are traitors, they must be strictly investigated and severely punished. It was also the last thing Bai Ye wanted to see. But as soon as Bai Ye walked to his base, he was dumbfounded, and all the guards fell to the ground. Walking into the interior of the base, a group of people fell in disorder. Mr. Bai Ye, your manpower seems to be insufficient. Why are they all beaten down? Quickly see if there is any help. How about tomorrow? I will study a batch of clones for you, and help you look after the house. Orochimaru mocked Bai Ye. Orochimaru, you'd better shut up your stinky mouth. I don't need you to judge people here. Take all the rubbish you developed and take it aside for me, they still can't get into my eyes. You'd better be careful, don't underestimate my people, it's not something you can handle. Quote, after Bai Ye finished speaking, he took out his own weapon, the killing sword. This is the green light emitted from the killing sword. Bai Ye waved the killing sword casually, and the killing sword quickly turned into 10,000 points of light, flying towards the person who fell on the ground. The people who fell on the ground woke up instantly after being irradiated by the killing sword's light. After the people on the ground got up, they were very confused. What's going on here? How did you fall to the ground? This is from the secret room inside. A guard ran out and shouted in a panic. It's not good, the scorpion has escaped. Everyone panicked, afraid that they would not know why they were on the ground. But when he heard that the scorpion snake had escaped, he understood what was going on. I fell into a coma, and when I woke up, I found that the scorpion snake had escaped, so I hurried out to inform everyone. Quote, this guard named Yun-See talked about what he had experienced. Why didn't the scorpion snake escape from the burrow? This is about this building. The scorpion snake is the main object of their guard here, and now let him run away, everyone present is responsible. When everyone heard that it was Bai Ye's voice, they fell silent. They didn't know exactly what was going on. It seems that scorpion snake planned it long ago and planned to escape. 073, let's go. Let's go to the toilet that Yun-See just mentioned. When building this house, more than 20 meters were dug down for the underground foundation alone, and all of them were filled with huge stones. This is also the one who was in charge of guarding the scorpion snakes today, so when Bai Ye asked, everyone looked at him. The scorpion snake said to go to the toilet. They followed the usual procedure and asked him to go to the toilet. Bai Ye walked around inside and found that the floor tiles under the corner made a hollow sound. Bai Ye lifted the floor tiles and saw that the soil inside was gone, and a deep hole had been dug. How did the scorpion snake escape? Who can tell me clearly? Bai Ye asked sharply. Yun-See, tell me what happened, why did the scorpion escape? Bai Ye asked Yun-See. After going down to take a look, I realized that the scorpion snake had actually dug a tunnel. It seemed that this was a plan that the scorpion snake had planned for a long time. Master Bai Ye, there was nothing unusual this morning, and I just woke up after a nap. At this time, everyone looked at the guard who ran out from the inside. This guard was called Yun-See. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he took someone to the toilet to check. On the surface, there is no problem. But just when the scorpion snake came out, I didn't pay attention, I don't know where he got the stone, and it hit my head. 5 FS. 184 Orochimaru, I leave it to you. So even if the scorpion snake dug out the tunnel, it couldn't hide from the backfilled stone wall and couldn't escape. Even if the scorpion snake chakra has a high ability, he can't get rid of the stone wall made of boulders. After all, without a weapon in hand, the scorpion snake has no strength to use it, so it can only pick a piece of soft stone. It is used to attack the guards, and the guards are knocked down when they are not on guard. Now that the scorpion snake has escaped and caused a murder, it is bound to bring him back. If they can't be caught, they will be directly punished on the spot. This is a dangerous person who needs no mercy. It seems that I still need to improve your chakra ability. Otherwise, if there are important people asking you to guard them, you will run away while being watched. Bai Ye said to himself. The guards present were too frightened to speak. After all, it was their dereliction of duty this time. If the abnormality of the scorpion snake is discovered in time, the scorpion snake will not be allowed to escape. Based on their understanding of Bai Ye, they were extremely vicious. What kind of punishment will be received this time? Whether Xiaominger can hug him or not is up to him. This is also the willingness of this group of guards, who dare not speak out and dare not look at Bai Ye. Mr. Bai Ye, how about I come to help you train? How about these guards of yours? Orochimaru said with a smile on his face. I don't need my guard yet, UBD is here to help me train, you'd better not think of my guard. If you don't need it, you don't need it. Why are you in a hurry? I'm just kind. See what you're doing, Mr. Bai Ye. I just want to help you lighten the burden. You will be so kind. Don't think I don't know what your plan is, it's better to stay away from my guards. Orochimaru, if you really have nothing to do, you can go and catch the scorpion snake, and it will be handled by you. Bai Ye really hates Orochimaru barking here now, so I found something for Orochimaru to do. Mr. Bai Ye, is what you said true? Let me handle the scorpion snake. This is a very interesting matter. Mr. Bai Ye, then I will go first, you manage your own and treat it. Orochimaru left here the moment he finished speaking. Only Bai Ye and his guards were left. After Bai Ye drove Orochimaru away, he said to the rest of the guards, you go to special training for half a month, and if you don't get results, you won't be allowed to come out to me. You can't even look down on anyone. What use are you to have? The guards were so frightened that they didn't dare to make a sound. After nodding, they connected and went to the secret room for special training. Bai Ye couldn't figure it out. How did the scorpion snake get out of here? How could he dig such a big hole in the bathroom under the guard of his guards? After much deliberation, Bai Ye couldn't come up with the result and could only go back to the house to sleep. Before going to bed, he recalled all kinds of things in the past few days. That night, he traveled over at a loss, got the system, and 7 got the murderous sword boy. It always feels like someone is pushing the world behind your back. I began to suspect that the main plot was starting to develop, Bai Ye said. Well, let's start with the good assassination of the organization. The next day, Bai Ye woke up early. In order to clarify these things, was it promoted by the Akatsuki organization? Bai Ye needs some eyeliner. So Bai Ye came, the casino he had been to before. The croupier saw that Bai Ye was coming, and hurried to notify the boss. The casino boss ran up to Bai Ye in a jolt. Master Bai Ye, I don't know that your presence is far away, please forgive me. 185 winning over the casino owner. It's nothing, I'm just strolling around, you are busy with your work. Whatever Master Bai Ye said, it is my honor to be able to serve Lord Bai Ye. Is your business here booming? It's all a small business, and it's just a matter of eating, so there's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, it's just that you can't die of hunger. The casino owner didn't know what Bai Ye meant, so he could only accompany him cautiously. Could it be that Bai Ye has taken a fancy to it? He even wants to share a share of the bet. But Bai Ye is not short of money. Even those in the nearby villages who respect Bai Ye are more profitable than his casino. How could Bai Ye be interested in such a small profit? Can't see the profits of the casino. What is Bai Ye doing for 500? I really don't understand. Master Bai Ye, what do you want to play? I'll go down and let someone arrange it. The boss politely said to Bai Ye that since there is no profit and Bai Ye is worried about it, it may be Bai Ye who wants to gamble. The boss thought of this: since Master Bai Ye came to gamble, how can we not win the money from Master Bai Ye? So the boss is ready to arrange the croupier. No matter how Bai Ye bets, Bai Ye will win. Boss, you don't have to be busy, I don't gamble. Bai Ye's words made the casino boss CAAG completely confused. Why not gamble? Could it be that he really took a fancy to the profits of his casino? This embarrasses the boss. Lord Bai Ye, I'm really a small business with no profit, and I can't spend too much money to honor you. The casino owner hurriedly cried poor, so that Bai Ye could ask for less money. I came here for one thing, please help. I see that your business is booming here, and there are people coming and going. But Lord Bai Ye, what information do you want me to help you collect? Bai Ye nodded in agreement. Now that an agreement has been reached with the casino owner, Bai Ye did not stay here. There is a lot of information, so I would like you to help me pay attention to the content of the communication between the guests. Lord Bai Ye, it's easy to say that there are people coming and going here, and collecting information is of course the best. Hearing what Bai Ye said, the casino owner wiped the sweat from his brow and breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, please help me collect intelligence. Did you understand? If Bai Ye compulsively suppressed the casino owner to help him collect information. It was also because when Tsunade asked for all the betting money back last time, Bai Ye only took half of it. Originally, Bai Ye could have collected protection fees from the casino owner, but he did not do so. It is not impossible for the boss to refuse to agree, so the authenticity of the collected information remains to be investigated. I always feel that the Shao organization is going to do something recently. Please help me to pay attention to what the members of the Shao organization are busy with. What are you talking about? First of all, I am not here to gamble, and secondly, I am not here to collect protection money. Otherwise, the casino owner would not have agreed to Bai Ye so easily to help Bai Ye collect information. This casino owner is quite a difficult person to deal with. This time, he can easily agree to Bai Ye and help Bai Ye collect information. With no benefits and no favors, why would the casino owner help Bai Ye? Also keeps the casino owner and himself in a way that keeps working on one camp. It's all easy to say, Master Bai Ye, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Make sure to complete the task. 186 Tsunade wants to drink. This wins the casino owner's heart even more. After all, in Konoha village, everyone knows that Bai Ye's viciousness wants to win Bai Ye, and there must be value that can be used. In this way, Bai Ye took the initiative to find the casino owner and reached a consensus with him. The casino owner himself doesn't have to go out of his way to win over Bai Ye. Then you can be protected by Bai Ye. Casino owner, why not do it? The casino owner is not only happy to collect information for Bai Ye, but also does his best to collect information. I was afraid that I would be fired by Bai Ye if I didn't do well in any point. At that time, it would be difficult to hug Bai Ye's thigh. After Bai Ye made arrangements, the casino owner left the casino after doing the informant job. As soon as I walked to the entrance of the casino in the middle of the night, I met Tsunade. Master Bai Ye, how about you come here to play too? How is your luck today? When Bai Ye saw that Tsunade was coming, he opened his mouth and asked, how did you do what you were asked to do? Master Bai Ye is also in the mood, let's have fun. How about the two of us go in and play for a while? I just came and let's see who's lucky. Tsunade ignored it. Bai Ye asked, and directly pulled Bai Ye in to play a few games. Tsunade, you haven't answered me yet. How is the thing I asked you to do? Oh, Master Bai Ye, why are you so uninterested? We've already reached the entrance of the casino. Why won't Tien let people in to play a few games? If you don't explain things clearly, I won't go in with you to play. Don't always think about gambling here in my name, and don't give money to others if you lose. Quote, if it's not blocked, it won't be blocked. If you want to know how things are going, then invite me to dinner. I'll let you know when I'm full. I'm hungry now. I can't remember anything when I'm hungry. I can't remember anything. I'll talk about it when I'm full. Quote, okay, then where do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Then let's go to Sagia Hotel. I heard that a good wine has been developed there, and I want to try it. No, what do you drink early in the morning? Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen and have a bowl of noodles. Eat noodles. I can't remember eating noodles. What did you ask me to do? I want to drink now. Bai Ye didn't want to go to the hotel to drink early in the morning, but Tsunade insisted on drinking again. Zero looking for flowers. Quote, if you don't drink, you don't talk to yourself. What to do? Bai Ye thought about it, a compromise. That is to go to the restaurant and hotel with Tsunade first, buy the food and drink, and then go to Ichiraku Ramen to eat noodles. Arrived at Sagia Hotel, Tsunade ordered the wine and appetizers he wanted. Bai Ye asked the waiter to pack it up, and brought Tsunade to the Ichiraku noodle restaurant. Two people were sitting in a noodle restaurant, and the inside seemed very disharmonious. One was drinking wine with a glass of wine, the other ordered a bowl of ramen, and sat there eating noodles. Bai Ye finished his ramen and sat opposite to watch Tsunade. Now your wish has come true, can you say it? Tsunade took a sip from his glass. Exclaimed. This wine is really good. Master Bai Ye, don't worry, I will tell you when I finish drinking. Don't challenge my endurance limit, don't think that I really don't hit women, you are forcing me to do it. Okay, let me tell you right now, Lord Bai Ye, Miyu, he has the body of a snake. The mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was born in Konoha when she was 30 years old. 187 noodle shop cloth eyeliner. After a war, she accidentally became pregnant with Miyu. This pregnancy lasted for 3 years, and Seiyu was born 3 years later. And Miyu can participate in battle as soon as she is born. Help Otsutsuki Kagaya overcome all invading enemies. This time I came here because Otsutsuki Kagaya is going to be cleansed. Otsutsuki Kagaya was worried that Hitsuki was too young and worried that Mizuki would stay at home by himself, so he sent Mitsuki to find his father. In fact, 473 is not necessary at all, and they can go to the field to kill the enemy, so why worry about it? Lord Bai Ye, do you know who Miyu's father is? I haven't found out about this. Quote, okay, I see, don't ask if you shouldn't. Have you finished your drink? You can leave when you're reconciled. I've only just started drinking, okay. How did you start kicking people out so quickly? Take it with you if you don't drink well, go home and drink your wine, don't be ashamed here. No one comes to the noodle shop and whine. Hurry up and go home. Without further ado, Bai Ye packed up Tsunade's food and drink. Push it into Tsunade's hand, push her out, drive Tsunade home to drink. You're so stingy and don't drink to your heart's content. Tsunade muttered as he walked outside. After chasing Tsunade away, Bai Ye found the owner of the noodle shop. Boss, I have something to do and I want to get rid of you. It's Master Bai Ye, if there's anything you need to do, just tell me. Boss, there are a lot of people coming and going here, I want to ask you to help me collect some information. Why? What kind of information is collected? I sense that the Shao organization is going to take action recently, and I would like to ask the boss to help me pay attention to the movements of the Shao organization. Lord Bai Ye, don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on it for you, and I will notify you as soon as I have any news. Thank you, boss, for the trouble. After Bai Ye communicated with the boss, he left the noodle shop. Answer the Hokage office, release the killing sword, and want to know where the members of Akatsuki organization are now through the killing sword. Killing sword can only feel where the people from the Akatsuki organization are, but cannot really understand their plans. Therefore, there should be proper eyeliner. Casinos and noodle restaurants are very suitable for eyeliner. Are you wearing 2 eyeliners? Just when Killer Sword sensed the information, he was thinking about putting eyeliner day and night. 0. Killing Sword tells Bai Ye, Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu and Hidan now, at a certain corner angle in Konoha village. These 3 people did not tell Bai Ye with a killing sword, and Bai Ye also knew that they were in Konoha village. Pain and Konan are at Rain Shinobi village, and Kisame is at Kurigakure. This information has no value that can be used, and it is a good thing that they all work independently and do not gather together. This shows that the Shao organization does not have any missions at present, otherwise Uchiha Itachi and the undead duo would not have nothing to do to assassinate Bai Ye. Bai Ye thought about disbanding Shao's organization before the Shao organization's team has grown. After all, in the original book, the last members of the Akatsuki organization did not end well, and they did evil things later on. 2.4 Bai Ye has such an idea, and wants to take action on it. How to do it? First have a plan. Find an opportunity to communicate with Pain. Just when Bai Ye was about to find a companion to communicate with, Johnny suddenly informed Bai Ye that Pain had come to attack Konoha village. What's going on here? Pain was in Rain Shinobi village just now, what happened? 188 Pain comes to attack Konoha village. Have Pain come and attack Konoha village suddenly. Bai Ye hurriedly felt the battlefield and went to see what happened. When Bai Ye felt that the fight had reached its climax, Konan is killing the villagers of Konoha village recklessly with paper men. Pain uses the Rinnegan Black Rod, controlling the chakra gathering of the villagers. Makes villagers immobile like puppets. In this way, Pain controlled a group of villagers, and Konan used paper to deceive people and killed a group of villagers. Bai Ye quickly took out the killing sword. At this time, the room among the 3 was glowing red, eager to try. Bai Ye swung his murderous sword. The lightning instantly smashed Konan's paper man to pieces. It was Pain and Konan who were only 20 when they noticed Bai Ye rushed over. Mr. Bai Ye, don't stop my plan. Mr. Pain, if your plan is to massacre the villagers of Konoha village, then I'm sorry, I won't let you do it easily. Mr. Bai Ye, what is my plan? There is no need to tell you. But please don't hinder my plan, otherwise there will be no good fruit for you. Quote, then let's compete with each other. It seems that you won't turn back until you bump into the south wall. So both of them used their own ninjutsu. Pain successively used various ninjutsu such as Shira Dao, Animal Dao and Human Dao to attack Bai Ye. Every time he saw Bai Ye was knocked down by himself, but after each time, Bai Ye stood up again. What's going on here? Could it be that Bai Ye, like Hidan, has an immortal body? Why did I defeat Bai Ye time and time again, but let Bai Ye stand up again and again? Just when Pain didn't know why, he saw Bai Ye use the murderous sword. The killing sword was glowing with red flames, and came straight to Pain. Pain thought that murder would stab him straight in the heart. Just keep Conan under control. Things will be settled easily. As soon as Shenshu Washin was used, he instantly controlled Conan. The killing sword just pierced Pain's shoulder and pinned Pain to the wall. It didn't kill him with a single sword, but killed Pain. Penjin, you are right, this is indeed the ninjutsu of Kagaya, the founder of the ninja world. If you don't control Conan, there's no way to communicate with Pain. After all, the incarnation of the sacred tree is Otsutsuki Kagaya's ninjutsu, since Otsutsuki Kagaya identified with Bai Ye. This is the ninjutsu of Kagaya, the originator of the ninja world. How do you know how to use it? It is the first time for Bai Ye to use Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra ability. I didn't expect it to be so amazing. 710. Since I can use Otsutsuki Kagaya's ninjutsu, I can prove that I am not lying. Quote, and promised me to use it for me anytime. Now that the damage to the hardware has already controlled Pain, there's no need to pay attention to Pain for the time being. Mr. Bai Ye, how did you get it? The ninjutsu of the incarnation of the sacred tree. This is really incredible. After all, the killing was so fast that Pain had no way to avoid it, but things were not as Pain thought. Bai Ye used the avatar of the sacred tree to control Conan. What the hell is going on here? Pain looked directly at Bai Ye. The reason why I use it is because Otsutsuki Kagaya already agrees with my ninjutsu. But Bai Ye didn't pay attention to Pain. After all, there was Conan to deal with now. Pain was also dumbfounded after Conan was controlled. Never expected that Bai Ye could use the ninjutsu of Datongu Kagaya. 189 completely shocked. Pain heard what Bai Ye said inside, and he felt very unbelievable. You must know that Otsutsuki Kagaya's ninjutsu of Shenshu Washin cannot be taught casually. He even felt that Bai Ye at this time must be talking nonsense here. He said to Bai Ye, I really find it hard to believe that you said that. In the past, I also went to Otsutsuki Kagaya myself. I hope he can pass on these ninjutsu to me, but he doesn't take me seriously at all. Until now, I can still remember that humiliating scene. When this Pain said these words, he had a fierce look on his face, and his hands were tightly clenched together. Bai Ye, who was on the side, saw this scene and understood why Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't pass on her ninjutsu to Pain. Such a vicious person, how could he pass such ninjutsu to him? Is it simply helping the wicked to commit murder? So Bai Ye said to Pain there, look at what you look like now. You must know that Otsutsuki Kagaya's ninjutsu can be said to have reached a certain level. People like you don't deserve to practice Otsutsuki Kagaya's ninjutsu. At this time, Pain and Conan had already been overwhelmed by Bai Ye's powerful ninjutsu. If it weren't for Bai Ye's mercy, Pain would have been seriously injured by this time. Could it be that there are other ninjutsu on Bai Ye that I don't know? This Bai Ye's chakra value has reached the full Qian's Jout value. How can she easily teach it to others? You are killing people like this in Konoha village, you are doing whatever you want. You must know that when he took the task, he wanted to kill all the villagers in Konoha village. You two were clearly in Rain Shinobi village just now. Why did you come to Konoha village now? Why are you killing so much here? Of course, Pain understood that the reason why Bai Ye stayed here was that he wanted to extract some useful information from Bai Ye. So how did he cultivate? This is what the two are most interested in. Up to now, they haven't realized what's going on. You must know that their paper man has been completely killed by Bai Ye inside. Pain felt that staying here now would be humiliating himself. But Pain also knows his current situation. It can be said that it was flashed Bai Ye's steps. At this time, Bai Ye had really reached the peak of anger. He didn't expect that Pain and Conan would kill Konoha village here. Bai Ye really couldn't figure out what was going on, so Bai Ye continued to talk to Pain in there. Where did the villagers here offend you and let you kill them here? You must know that this Konoha village was born for peace, and in this village, all people belong to peace, so why did they attract the two of them? Then Bai Ye will definitely be there, trying every means to pry his mouth open. But what Pain and Conan didn't know was why Bai Ye could say that he was in Rain Shinobi village just now. 190 arrogant, but so far his mission has failed. If I go back like this, I will be punished there. Thinking of this, Pain actually raised the sword in his hand to end his life. Bai Ye had been guarding against Pain's move for a long time, so he saw the opportunity and directly blocked Pain with his own killing sword. Bai Ye said to Pain, I saw that you were very interested in facing Otsutsuki Kagaya just now. Don't you think you are not interested now? Don't want to learn Otsutsuki Kagaya's Shenchuashin ninjutsu? And those questions I just asked you, why didn't you answer me? 500. That is, you were already in Rain Shinobi village, why did you appear in Konoha village all of a sudden? What kind of plan do you guys have here? Pain didn't expect that Bai Ye could strike so fast. One must know that his swordsmanship can be said to be very powerful. But they still couldn't stop Bai Ye, which was enough to show that Bai Ye's ninjutsu and swordsmanship were really superior to his own. At this time, Pain really felt that he was not worth mentioning in front of Bai Ye. But he also knew that he couldn't answer Bai Ye's question at all. If he answered, it would be tantamount to betraying the Shao organization, but there's one thing he can say to Bai Ye. So he said to Bai Ye, didn't you ask me in here why I just appeared in Rain Shinobi village and now in Konoha village? If you want to know the answer to this question, then you have to answer my question first. When Bai Ye heard Pain say that, he felt that Pain was really arrogant. Now that he has become a prisoner here, and he still talks to himself in such a tone, is he not afraid that his own hand will shake and his little life will end? If you want to know yourself and keep him alive, you just want to figure out what happened here, Kappa. Because before that, Bai Ye had already sensed that the Shao organization had a plan in it. What Bai Ye dislikes the most is being led by the nose. The series of things that have happened now makes Bai Ye feel that there are hands behind him, silently pushing things forward. So Bai Ye wanted to find the answer to the question in it, and before that, he had already cast his eyeliner. And now in a short time, if there is nothing to be gained, Bai Ye thinks that Pain and Conan in front of him are totally worth using. But this Pain, his arrogance is relatively arrogant, and his tone of voice can be said to be quite bad. Bai Ye is also very disgusted with him, but Bai Ye has caught a weakness in it, that is, this Pain is very interested in the ninjutsu of Shenshu-Washin. So Bai Ye feels that as long as a person has weaknesses, he will be able to overcome them one by one. If you want to get the plan of Shao organization here, this Pain is undoubtedly the best breakthrough. So Bai Ye, who originally wanted to lose his temper there, held back at this time, and said to Pain. I think your arrogance is really very arrogant. You killed the villagers of Konoha village here. Don't you feel any uneasiness in your conscience? 191 hitting a snake and hitting 7 inches. They are all innocent villagers. Who gave you the courage? You didn't answer my question there. Still asking me back here, why do you know all these things? In your perception, am I so easy to talk about? I feel like you made a wrong calculation here. Since you can't answer my question, don't blame me for being merciless. In fact, even if Pain doesn't answer their questions now, then Bai Ye can guess, 1 or 2. That was before that, when he found out that Pain and Conan were originally stored in Rain Shinobi, and how they came to Mu Leaf Village all of a sudden. This is really very good to explain this point, that is, the one in Rain Shinobi Village is Pain's clone, and the one in Konoha Village is Pain's original god. So Bai Ye thought that if you hit a snake and hit 7 inches, as long as you destroy Pain's clone at this time, then Pain should have nothing to say. Moreover, his original body will not recover within a long period of time. Since he was very dissatisfied with himself here, and his attitude was very arrogant, Bai Ye felt that he should show him some color. In fact, most of the time, Bai Ye is unwilling to destroy the clones of these people, because this is really too hurtful. Because when people use this avatar, their original energy will be consumed there, if they can digest these avatars gradually. Then not only is he not consumed, but he can improve their ninjutsu. But Bai Ye felt that people like Pain really didn't deserve to give them some leeway. Because they hurt these innocent villagers in Konoha village, Bai Ye felt that he should give him some color. And the cruelest way, Bai Ye thinks, is to let Pain see clearly how his clone was destroyed in it under the nose of Pain. But Bai Ye, who just sat there with a warning, and he also hoped that Pain could answer his question immediately. It was also the last chance for Pain, but Bai Ye found that after he finished speaking, Pain actually closed his mouth inside. 0 for flowers 00. And he stared blankly ahead. Bai Ye felt that such a Pain, is that a dead pig in it is not afraid of boiling water. People just don't want to answer my question. Since he is already like this, why should I give him a chance there? So Bai Ye continued to talk to Pain in there. I see you like this now, don't you just don't want to answer my question? Didn't you just ask me, why did I know that you and Conan were in Rain Shinobi village before that? Then I'll tell you directly, it's because I was able to discover your secrets, and I'm also secretly practicing a new ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is to be able to know the whereabouts of the person I want, everything about him. Are you interested? Bai Ye felt that Pain would be very interested in the question he raised, because it was in Bai Ye's perception. He thinks that Pain and that Orochimaru, they are very similar, that is, the degree of obsession with one thing is 0.192 don't say it. In order to make Pain more interested, Bai Ye also specifically said something in it. I'll also tell you that the ninjutsu I'm newly practicing was taught to me by Otsutsuki Kagaya in person. And until now, Otsutsuki Kagaya has rarely used this ninjutsu, because it belongs to Otsutsuki Kagaya's top secret. Bai Ye deliberately added, 057, after these few sentences, which is the top secret of Otsutsuki Kagaya. I just want to stimulate Pain in it, since Pain is interested in Bai Ye. Moreover, he is also interested in the ninjutsu of Shenshu-Washin. Presumably, in Pain's mind, he still admires Otsutsuki Kagaya's, perhaps this is a relatively good bait. After Bai Ye said these words, he watched Pain's movements closely inside, and he found that Pain was already looking at the front with empty eyes just now. Since Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't accept you as an apprentice there, don't let me not accept you as an apprentice. I think I can still teach you something. Conan just didn't want Pain to continue talking, he found that Bai Ye had a lot of ghost ideas. His eyes became bright all of a sudden, and he said to Bai Ye there. But you have to absolutely believe that I mean what I say. Bai Ye listened to what Conan said in there, and he felt that this Conan seemed to be no better than this Pain. Why did this Otsutsuki Kagaya pass on his ninjutsu to you? And he wants to teach you new ninjutsu. He just wanted to save the lives of the two of them, and wanted to extract some useful information from them. If Bai Ye discovered Pain's weakness, 0. Did you say something you shouldn't have said in there? I know that you have always worshipped Otsutsuki Kagaya, and you have gone there time and time again to learn from him. He believed that he would be able to get something out of Pain's mouth, so he said it directly in a hurry. You must know that this is their top secret, but you can't even mention it, he said to Pain there. But they don't accept you as an apprentice at all. Now you hear Bai Ye mentioning Otsutsuki Kagaya's name in it, and you have committed an idiot in it. You just mentioned your new ninjutsu, you can know our whereabouts, do you know our plan? Didn't you just ask what my ninjutsu is? If you can tell your secret, then I can teach you this ninjutsu to 0.9. It seems that the IQ of these two people is still very limited. Since this is the case, then Bai Ye is really easy to deal with, so Bai Ye deliberately continued to say. He felt that Pain might want to tell their plan at this time. Why did he mention this plan? When Conan heard Pain say that, he felt very anxious. You have to say what should be said, but you can never mention what should not be said. You must know that our little lives are all in it. Of course, it depends on your personal ability to accept it. If you can't accept it, then I can't help it. 193 Not so smart. Since I said that I want to teach you these ninjutsu, I will definitely be able to teach you. When Pain and Conan heard what Bai Ye said, they never thought that this Bai Ye would use such a trick. And Conan also felt that he seemed to have said something wrong there just now. Why did he mention Pain's weakness there? He suddenly realized that he had already revealed Pain's weakness. Before that, Bai Ye might have guessed what Pain's weakness was. And I actually pointed out Pain's weakness directly in it, and now Conan really has a feeling of regret. Pain didn't expect that Bai Ye could pass on ninjutsu to him. He thought it was very impossible, so he said to Bai Ye there. Even at this time, Pain has already noticed that Bai Ye destroyed all his avatars in it. So Pain showed an unbelievable look in there, and said to Bai Ye. In fact, what Bai Ye wanted to say about teaching Pen and the others ninjutsu was nothing more than a tactic to delay the attack. He wanted to ask them why they killed the villagers of Konoha village here at this time. Bai Ye thought that there should be nothing more to ask from the mouths of the two of them now. Then you should be helpless. Since this is the case, I can only bring you to my base now. Why does this Otsutsuki Kagaya love you so much? Don't pass on these ninjutsu to me, even if there is only a little bit. Bai Ye listened to what Pain said in there, and felt that Pain at this time was purely stubborn here. You don't need to waste your energy here, even if you say something, I won't believe you. But you don't take advantage of the opportunity, what can I say? Isn't it just a clone? It's not difficult for me. Now that Pain has already spoken very bluntly and doesn't want to tell this secret, then he will not be difficult, but he should let Pain and Conan experience his power in there, so Bai Ye is in pain. Under the nose of Conan, they destroyed all of their doppelgangers. Bai Ye said to Pain, could it be that you have discovered that there are all our clones in Rain Shinobi village? This is impossible, how could you see through our clones? Bai Ye can still guess something in his heart, doesn't he just want to learn ninjutsu in it? It was at this time that Pain and the others realized that Bai Ye's ninjutsu was far superior to them. Is what you said true? Are you really going to teach me this ninjutsu? You just said that you taught it with Otsutsuki Kagaya, and your ninjutsu only discovered us in Rain Shinobi village. Quote, I think you are just like what Conan said, you are here to take advantage of my weakness to set what I said. Before this, I had already warned you in that 903 and told me everything you need to know. I have given you a chance. Since you are going to risk your life to keep this secret, then I can't be polite. I have smashed your clones one by one. 194 Say nothing. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to take both of them back. Presumably at this time, Yu Hihong has already arrived here, and they also want to find the whereabouts of the scorpion there. As for what happened in their base, Bai Ye still doesn't know. But Bai Ye believes that in the next few days, he will definitely catch the black hand behind this scene from there. Since someone has also extended his hand here, this makes Bai Ye feel somewhat frustrated. Although the people in this base said there, it was the snakes and scorpions who used illusion there to fascinate them. But Bai Ye didn't believe it. He felt that there must be someone lying in it, so Bai Ye also thought about using the two people in front of him to have an interview there. See who is lying here. If Bai Ye is really caught, then Bai Ye will definitely not let it go. Besides, these people are really cruel, and they actually hurt the villagers of Konoha village in it. Bai Ye felt that these people had touched his bottom line there, if he didn't show them some color. So, do they feel that they are that persimmon, who can pinch whatever they want? Since they have been behind the scenes for so long, it is time to surface. Pain and Conan in front of them were immersed in the shock just now. They did not expect that Bai Ye is actually so powerful. Not only do they know that their avatar is in Rain Shinobi village, but they also feel that their ninjutsu has reached a certain level. It can be said that they crossed the sky and sea in there, but they were still seen through by Bai Ye, and Bai Ye still destroyed their avatars in it. It made them feel badly hurt there. What can they do now? Bai Ye can only bring them wherever they want to go. It's just that so far, they really don't know where Bai Ye's base is. As for what kind of method Bai Ye will use, the two of them really have no idea. They just know that they have become the defeated opponents in this, so they really let Bai Ye deal with it. But they also knew clearly at the same time that they must not tell this secret. If they told about the massacre of the villagers of Konoha village, then they will really die without a place to bury them, and there may be a chance of surviving under Bai Ye's hands. But if they were caught by the people of that organization, they would have no chance of surviving. After that, the two people didn't say anything in there, and Pain didn't mention the ninjutsu at this time. He also knew what Ye's purpose was for doing this. And at this time, Kuroyuki also rushed over from there, because before that, he just saw that Yoriichi rushed to Konoha village in a hurry. He moved in there, a little slower, and was left behind like this. But he didn't expect Just a little time left. When he arrived here, Bai Ye had already ended the fight. And in front of him are Pain and Conan. For these two people appearing here, Uchiha also feels that there are some differences. Why are these two people here? 195 overkill. Because Bai Ye had already told him that before that, Pain and Conan were still in Rain Shinobi Village after all, how could they appear here? He didn't understand what was going on, but what he saw was that Bai Ye had subdued these two people. This shows that the two of them have become prisoners. As long as the two of them are alive, other things will be very easy to handle. But at this time, Uchiha still has some worries in it. You must know that Pain will use some Shirodao and Animal Dao. It can be said that the origins of the Taos he practiced are very unknown, and Uchiha is still very unclear about who they work under. Although in Shihahong's heart, she felt that Bai Ye could understand all the things here very well. After all, Bai Ye can be said to be a king-level existence, but she thought that since she had come to Bai Ye's side. Uchiha believes that as long as it can help Bai Ye, even if Bai Ye doesn't like to hear her suggestion, then she has to say something here. Don't say that. I didn't open my Sharingan, it's just your little thought. I can see through it at a glance. Do I need to open Sharingan? That's simply overkill. How do you know what's on my mind? Have you opened your Sharingan, so you know what's on my mind? Rather, because he saw that Pain was actually killing people inside, he felt anxious and couldn't take care of Shihahong. Then we must help Bai Ye think about how to do every step well. At least this is considered to be inheriting his own duty, no matter whether Bai Ye can listen to his own words in it. Bai Ye felt that at this moment, Uchiha seemed to have a feeling of irony. Wasn't his thoughts clearly written on his face? Bai Ye said to Uchiha. But he was still a little reconciled. He felt that just letting Bai Ye figure out his thoughts made her feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that Bai Ye was actually there, Raihong immediately said what she was thinking in her heart. It seemed that she was really a transparent person in front of him. Uchiha even felt that at this time, Bai Ye opened his Sharingan there, and could see his own thoughts, so Uchiha said to Bai Ye there. I really didn't expect that you would take them all down in such a short period of time. In this way, Uchiha will feel very comfortable in her heart, so Uchiha said to Bai Ye there. Do you feel that I ran ahead of you and left you behind? Do you feel a little bit sorry? It's really obvious, the difference between the two of us, I'm just a junior. So in the future, why would I have other ideas in front of him? Could it be that he is really used to open this Sharingan? That is simply overkill, so Bai Ye said to Uchiha there. Bai Ye didn't expect that Shihahong would actually think about this. He didn't mean to put Shihahong behind him on purpose. 196 I don't like calling me a simple little girl. Bai Ye and Uchiha were talking there, while Pain and Conan next to them listened to what they said, as if they understood at this moment. This Bai Ye, why did they find that they were in Rain Shinobi Village? It turned out to be the reason. It's just that the two of them are very unclear now. Why is this Bai Ye's Sharingan so powerful? Could it be that Otsutsuki Kuroiwa said this Sharingan to Bai Ye in there? Pain thinks that Otsutsuki Kuroiwa, why should he prefer Bai Ye alone? At this time, Pain, no matter what kind of stunts Bai Ye has, he can still think of Otsutsuki Kuroiwa. Because he worships Otsutsuki Kuroba very much, and what he doesn't understand is why this Bai Ye can enter the eyes of Otsutsuki Kuroiwa. And these escape techniques that I can't practice are quite possible. Why can't I let Otsutsuki Kuroiwa accept me as a disciple? If possible, wouldn't he be able to learn all the ninjutsu of Otsutsuki Kuroiwa? Besides, he also has a heart of seeking. He even thought that when he finished his studies, he would definitely go to Shaojong Otsutsuki Haya in there. At this time, Pain was completely in his own reverie. It really didn't need Bai Ye to make illusions for him, he himself was already deeply involved in it. And at this time, Uchiha heard Bai Ye say this. Feeling this Bai Ye, why would he talk like this? Could it be that he can't say it euphemistically? What does it mean to be overqualified? Could it be that his Sharingan can only be activated on special occasions, and he just disdains to use it in normal times? So Uchiha said to Bai Ye. I completely disagree with what you said. What is overqualification? I think I still have a lot of thoughts. What I dislike most is that you say that I am a pure and kind girl every day. I don't like being that kind of little girl. Quote, I think it would be great to be a girl like Sister Kushina. Sister Kushina's chakra value is not just full. Besides, the various illusions they practice are superior to mine. I think I will be able to catch up with Sister Kushina. I hope you will pay special attention when you speak in the future. Zero looking for flowers. When Uchiha finished saying this sentence, she purposely raised her mouth high inside. Bai Ye thinks this Uchiha, why does he always think about his illusion and ninjutsu every day, so as to reach a high level? Oh, could it be that her mind should be simple? Just like Bai Ye thinks about so many things every day, he really wants to live a simple life there, but the reality is not like this. There are always these people who come out to make trouble, just like Pain and Conan who appeared in Konoha village today. The two of them are simply overwhelmed in there. Actually went to massacre the villagers of Konoha village, although Bai Ye didn't have any good impression of the villagers of Konoha village before. But no matter what, he had already come here. Until later, Bai Ye had completely integrated with the people inside. After such a long time of fusion, Bai Ye found that he had already merged with this Konoha time in many cases. Begging. 197 You have figured out all my thoughts. All the memories of the past seem to have gradually faded away. All Bai Ye wants to think about is to protect this Konoha village. Because there are many myths in it, and because of the number of people in it, there should be many high-level figures still buried in it. Looking at the villagers here, it seems that they have all reached a state of decline, but Bai Ye thinks that there must be some 900 figures among them. Although so far, they are still in a hidden state, but if they are really pushed, Bai Ye believes that they will be able to continue to come out. Anyway, this is a particularly mysterious place. Bai Ye was seriously thinking about where is their mysterious place. But Shi Raihong saw Bai Ye stunned there, not knowing what was going on. Shi Raihong said to Bai Ye specifically. I said, you idiot, what are you thinking in there? Did you hear what I just said? Don't always treat me as a pure and kind girl. I've been here with you for so long, does it mean that I haven't grown up at all? Bai Ye heard Shi Raihong talking to himself, and seemed to drag him back all of a sudden. He said to Shi Raihong. Of course you have grown, and didn't you intentionally practice illusion there? Isn't this your growth? I think you will be able to cultivate successfully. You must work hard, but I feel that you have something else to say. When Shi Raihong heard Bai Ye boasting that she had grown up, she still felt a little happy in her heart, but when she heard Bai Ye said, did she still have something to say? She felt that this Bai Ye must have thought through all his thoughts, even what he wanted to say, Bai Ye had already guessed. So Yuhihong said to Bai Ye there, let me just say, you must have opened Sharingan in there, you saw everything in my heart, and you still don't admit it. I do have an idea in my heart, because I just saw it there, you seem to want to take Pain and Conan away. Can I ask you, where do you want to take the two of them? Bai Ye still wanted to explain it to Yu Raihong, but he had already explained some of it before. 0. So he felt that no matter how much he explained, it would be useless. For Shi Raihong's stubbornness, Bai Ye had nothing to do with her. But when Bai Ye heard that Yu Hahong said that he was going to take these two people away, did he think that Yu Hahong was still observing very carefully? Because until now, these two people have not explained why they slaughtered the villagers of Konoha village. Before that, Bai Ye always believed that there was a big conspiracy in it. But the two of them didn't make 5.2 generations, and Bai Ye couldn't do anything about them. He wanted to kill them here. But killing both of them, how can this last murderer be drawn out? So Bai Ye felt that he wanted to arrange the two of them into the base. After all, until now, no one knew exactly where this scorpion snake had gone, but this scorpion snake escaped from under his nose. 198 thoughts of Red in the past. Although the people guarding the base were knocked unconscious by the scorpion, Bai Ye still believed that there must be some of them among them. If Bai Ye's guess is correct, this scorpion should be in the same group as Conan and Pain. What Bai Ye dislikes the most is that there are some traitors among them. Although they are all training now, Bai Ye doesn't want to let go of any clues. Bai Ye wanted to show these two people to the domineering base, to see how everyone would react to the two of them there. 20. Of course, Bai Ye will not take it lightly this time, he will definitely monitor Pain and Conan in secret. But Bai Ye felt that this Yuhihong was not an outsider, so of course he wanted to tell Yuhihong about the fact that he was going to bring Conan and Pain to the base. So Bai Ye said to Yuhihong, I just want to ask you, are you going to take the two of them away? How can you talk about my innocence? In fact, Bai Ye just wanted to relax at this time, he really liked Yuhihong's simplicity, if Yuhihong didn't want to listen. Didn't you ask me there, where do you want to take these two people, then I'll tell you directly now. Shi Raihong originally thought that Bai Ye would answer her own questions there, but she didn't expect that Bai Ye would answer irrelevant questions here, and even boasted about her simplicity, which made her feel a little shy. I've already said that I don't like the word simplicity, please don't mention it in front of me again. Because this happened in a moment just now, and at this moment, he still had to answer Yu Hahong's question, so Bai Ye said to Yu Hahong. Then he can say these things a lot in the future, won't this enliven the atmosphere? I just don't understand why you don't like the word simplicity. If you don't like it, then I won't talk about it in front of you in the future. To be honest, I still prefer the innocent you now. I really just made wild guesses in there. You see, you always put your mind on the outside. I really don't need to open Sharingan here. If the two of them were brought there, wouldn't that be the same as attracting wolves into the house? You must know that the scorpion has already escaped from their base. I want to bring Pain and Conan to our base. I don't know if it's possible. What do you think of my opinion? It was at this moment that Bai Ye suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling, as if he missed some pictures at that moment. Yu Hahong didn't expect that Bai Ye would actually want to bring Pain into their base, how could this be possible? In order to hide her shyness, Raihong also specially said to Bai Ye. Moreover, his hole came out in such a way, it was not clear, and it has not been investigated until now. At this time, Bai Ye even felt that the mischievous feeling he used to have came again, as if he had returned to the time when they first met, how beautiful it was then. Bai Ye instinctively wanted to grab these pictures, but for some reason, when he stretched out his hand, he suddenly couldn't grab some of them. 199 This time I feel relieved. Putting the two of them in, wouldn't that just give them a chance to escape? You must know that the method of the scorpion snake can be said to be very cruel, he can create a pool of blood in it, and he still has a dragon knife in his hand. Yu Hahong feels that the current situation is very unclear, and it is really not a wise move to bring these two people there like this. And he felt that Bai Ye was here to try his own life, and he really shouldn't bring these two people there, so Shi Hahong said to Bai Ye. I don't know what you think. Why did you bring these two people there? I think it's very impossible. Because a scorpion snake has already made us feel a little powerless, if we bring these two people over again, wouldn't that mean adding a little more burden to us? Actually, I can more or less guess what's in your heart, but I think it's not appropriate to do so, it's too risky. When Yu Hahong finished speaking, she carefully observed the changes on Bai Ye's face. In fact, she didn't mean that she didn't want to say these words, she just felt that she and Bai Ye were already so familiar. If I can't help him, I feel that I am very negligent. If Bai Ye can be here, it is very good to take his own opinion. If he didn't take the opinion, it would be as if he hadn't said it in there, so Shi Hahong said something to Bai Ye specially. What I just said is just an idea of mine. I know that in many cases, you can strategize in it. Everything is done very clearly, but people are careless. I'm not here to expose your shortcomings. The reason why the scorpion can escape from our base is not because of some negligence on our part. Is this enough to show that your energy is still very limited? Although my words are very unpleasant. But as you said, I'm just a simple little girl, I can say what I think. If you don't want to listen, just pretend that what I just said is wrong. Say it. At this time, when Yu Hahong said these words again, she felt a little relieved in her heart. She felt that no matter what, in front of Bai Ye, she had already said what was on her mind. As for whether Bai Ye can listen to his own words, it depends on Bai Ye's decision. Bai Ye listened there, what Shi Raihong said still had some truth. Just like Yu Hahong said, something should have happened in their base. If Bai Ye's guess is correct, there must be traitors Li Nuohao among them, because before that. As for how the scorpion snake used what opportunity to create those holes, Bai Ye has not figured it out until now. If these two people are brought in again, it is really like what Yu Hahong said that everyone has carelessness. And he can't say that he has put all his attention on Pain and Conan, he has many other things to do. 200 Feeling of deja vu. Besides, the Akatsuki organization must also know that Conan and Pain are in their own hands, so how can they let it go, and they will definitely continue to attack there again. Moreover, the people in Konoha village must have lingering fears after what happened just now. What Bai Ye has to do is to appease everyone's heart here. I have to go there and have a look. What is their current situation? So, as Yu Hahong said, it is impossible to guard them there 24 hours a day. Bai Ye said to Yu Hahong, that reminder is very correct, just like what you said when the 643 people were careless. If it wasn't for my carelessness, I wouldn't be able to let the scorpion snake run away there, and let him create a pool of blood in it. It can be said to be very cruel. When I think about it now, I feel a little regretful. I think I have done a good job in the base. But listening to what you said, I think people's attention is still very limited, and I have so many things to do. It seems that this matter should be considered temporarily, but I think why did you have these concerns before this? Bai Ye felt that this Shi Hahong really didn't need to have such worries, as long as he said what he thought in his heart. So Bai Ye said to Yu Hahong, it's impossible for such a flaw to occur, but now that such a flaw occurs, it makes me feel that what I have done is really not in place, just like what you said. What's more, the two of them have been together and cooperated for so long, and Bai Ye even felt that this Yu Hahong really had a lot of deja vu in him. Although at this time Bai Ye seems to have lost some memory, but in his memory, there are still many pictures of being with him. You just need to say what you think, is there any need for such politeness between the two of us? Bai Ye felt that this little girl was incoherent when she spoke, and she didn't admit that she was innocent, and even used the word, respect. Is it really like what Yu Hahong said, treating her as just a kind of respect, but he thinks this is the best way for two people to get along. Speaking of you, little girl, I still used respect here once, just like what you said, but did I respect your ideas here? I really didn't expect you to respect me so much. I don't think I should use this word. I mean you respect my ideas very much. He didn't expect that Bai Ye would respect him so much, Shi Raihong said to Bai Ye. Yu Hahong nodded in there, and he also felt that what Bai Ye said was right. In the future, don't use words indiscriminately here. Do you hear me? In terms of speaking, you should learn from your sister Kushina. Yu Hahong did not expect that Bai Ye not only adopted one of his opinions in it, but also said such words in it. Actually, before this, I also had a plan of my own, and I wanted to implement this plan thoroughly. Even with everything in Konoha village, Bai Ye felt a sense of deja vu. 201 What to do next? Her elder sister Kushina speaks very nicely, and they can still get to the point. Unlike her talking in it, it seems that the preface doesn't match the postscript. Yu Hahong has a special admiration for her sister Kushina, and she also knows Bai Ye and sister Kushina, and there seems to be a lot of common language between the two of them. For this point, Yu Hahong expressed great envy, but in her heart, there was no jealousy or hatred. Because she will also practice hard in the next time, trying to catch up with sister Kushina's progress. It was at this time that Bai Ye had an idea, that is, since he felt that what Shi Raihong said was very reasonable. So why not arrange Pain and Conan alone in another place? At this moment, Bai Ye was looking around. He thought if it was possible, how about putting the two of them somewhere in Konoha village? Does it mean that when he releases the news, someone will come here to rescue the two of them? Isn't it possible to just sit back and wait? Now he doesn't know the whereabouts of Scorpion Snake, and he doesn't know what Xiao's plan is to organize them, so he can turn passive into active, hoping to attract them all. Now that Bai Ye has such a plan in mind, he knew what to do next. But when he saw the innocent look of Yu Hahong next to him, he became a little interested and then said to this Yu Hahong. Since you have already mentioned it there, it is very inappropriate to bring these two people into our base, so can you tell me where it is appropriate to arrange the two of them? Shi Raihong listened to what Bai Ye said in there, and this sentence stopped her. In fact, he just felt that it was very inappropriate to bring these two people into the base. Because Bai Ye's energy is very limited, and other people may not be the opponents of these two people, but as for where to place these two people, she didn't think about it, so she felt that this question was a little difficult, so she said it to Bai Ye there. The question you just raised really stumps me, and I don't know where to put these two people. Zero looking for flowers, I just think it's very inappropriate to bring the two of them into the base. As for the next step, I haven't figured it out there yet. I'm not as far-sighted as you, who can think so far, I just can think of this step. As for the next step, I really can't think of it, so you don't want to do it here, and make things difficult for me, okay. When he heard Yuhihong say that, he really felt that the Yuhihong in front of him was really very simple. Saying that she is innocent, she still refuses to admit it. It is obvious that there is an idea among the refugees. As for the next step, there is no plan at all. Bai Ye said to Yuhihong, I thought you already had such an idea in there, so you knew how to implement it. It turns out that you didn't even think about it, you just told me like this, then tell me what to do next. Are you saying that this group of people has to help to the end? You can't just think of such a step in it, and don't think about the next step. 202 Surprised feeling. You said you wouldn't let me bring the two of them to the base, so where should I take them? You should give me some advice here. In fact, at this time, Bai Ye already had a plan in his heart, and this Shihahong was still very smart. It's just that there is a lack of opportunities for experience in it. If he is given more opportunities for 5 zeros in the future. Bai Ye believes that in the days to come, of course she will be a good helper for herself. And Pain and Conan who were next to them were listening to Bai Ye's words and felt confused. Why did Bai Ye change his mind when facing it there? It would be great if I could bring the two of them into the base, at least they want to see what Yu Yi's base looks like. But this Yuhihong actually mentioned it there. When they want to take the two of them to another place, they think that Bai Ye will not listen to Yuhihong's opinion there, 0. In any case, Yuhihong is also a simple and innocent girl, but they never thought that Bai Ye would actually agree to Otsutsuki Kuroya's request at this time. These two people really felt that there was a feeling of surprise, and it turned out that this Bai Ye was nothing more than that. He actually changed his decision just by asking the person next to him to make an argument, Pain said to Bai Ye while still there. I really didn't expect that you would change your mind at this moment. Didn't you say you wanted to bring the two of us to the base? It is rumored that your base is very mysterious. I heard that you and Orochimaru are still doing research there recently. The two of us want to witness the splendor of your base. But I didn't expect that this little girl who appeared temporarily would break your plan like this. I really didn't expect it. The famous Bai Ye changed the plan so easily, you are nothing more than that. Bai Ye didn't expect that this little boy would still say such a thing there. Could it be that he doesn't know that he has become a defeated opponent now? As a defeated general, one should have the posture of a defeated subordinate, that is, to keep one's mouth shut. 0. Bai Ye said to Pain. Are you a defeated opponent now? Why are you talking nonsense here? How should I decide? That's my business. What does it have to do with you? What you two have to do now is to shut your mouths. You have become prisoners. You're still chattering in here, aren't you afraid that I will continue to draw out my sword here, and kill you all with one sword? At this time, Bai Ye really felt a little angry, he never thought that Pain's arrogance was so high. I think at this time they should really give them a little color 3.9 to see, otherwise they will still be talking nonsense in there. When thinking about it, Bai Ye gathered the dark power in him there, and then released some. When Bai Ye's dark power was released there, Pain and Conan instantly felt the existence of this power. 203 Hell Technique. This made them feel a little out of breath, and they stared at Bai Ye dumbfounded. They didn't think that Bai Ye, who just talked to Shi Raihong in there, was so pleasant. Why did he treat them like this when it was their turn to be here? What else can they say at this time? Just like what Bai Ye said, they are already defeated now, so they can only keep their mouths shut obediently. I can't say too much here, if this Bai Ye is angered again, then maybe they will really die by then. You must know that their avatars have been found there, and Bai Ye has severely damaged them, if they themselves are destroyed by Bai Ye again. Then they have reached a place of eternal doom, and Bai Ye's dark power is particularly terrifying. It gives people the feeling that people have been oppressed to hell. Could it be said that Bai Ye is already in that hell technique? You must know this hell technique, but it is very difficult to practice. At this time, Pain felt that he didn't understand him very much. He didn't understand what kind of power was contained in Bai Ye. Why did he do this hell technique? Does Conan next to him think that Pain is just looking for trouble in there? He didn't pay attention to the two of them in it, why should he talk too much in it? Conan glared at Pain fiercely in there, and then said to Pei Kong. Until now, don't you know that you have become a prisoner now? You are still talking a lot in here, this time it tasted great. You saw Bai Ye, but just exuded the dark power in him a little bit, which made us feel breathless. Let me tell you, if you don't learn this lesson again, you will suffer here. At this time, Pain was completely shocked by Bai Ye's regional technique. In fact, what Conan just said was the power of darkness, and he felt that what Conan said was very inaccurate. He said to Conan, what you said is very inaccurate, this is not the power of darkness, this is called hell technique. If it were only the power of darkness, then there would not be such a strong sense of oppression. When Conan heard Pain say this, he was also a little shocked. He didn't think of the hell technique in the rumors, but it was very difficult to practice. How did this Bai Ye practice this hell technique? Could it be that it was also taught by Otsutsuki Kuroya? He felt that this was absolutely impossible. Conan can't accept this fact anyway, although he is not as obsessed with the 630 Otsutsuki Knight as Pen is. However, why did he think that this Otsutsuki Dark Knight should teach this hell technique to Bai Ye? So Conan said to Pain, could it be that the hell technique you mentioned was also taught to Bai Ye by Otsutsuki Kuroya? If it's like that, I don't think I can accept it. This is the person you admire. He actually passed this hell technique to Bai Ye. This is really unbelievable. Pain shook his head again, and then said to Conan. You don't insult Otsutsuki Kuroko here. 204 Why is this hell technique spread? You're wrong. This hell technique is not Otsutsuki Black Knights at all. As for whose, I can't tell until now. But I know this is the Uchi family, and they have a unique fairy art here. When Conan heard Pain say that in there, he was also stunned there. He didn't expect this hell technique. He actually came from the Uchi family. Hasn't the Uchi family already fallen here? Why is there still this hell technique spread out? What kind of connection does this Bai Ye have with the Uchi family? At this time, he really feels the fog. He even felt that they should have made a very incorrect decision in it, that is, they should not touch Bai Ye in it. Conan still felt a little unbelievable in it, so he said to Pain. What you said is true. Is this hell technique really from the Uchi family? I still find it a bit unbelievable. These two people were really dumbfounded. Usually Bai Ye took the sidelines to watch the changes of these two people. He thought that these two people should have been hit by this. If it was like that, Bai Ye really wanted to seal the mouths of these two people. Shi Raihong seemed to realize at this time, why did Bai Ye ask herself in this way, because she knew that Bai Ye's mind would be more delicate in the future. But I never thought that at this moment, I would turn to such a heavy atmosphere. This means that Bai Ye and the Uchi family are also inextricably linked. These two people saying these words here is simply a disservice to the scenery. He especially likes the very relaxed one just now. In fact, the hell technique he just used there was just a temporary play. These two people didn't say anything in there. Bai Ye's heart relaxed a little. He didn't want these two people to continue talking. Bai Ye really hated these two people very much, and wished to eliminate them both. Because until now the Uchi family has been considered declining, but Bai Ye can use the hell technique in it. He didn't expect that Pain, but he could recognize that this hell technique came from the Uchi family. I think you already have a place in your heart, and you specifically asked me to teach me here. Is it just to make me happy? If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to put him there to hold him tight, and the other people came over, Bai Ye must have been there at this time. At this time, Yu Hihong listened to what Pain and Conan said in there, and felt that it was foggy, and she seemed to really have some feelings that she couldn't understand. But in her cognition, if you don't understand something, don't ask, because even if you ask yourself, you still don't understand. Isn't this just adding some worries to yourself? I hope that this Yu Hihong will not be able to think about other aspects. Quote. Backquote. Where did the two of us talk? That is, where are we going to put these two people? This is the logic of Yu Hihong, so he Qian's told Bai Ye there. Because at this time he was talking with Yu Hihong, and they were still discussing where to put these two people. 205 He must have thought about it long ago. And the minds are relatively flexible, so how can things like this be so rare that Bai Ye can be defeated? Bai Ye also said in it just now that it is indeed very unwise to bring these two people back to the base, which shows that Bai Ye adopted his own ideas there. Shi Hihong believes in this Bai Ye. He must have a plan in his heart. If there is no plan, Bai Ye can't be so relaxed now. Because Bai Ye has never fought an uncertain battle. Bai Ye thinks that Yu Hihong at this time is really cute. Nobody even mentions the topic of hell technique, which shows that Yu Hihong is still quite smart in 007. If Yu Hihong continues to ask this topic in there, then Bai Ye really doesn't know how to answer it. Because there are many things, he seems to have some unclear. Now that Yu Hihong has brought the topic here, Bai Ye said to Yu Hihong. Do I feel that you are still very smart? Why do you always say that you are innocent? It seems that I really can't say that about you in the future. As you said, I really thought of placing these two people where Hokage is at this time. Shi Raihong knew that Bai Ye must have thought of a way, and she deliberately made things difficult for herself just now. Shi Raihong said to Bai Ye. Let me just say, you must have thought of a way to make things difficult for me on purpose. It's a little too deceitful for you to do so. If you are still like this next time, then I will ignore you. Seeing Yu Hihong at this time, Bai Ye seemed to be a little angry, and he hurriedly said to Yu Hihong. Don't be angry here, I just thought of it all at once. It's not that I had such a plan before, if I had such a plan before. So didn't I implement it early? It's not because you mentioned it there. I just had an idea to put the two of them in another place, thanks to you reminding me beside me. What Bai Ye said was true. He felt that Shi Hihong definitely contributed to this. If Yu Hihong is angry with him at this time, then Yu really has nothing to do with him. If Bai Ye is allowed to deal with other ninjas there, Bai Ye feels that he can still do it. But if he was asked to coax girls, Bai Ye felt that this was really not something he was good at. Shi Raihong listened to Bai Ye's words in there, and felt that there was some truth. Because before that, Bai Ye had always decided to bring these two people to the base. I added one more sentence in there, so Bai Ye thought of taking these two people to other places. But Yu Hahong still thinks that this Bai Ye, he must have thought about it a long time ago, and he just wants to make a fool of it. But she also saw that Bai Ye felt very relaxed at this moment. She also knew that it would be completely impossible for this Bai Ye to coax her. What's more, they just want to send these two people to a place as soon as possible. 206 There is a hidden place in the middle of Konoha village. Then go into Konoha village and do some scouting. Because Pain and Conan killed a lot of villagers in Konoha village just now. So at this time, Yu Hahong just wants to be angry, and she has to pick a time for it, Yu Hahong said to Bai Ye. If it wasn't because we have something to deal with, I would never forgive you at this time. If your guess is correct, you asked me there just now about where to place these two people. 11. At that time, you must have an answer in your heart. The reason why you said that you were deliberately teasing me, you don't have to deny it. I have already guessed everything about you, HMPH, let me tell you, I will definitely take revenge here. Since you already know where you are going, then you should hurry up and tell me, don't tease me here, if you don't talk about it, then I will leave. As soon as Bai Ye saw Shi Hahong at this time, he actually got a little angry in it. He didn't dare to continue to sell Guanzi anymore. He didn't want this Yu Hahong to leave him like this, so Bai Ye said to Yu Hahong there. Okay, I really don't want to whet your appetite here anymore, in fact, I just had an inspiration in it. 27. Because I saw this Konoha village and felt that everything seemed very familiar. I wanted to arrange these two people into Konoha village. If I remember correctly, in the middle of this Konoha village, there is a hidden place where these two people can be placed. We'll release the news when the time comes, what do you think? When Shi Raihong heard Bai Ye's words, he thought it was very good. He never thought that Bai Ye would think so much. But Yu Hahong also felt that what Bai Ye said seemed very strange. Why did he say that Konoha village had a familiar feeling? Could it be that Bai Ye at this time doesn't remember anything? It doesn't seem like this, but at this time, Yu Hahong doesn't want to get entangled in too many things. Because the current matter is to deal with these two people as soon as possible. 0 Looking for flowers. As a villager of this Konoha village, he felt that it was a bit difficult to find the hidden location that Bai Ye just mentioned. She also didn't know if Bai Ye knew about the existence of this place, she had just mentioned it there, and he knew there was such a place. But the specific location, I don't know if Bai Ye knows it. So Yu Hahong said to Bai Ye there, I think your idea is very good. Just like what you said, hide the two of them in this place. We can still lure snakes out of there, but what I want to ask you is this hidden location in Konoha village, you know. When Bai Ye heard Shi Hahong asking this question, he shook his head in there, and to be honest he really doesn't know. He just had such an impression of the middle position, but he really didn't know the specific position. So Bai Ye felt that at this time, Shi Raihong could help him, so he said to Shi Raihong. I just knew there was such a place. 207 The joke is too big. But where is this place? I really can't tell, so I hope you can help me here. Because when he was there just now, Bai Ye had already sold a pass in there. She can't figure out now whether what Bai Ye is saying now is the truth or a lie. Isn't she just teasing herself again? Shi Raihong said to Bai Ye. Are you telling the truth or the 840 is a lie? You won't be teasing me like you did just now, will you? You really don't know the specific location of the location you just mentioned, but why do you know such a secret? Bai Ye felt that Yu Hahong was really very vigilant at this time, and it seemed that he shouldn't have joked with him there just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to doubt herself here, Bai Ye said to Shi Hahong. It seems that in the days to come, I really won't be able to joke with you here, and I will definitely pay attention to it in the future. Yu Hahong said to Bai Ye. Bai Ye felt that the last sentence that Shi Raihong said was very correct, and it really had to be the strength of the two of them. How can I joke with you at this time now? What I said is true. Presumably, the two of them must find out this hidden location. At this time, Bai Ye seemed to be motivated all of a sudden. When Shi Raihong heard what Bai Ye said, he observed Bai Ye carefully in there, and he felt that what Bai Ye said seemed to be true. Although I know there is such a place, I really don't know the exact location. Do you think my current appearance is fake? But he is not particularly clear about the secret place that Bai Ye mentioned, but he just has a general impression. What I just said is the truth, I really didn't lie at all, thank you for trusting me like this. Shi Hahong felt that she couldn't take this matter to herself, there must be many things beyond her control, so Shi Hahong said to Bai Ye. When Shi Raihong heard Bai Ye say that in there, he felt a little better. It seems that this Bai Ye really wants to learn a lot of wisdom. Point 0. Yu Hahong is also very uncertain, so is it possible to find that place by herself? Maybe there are many traps there. Otherwise, this Shi Raihong really wouldn't trust herself so much, Bai Ye said to Shi Raihong. 2.7 inches I also have a general impression, but I think I will find it more accurate than you. This really depends on the strength of the two of us. I also find it very suspicious, why do you have an impression of this? I see that you are not able to answer my question in your current state. Question. Bai Ye saw Yu Hahong's serious look in it, and he felt that he really made a big joke in it before. For a serious person like Kurenai Yuhi, in many cases, it is really impossible to just take it as a joke. It really doesn't want me. Who told me to cheat on me there before that, so I lost trust in you. 208 Inexplicable pain. He felt he had a direction. At least there is Yu Hahong by his side to help him, so Bai Ye said to Yu Hahong there. Thank you very much, you are by my side to help me, if not you are by my side to help me. Then I seem to have made a big mistake in it. This means that no matter what happens in the future, as long as you find something wrong in it, you should bring it up in time. You mustn't have any other thoughts in there. Bai Ye really said these words from his own heart. He really hoped that Bai Ye Yuhihong would keep pointing out by his side. After all, most of the time, he has a lot of things that he still can't take care of. With someone like Yu Hahong by his side, Bai Ye felt really relieved. Shi Raihong was also very happy to hear Bai Ye say this, because what he saw in Bai Ye's tone was sincerity. In the past, he felt that he was really simple, no matter what, he could talk to Bai Ye there. But Bai Ye is not only not disgusted with himself, but also likes himself to help him very much, which makes Shi Raihong feel full of confidence in 10. So she said to Bai Ye there, if you say that, then in the future, don't blame me for saying everything here, it seems to be involved in your affairs. Then we really have a deal this time. If there is anything we can discuss with each other, shall we? Bai Ye nodded emphatically there, and now the two of them are going to the heart of Konoha village. Looking at these villagers lying on the ground, Bai Ye felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. You must know that in the past, people in this Konoha village seemed to look down on him. And there are so many pictures in Bai Ye's mind, he came to this village and became an oppressed person. They squeezed themselves out everywhere, even the lunch boxes that Bai Ye ate in that thatched hut also appeared in Bai Ye's mind. But at this moment, Bai Ye seemed to realize that in his memory, there was a little girl who handed a bento to his hand. It was at this time that Bai Ye's memory suddenly disappeared. But Bai Ye remembered the little girl's hand, and felt that the warmth seemed to warm his heart. When Bai Ye thought about it, he still took a special look at Yuhihong next to him. He felt that this Yuhihong was very familiar with the girl in 843's memory. When they came to a broken thatched hut, the two of them stood there, because they both felt that this place was very familiar. And at this time, Yuhihong was still inside, pointing to the thatched cottage, and then said to Bai Ye, I think this thatched cottage is the secret place you mentioned, but why do I feel different from what we imagined? I just know that he is hiding, but looking at his shabby appearance, it seems that he can't achieve any concealment effect. Don't say that Yuhihong would think like this at this time. 209 There are 2 oil bottles. Even Bai Ye felt a little strange in it, but he somehow felt that there must be some other mysteries in this thatched cottage. Bai Ye thinks that since they can come here in the dark, it can also be said to be a kind of guidance. What's more, in Bai Ye's heart, he was sure that this thatched cottage was the place they were looking for. Bai Ye said to Yuhihong, your idea is the same. I also think that this place is what we are looking for. You must know that there is no one around, it looks very dilapidated. But the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. This may be his mystery. She also felt that what Bai Ye said was very reasonable, and he nodded in it. It was really like the more dangerous place Bai Ye said. It's just that the safer place looks very inconspicuous, and that's how many people can ignore it. Maybe for so many years, the villagers in Konoha village had forgotten about this place, which made him so down. At this time, Bai Ye and Shi Hahong are also going inside to find out, but there are 2 oil bottles beside him. Can't just leave these 2 people here like this, wouldn't that be even more unsafe? Yu Hahong said to Bai Ye, what you said is very true. The more dangerous the place is, the safer it is. Since both of us have feelings for this place, that means, this is the place we're looking for, but now how do the 2 of us get there? I believe that there must be some organs, or some illusions, which are not enough for us. Wouldn't it be very inconvenient if we brought these 2 oil bottles with us? In fact, Bai Ye also thought of this problem there just now. If these 2 people were thrown into this thatched hut directly like this, then Bai Ye would be very worried. After all, the 2 of them don't know much about the environment inside. The best thing is to put the 2 of them outside temporarily, but Bai Ye is a little worried. That is, if these 2 people are outside, will other people come here? In other words, what would happen if these 2 people ran away without their own care? Bai Ye immediately thought of a way. Bai Ye felt that at this time, Shi Hahong could be said to be very quick to respond, and she should be encouraged here. After all, people have already mentioned these 2 oil bottles here, which is really a very big improvement. It seems that I really shouldn't, and besides Yu Hahong is simple, it should be said that he is resourceful, Bai Ye said to Yu Hahong there. I feel that you seem to be really smart, Wangs, you can think of this, I didn't even think of it when I was there just now. Shi Raihong made Bai Ye feel very embarrassed for such a boast, she said to Bai Ye. Don't say that, I'm not following you and learning from you. Didn't you just say that I'm simple? I think I'm not just simple. He just heard Shi Hahong say that, and he felt that this Shi Hahong really held a grudge. 210 You are resourceful. I just said it casually in there, but I didn't know that Yu Hahong actually took it to heart. If I don't say a few more words at this time, I am afraid that this Shi Hahong will be remembered here for a lifetime, Bai Ye said to Shi Hahong at this time. I said something wrong there just now, and I take it back now. I think what I said was very wrong. Shi Hahong is definitely a very smart girl. She is not innocent, but resourceful. When Shi Raihong heard Bai Ye say this, she immediately laughed in it. Shi Raihong 290's eyes are not particularly big, but they are very energetic. When she smiled like this, her 2 eyes were curved like crescent moons. Bai Ye thought that Shi Raihong was really very coquettish. I just said a word, and I actually laughed like this, but Yuhihong in this look is really beautiful. It looks like this Yuhihong forgave herself here, and she already had a way when she was there just now. But at this time, Bai Ye doesn't want to continue teasing Yuhihong in it, because if he repeats his tricks there, Yuhihong will definitely be angry with him. When the time comes, I will really have to bear the consequences here. So at this time, Bai Ye is no longer there to sell officials, he said to Shi Raihong. Yuhihong, you look really pretty when you smile. I want to tell you a very good news, that is you and me. As you said, it must be very inconvenient to bring these 2 oil bottles into this thatched cottage. So I came up with a solution here. Do you want to hear what my solution is? Shi Raihong was smiling happily there. In fact, she likes others to praise him for being smart, CAFG, but she also heard Bai Ye praise her beauty, which made her a little shy. At this time, Shi Raihong discovered a problem, and then it was this Bai Ye who wanted to tell herself the plan in his heart. This made her feel very happy. This Bai Ye finally stopped selling pipes to her. It seems that he really learned a lesson just now. He really did what he said. Yuhihong said to Bai Ye, I didn't expect you to mean what you say. You just said there that you will never play tricks on me again, and now you will stop playing tricks on me. I really feel that you are so trustworthy, and I am even happier in my heart. Pain and Conan watched Yuhihong and Bai Ye take the 2 of them to a broken thatched cottage in Konoha village, outside. The 2 of them don't know what the 2 of them are going to do next, Pen said while still there confronting Conan. Why do you think the 2 of them brought the 2 of us outside this broken thatched hut in Konoha village? Could it be that there is some kind of mystery inside this broken thatched hut? Conan felt that it was rare for Pain to be clear-headed and think of this problem, and Conan discovered a problem. So when Bai Ye brought the 2 of them here, he didn't blindfold them.